After the completion of 5 games, Sri Lanka and India have booked their spots in the final of the Server Cup Women's ODI Tri-Series 2025. For South Africa, now it's all about trying to end the tournament on a high by beating Sri Lanka in the last game of the tournament. For Sri Lanka, it's all about gathering much needed momentum before the crucial final on Sunday. Which team will prevail in the final round-robin stage game?
It is the Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Series. It is Sri Lanka versus South Africa. It's a game of really no consequence, but still an important game for both teams. We are live at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. It is a lovely day at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. The sun's shining, and I can tell you that it holds in very good prospects to have a full day's play. Now, I tell you this because we had so much of rain yesterday and the ground was virtually flooded and covered, but believe it or not, the ground staff has worked absolutely magnificently. Well, the sun has helped them because the sun has come out, has dried the outfield and virtually helped the ground staff to work hard and get the ground ready for this all-important game. South Africa versus Sri Lanka. I say important, not because it has anything to do with the final. The two teams have already decided, but it's about checking, maybe testing their bench strength. We'll find out, but first and foremost, a very good morning to Esther.
Very good morning, Roshan. It's going to be a good game, I think, because we're probably going to see a few changes from the sides as well.
Right. That's the question I want to ask you. Now, Sri Lanka is already in the final, Esther. South Africa, well, they're not in the final. This game is not important. So, you think South Africa should play for pride or should they test their bench?
I think we'll see some changes in the South African side because, as you said, there's no context to it in terms of this tournament. And of course, they will be looking ahead to the World Cup and what's to come then. So I think we will see a few changes. They have one uncapped ODI player in the squad as well, Sheshni Naidu. So we might see her come in. Good leg spinner, under 19 player. So a few youngsters that they can try out and really put to the test in these conditions because we saw them struggling and we know that they might face something like that in India.
Struggle with the capital S, huh? Struggle with the capital
Yes,
S.
definitely. They did not look like they were enjoying themselves out there in the last couple of games with this heat. So good time for them to test out some of the younger players.
I'll tell you what, nobody's enjoying this heat. Nobody is enjoying this heat at all. But having said that, I think Sri Lanka has shown a very good progress in the tournament. Now, this is that last game, Estelle, that Sri Lanka played against South Africa, and that was a very creditable win for the Sri Lankans because after they lost to India, come back and make themselves count.
Yeah, it was a fantastic chase, I think, because, as you said, Sri Lanka started off the tournament badly. They had a really poor run in the first game, and it looked like those earlier problems of depending solely on Chamari Atapattu were coming back. But that chase with Harshita Samaravikrama and Kavisha Dilhari making runs and doing it comfortably, I thought, would have given them a lot of confidence, and they carried that into the game against India.
Absolutely. I think they've carried it very well so far in the entire tournament. And let's show you the points table. Now, if you look at the points table, I mean, South African game today is of no consequence at all. Because South Africa is languishing at the bottom. They've got 0 points. They haven't got off the mark. Sri Lanka and India right on top with 4 each. So, in terms of this game is of no use.
Yeah, it's not of any use. But as I said before, South Africa will want to make every opportunity count because few games going into the World Cup and they've got a few players that they need to test out in that middle order in particular, I think, because they're not a settled 11 yet. So they have a few opportunities to test out players. This would be a good one. As I said, a lot of young players in the squad.
Esther, we can focus on India and Sri Lanka later on because this is the last outing of South Africa. So I like you to focus on South Africa. Now, I know you follow a lot of women's cricket, you know a lot. Where do you and what do you think South Africa needs to do, and what are those gaps you see in their team?
I think they've struggled with the bowling, to be fair, because if you look at the last game, that was a superb chase by the batters, crossing 300, and they did it quite comfortably. I thought Dirksen has been a revelation, growing from strength to strength since 2024. She's got, her higher score has gone higher and higher through the tournament. So they've got, I think, the ingredients. They just need the bowling to click. A huge miss is obviously Marizanne Cap. She's not here. She's been rested. So when she comes into the side, I think you will see a different complexion completely. But they still need those wicket-taking options, don't they? Because the spinners have not looked that great. Apart from Malaba, they haven't looked like they're able to take wickets.
Well, that's very important. Wicket-taking options are absolutely important. I say that because teams need that penetration. Now, one thing about penetration and playing and the surfaces are that surfaces at Premadasa has been brilliant. Now, how is the surface looking today? Let's go across and join Fabis Maharu.
Humid conditions to start with. Yesterday we had full of rain the entire day and the pitches were covered totally. Hence, the color of the pitch slightly different. Underneath, it looks darker than couple of days before. Suggests to me there will be some moisture underneath, and on top it's still looking hard. This pitch was used in the last game and almost 650 runs, or in fact more than 650 runs were scored in 100 overs. So it played well. I feel this pitch might play a little different since the color is slightly darker. Probably spinners will come into play, and team in the toss would like to bowl first, thinking about the weather later on, expected to rain. I think it's not going to be 650 runs in my opinion. At least a 270-75 will be a pass score. And it's a game, it's a dress rehearsal for Sri Lanka. They have to play this game to win, to take that momentum into the final. And for South Africa, it's a lot of pride to play. They have not won a single game in this competition. So all to play for. Conditions at the moment, really good.
Interesting thoughts, very interesting thoughts, and let's not forget that there was rain yesterday and there can be a bit of moisture because the pitch would have been obviously under the covers until this morning. And also, Favi says it's a used surface, so that's interesting. So how critical will the toss be now? Let's take a look at the surface. I mean, I know it's difficult for us to make an assumption or conclusion from here, but it looks all right to me. Fabis Maruf is the best bet because he got close. So what do you make out of the Premadasa pictures?
Yeah, they've been great. I think particularly in the women's game, you don't see a lot of high totals generally. So we've seen 270 chased, 330 nearly chased in the last game. So they've been really good surfaces. I don't expect it to do much differently today. Perhaps we might see a little bit more spin.
So how important, now that's a question I want to ask you because you spoke about the importance of bowlers. And one thing we have seen is the penetration in the middle overs, particularly in the second power play. So is that a concern going forward in these tournaments, even Sri Lanka?
Yeah, I think for both teams, Sri Lanka have similar problems to South Africa where they lack those wicket-taking options. South Africa, as we saw, apart from Malaba, haven't really been able to turn the ball, and I think that's a problem we've seen even with the Sri Lankan side where you've got a lot of defensive bowlers instead of attacking bowlers. So it'll be interesting to see whether they make a couple of changes here as well. You've got players like Inoshi Fernandez sitting on the bench. He's been very effective in T20 cricket over the last 2 years, so we might see a bit of change there as well, but it's certainly something that Sri Lanka need to work on as well.
Well, the big moment coming up. That's the toss, and let's see what the captains want to do. Laksisi De Silva is out there with the two captains and our match referee.
Good morning and welcome once again to the R. Premadasa Stadium for the sixth and final game of the Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series. We're all set for the all-important toss. Joining with me, the two captains from Sri Lanka, Chamari Adapattu, from South Africa, Laura Wolfart, and the match referee, Michelle Pereira. Chamari, you can give it a spin. Heads is the call. And it's going to be tails. So, Chamari, you have won the toss. What will you do?
We decide ball first. I'm pretty confident about my bowling unit, so we decide ball first.
So, does it have anything to do with the fact that you have managed to make two successful chases in this tournament?
Yeah, definitely. We playing our best cricket in last two games, but yeah, different game, different condition. So we have to adjust condition and playing our best cricket.
Now you have already booked your place in the final. So any changes, or you're going with the same lineup?
Now we have two changes. Inoshi and Manudinanaka are back inside for Inoka and Kavisha Delhari.
One last question. What would be a good score to chase here?
I think 250 is good score. Good score to chase. Yeah.
All the best for game, Shamini.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Alright, the toss didn't go your way. So, 3 very close games, 3 games that really could have gone your way. So, how's the mood in the camp after such close games?
Yeah, I think, look, it was still a lot of positives to take out of the last game. I think still scoring 300 is something that we can reflect back on and see where we did really well. Probably would have looked to bowl as well today. A lot of rain yesterday, so might be a bit sticky up front. But yeah, just need to handle those first 10 overs and then hopefully get into our innings nicely.
And it's really good to see you back. All okay now?
Yeah, all good. I think I just ate something funny, but all good.
So, how's the team combination? Any changes that you have made to test out some formations?
Yeah, we got 3 changes today. So I'm back, Ayabonga's back, and then Seshini Naidu will be making her debut.
All the best for the game, Laura.
Thank you.
So, that's the news from the middle. Sri Lankan skipper Chamari Adapattu, she has won the toss and she has decided to bowl first.
Well, no surprises there at all. Everyone expected that to happen. But let's start off with the teams. This is South Africa. And you think they're going with the bench strength, testing the bench strength?
Yeah, they've got Chesney Naidu in, as I mentioned. Leg spinner can bat a bit as well, so that will be exciting to see where she comes in and how she bowls, because leg spinners are always an attacking option. 3 other changes, I think Malaba also not playing today, so there the challenge comes in because she's been their best bowler. So how do they adjust without her being there in the middle will be a question.
Right, what about Sri Lanka? They have a few changes as well. I believe one enforced changed in Kavisha Dilhari.
Yeah, Kavisha Dilhari, we've heard, has taken ill and might not even be available for the final. So that would be a massive loss, I think, for Sri Lanka, because she's been fabulous in the middle with the bat and with the ball. But Manudinanaka, another promising youngster, 17 years old, made her debut in the last series. I'm very interested to see how she goes in these conditions.
Right, so that's a look at the 2 teams, and we are all set and ready for the first ball of this game between Sri Lanka women and South African women. It's time to join our openers in the com box. Laksisi De Silva. Laksisi De Silva. I had a bit of a tongue twister there. And Gamini Pereira.
Good morning once again, and we are here for the 6th game of the Server Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. South Africa, they will bat first in this encounter. Sri Lankan skipper Chamari Adapattu won the toss and decided to bowl first after 2 successful chases in the last 2 games. I think she went with the flow and decided to bowl first once again. And joining with me to kick things off, as Vashan mentioned, Gamini Pereira. Good morning, Gamini. Kavisha Dilhari not in the 11 today. Now, this will be a good test for Sri Lankan middle, or isn't it the fact that they have to get things done today without her?
Yeah, good morning, Laksisi. Good morning, everyone. And yeah, that's a big miss. Not only today, they'll miss her for that grand final, because she's got a bit of an X factor about her. She can bowl, can bat, and she's a fielder that you could trust to put on any place. And Laura missed out that last game, but those are terrific numbers. Just a tick under 50 average. She's got a bit of class about her, and yeah, had a bit of freshen up, and she's ready to go. And Brits, we have already seen her capabilities in this competition. What a magnificent 100 that game against India. Hey, Kavisha Dilhari. It'll, we will talk about her exclusion. I mean, obviously, there are things that you can control, and there are things that you can't control. Obviously, she has fallen ill, so yeah, she'll be missed for sure.
Now, Malki Madara all set to kick things off for Sri Lanka. Bowled brilliantly against South Africa in that last encounter. 4 wickets for her, 4 for 50 in that game against South Africa. The third game, 22 overs, 124 runs. A bit expensive, we can say, but she has done a good job. Really good with a variation of paces. Here's the countdown for the 6th and final game of the Server Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. Malki Madara bowling against Laura Wolfart, the South African skipper. Not the best of starts from Malki. not the best of lines, Gamini.
It's always difficult for a fast bowler. When you bowl your first ball, you're looking to attack the stumps, because actually for the batter is also it's a bit of a challenge. You don't know how much it's going to swing. You don't know how much it's going to move off the track. So more you on the stumps, you're in play. But that one swung a little bit more than Madara thought. That's why it just straying down the leg side. This time she compensated that one. Yeah, good line that.
And Malki Madara will obviously come into play later on. Even in that last game, in the last few overs, she was really good with leg cutter especially. That's something that she's working really hard with the coaches to perfect. Malki Madara, a hard-working campaigner. And Tasmin Brits scored a century against India.
I know Sri Lankans are already in the final, but one point that they will definitely talk about, or they've spoken about at the team discussion, was about their fielding. And that was a good effort from Harshita Samaravikrama, who's fielding at short mid-wicket. Yeah, they're catching their ground fielding, an area that they will need to improve rapidly if they want to be a force with some of the elite teams in women's cricket these days. And that's very good running. Well, a good day's rest. You can see they are pretty quick between wickets.
Yeah, you talked about the fielding aspect, Gami. Now, even at the global stage, at the bigger tournaments, again the bigger sides, I think Sri Lanka, when they had some opportunities to get things on their way, they actually missed some opportunities, and that actually cost them the games. So the fact that you mentioned about the fielding of Sri Lanka, I think that's something that Sri Lanka really needs to work on if they are to make that elevation to the next level in the international arena.
Yeah, even when it comes to men's cricket, there are areas that when you start a game against a very good team, few areas running between wickets, outfielding, because Sri Lankans are not the strongest players in the world. So, when you get a throw around 70-yard boundary, when it comes to men's cricket, that is, and a lot of teams have an advantage to take one on the arm. That swung away. So she shows the ability to swing it both ways, and yeah, first over completed, down for 3.
The two teams for Sri Lanka, Kavisha Dilhari, as you mentioned earlier as well, unfortunately missing out due to an illness. Hasini Pereira will open with Chamari Atapattu. Harshita Samaravikrama, she has been amongst the runs for Sri Lanka. Vishnu Gunaratne, a lot of starts but unable to convert them into the 50s. Madhuri Anakara, the side today. Nilakshika Silva, what a knock that was against India, scoring 50 odd in just 30 odd deliveries. Anushka Sanjeevani, Devmi Vihanga was very impressive with the ball in hand against the same opposition in that last game. Malki Madara, Sugandhika Kumari and Inoshi Fernando. Laura Woolford back in the side for South Africa. Now South Africa, 3 very close games, Gamni. 3 games that could have easily gone their way, but in those crunch moments, the opposition just had the better of them in there.
Yeah, we were talking about the field department of Sri Lanka. I think South Africans have been concerned about that department as well. Left arm orthodox round the wicket. Stock ball comes in. She's not a big turner of the ball. Sugandhika Kumari got the breakthrough very early against South Africa in that previous game. Got through the defense of Brits. Yeah, you can't bowl there. But there is some protection. No. Yep. We were talking about the fielding department of Sri Lanka, but South Africa, I reckon the 3 games they played, their batters were pretty much up there compared to their opposition, but their bowling and their fielding weren't up to the mark. That's where they fell short at times. The 3 close games could have gone either way. Didn't have luck either. Wow. Reminded me of the dismissal. The Brits, their first game, went on the back foot, got through the gate.
It was a good comeback delivery from Sugandhika Kumari. It was too short in the previous delivery, but this time just fired it in. It will be an interesting battle. Brits, of course, will have that dismissal on their mind and just short of that field as well. So Sugandhi Akumari clearly causing some tension out there for Tasman Brits. And this time plays it away on the offside. Easy single for Tasman Brits.
There are 2 boundary riders on either side. Deep extra cover, deep mid wicket. Laura looks a lot more comfortable against Sugandhika Kumari than Laura Brits. Dot ball to finish. 2 quiet overs to start the proceedings in this final game. South Africa, after being put in, they have 5 for no loss.
Malki Mandara hold a good first over. And we're hoping to continue the good work in this one as well. Oh, well played, brilliantly played by Tasman Brits. You can't really say it was a bad delivery, Gamini, but excellently played by Tasman Brits right down the ground.
Yeah, just a short arm jab. It was swinging, it was in the block hole. That's where the bottom hand comes in. Half a helicopter shot, but straight down the ground. Yeah, you need to have a very strong bottom hand to do that. But yeah, terrific start. Yeah, she looks a lot more comfortable against the medium pace of Maliki Madara.
Oh, absolutely hammered away by Tasman Brits. Back-to-back boundaries. And the best of starts for a second over for Malki Madara. Tasman Brits probably got a lot of confidence from that previous stroke, Gamini. This time, short delivery, absolutely hammered it away.
Yeah, just a quiet look in the first 2 overs, and Brits have decided, okay, mate, I'm going to come after you. And one advantage they will have, they've got nothing to lose. So that approach will probably get them to make the decision a bit more positively. And straight away, you could see the wicket keeper is up to the stumps to keep her inside the crease. And
the fact that South Africans do have the license to go hard in this encounter because they no longer have that opportunity to qualify for the final. They can actually make it or break it case for Sri Lanka as well, Gami, because if South Africa goes big here and can actually derail a lot of momentum that Sri Lanka have managed to create in the last 2 encounters before going into the final.
slower delivery. Back of the hand. Nearly drag her outside the crease. Brits, more importantly, it was well directed. So, yeah, these days in modern day cricket, Laxi, see all these innovative shots, the innovative game plans, how to think out of the box. But one thing that the coaches are concentrating on, because talent is always there, bat and pad. Yeah, talent is always there. We've seen many players who look so good at training, but once they wear that match kit out there in the middle, and they tend to have that fear of failure. It's an area that the brain trust work on these days in some of these talented players. And today the South Africans will not have that because they are out of the competition. They can play freely, and it's amazing once you get that part sorted out, that fear of failure, you become a different player.
So end of the third over, South Africa 13 for no loss.
head-to-head numbers between the two sides at the moment. South Africa 15 wins, Sri Lanka 6 wins. They have played 24 times, 3-0 results in that head-to-head graphic. Of course, Sri Lanka registering that 6th win in their last encounter against South Africa.
Yeah, 6 against them, and Laksisi, all these 6 victories have come in the last 2 or 3 years, really. Yeah, Laura prefers the onside because she knows that the ball is coming into her pads, and it is a good contest. She's a terrific player.
Sugandhika Kumari. Delivery. Nogami, earlier you mentioned about the fact that most of these talented players, talented boys, talented girls coming up the ranks, and then because of that pressure, that extra added pressure of wearing that national jersey, they're just not mentally prepared to take that next step, and we have seen cases where they have failed to succeed. Now that was a brilliant stroke from Tasman Beats once again, straight down the ground.
That's an extraordinary shot. Normally, you see players lunging forward, get that front foot forward to hit it through the line, but this time she just moved outside the leg stump a touch, particularly her back leg, allowing her to have her hands through the line, and weight wasn't that forward, so that's another terrific shot. One of those difficult shots to play, to get it over the head of the bowler or on the back foot. That shows that she's used to the speed and the bounce a lot quicker this time.
Nogami coming back to the
Yeah,
conversation.
it's all these talented. There's a difference between good players and the best players around the world. Pretty often, single to deep extra. Pretty often, the best players, they like big moments and they want challenges. They want to be there. There's a very fine word called nervousness in any sport, but the best players in the world, they don't feel nervous. They want to be there. And I've seen coaches even at practices wearing the match kit and trying to get them comfortable with the match situations. And obviously these days, we'll come back to that after 4 overs, 18 for no loss.
මෙයාට ළඟ ඉන්නද? අතා
18 runs on the board for South Africa. Now, that conversation about that being prepared mentally. Now, Gavin, you're a big rugby fan, that's Graham Henry's here in Sri Lanka. Now, we had a chat with Shanaka just a few days ago, and what he mentioned was that in 2007, the New Zealanders, the great All Blacks, they were simply not prepared to face that France challenge in the quarterfinals. They were not mentally prepared to get over that hurdle. But in 2011, in that all-important crunch game where the two teams were just separated by 1 point, they were prepared. So that's how much that means, that mental factor. It can actually cost you World Cups.
Yeah, first thing that they need to do is to get comfortable with your skills and to trust your skills. So there's a big mental part to play on that. Yeah, France had the wood over the All Blacks, particularly in the knockouts. Oh, well, that's a chance. Just carried. Pretty often in slips, when you don't expect the ball to come to you, she was not ready. Often why you drop a catch is that you're not switched on. Now have a look at her reactions. Your hands are forward, but she picked up very late. There you are. One of those hard ones. Never easy diving forward as a slipper to take a catch, and balance was questionable as well. How to get your players to trust your skills in match situations. France lost a quarter-final against All Blacks lost a quarter-finals against France, and then a couple of times they were pipped out. Oh, that's a terrific shot. Needed a good effort to get down on early for that one at point. She's a terrific player on the back foot, Brits, and you just could see. Now you talk about balance and the base. Have a look at this. All correct about that one. Out of the top draw, punched it off the back foot. Lakshika Silva had absolutely no chance.
හොඳ තැන දාන්න පුතේ.
Now Tasmin Brits making a move here, and Sri Lanka, they need to be careful. Tasmin Brits, we all know how destructive she can be.
ඔය
Again, probably didn't get the connection she was looking for, Tasmin Brits, but anyway. They
Yeah,
will,
2 days ago, Lakshmi, sorry, 2 days ago that would have gone to the boundary. I think the outfield has slowed down a touch. Maroof mentioned in that his pitch report that the covers were on for a good part yesterday, and yeah, definitely it's at least a run slower today. So yeah, with this heat, it might improve by this afternoon. Slow delivery, another fumble. Oh, the hesitation. Where, what do you call in rugby, hospital pass? That was a hospital throw.
needed a better throw. A better, flatter throw probably would have been the first wicket for Sri Lanka. And that's what you were talking about earlier as well, Gamini. The fielding aspect, no, those sort of chances. Sri Lanka need to make sure that they make use of those chances. Malki Madara driven away, but this time she manages to gather it. So 5 overs done. 26 runs on the board for South Africa.
Somebody about to won the toss this morning and invited South Africa to take the first lease of the wicket. They moved out to 26 for no loss. Spin and pace for Sri Lanka. I'm not too sure. The wicketkeeper was telling the bowler that was a bit too short, but that it wasn't that short. It's just the footwork of Brits, the ability to use the depth of the crease makes it that much difficult for the bowler to figure out the length. That's there and thereabouts on the coin there. Kumari to a third over 7. You might see Brit is pretty positive player, and she might look to use the feet at some point. Oh, she'll feel disappointed, Brits. There was a bit of length and straight to extra cover.
The most wickets of the Tri Series so far. Now look at that gap between Sneh Rana and Laba in second place. 5 wickets. 11 wickets for Sneh Rana. And Sugandhika Kumari, Sri Lanka's highest wicket taker, alongside Deumi Vihanga, the youngster.
Yeah, let's see whether we can get that graphic once again. How many paces are in that list, Laksisi? Obviously, Sneh Rana is few lengths in front compared to the other bowlers, but yes, spinners have dominated this competition as always, more often when it comes to this part of the world, subcontinent conditions, and yeah, 4-4s already. Rana has been terrific. Ball with a lot of accuracy, penetration, variety. Back to the bowler. Dot ball to finish. South Africa 28 for no loss. That was a magnificent game of cricket dominated by the batters. 337 for 9. Tamima played a knock of her life, 123. Deepti Sharma was quite destructive, 93 of 84. But Dirksen and Clovey the stand-in skipper on the day kept South Africa in it for a very, very long way, and there was a stoppage with 12 balls to go when South Africa had the momentum, but end of the day India won by 23 runs. Yes, South African batters, you can't really complain about their effort in this competition. They played their part, as we mentioned, time and time again. Their bowling and fielding have let them down at times. So the first change, we've got the debutant, haven't we? No? Oh, this is Nana Carr, isn't it? Oh, no, Fernando. Inoshi Fernando. Right arm off spin. Good start for her. You might see these batters using their feet at some point in time. Two right-handers at the crease. Once they get a feel of Fernando, how it's coming out of the hand, the speed out of the hand. 16 wickets for her, 15 matches. They are all right figures, mate. 3 for 21, best figures. Economy rate, anything under 4 runs per over is acceptable. Just a gentle push onto the offside. Yeah, Sri Lankans cannot let these two bat for a long time. They can be destructive once they get off. Well, it wasn't the best delivery that we have seen this morning. Once again, definitely this outfield is a lot slower, probably the slowest we have seen in this competition thus far. These days fielding coaches keep a tab on runs saved and runs given. Already Sri Lankans have given 3 to 4 runs, so I just told you they are going to use their feet. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the fence. Brett didn't really time it. Come off the middle of the bat, but had enough to get a boundary. That's well bowled. Particularly when you have a batter who comes after you, using the crease, the pitch of the ball, the next delivery they'll hang on the back foot for the short one. But Fernando pitching it up again. 35 for no loss after 7.
Extended start for Sugandhika Kumari. She's been bowling 3 overs now, extended spell rather. The 2 experienced batters for South Africa have begun well. They're running the first one hard and they are going for the second. This is very good running between the wickets by Woolwart and Brits. That's what you want to see from your 2 opening batters. When you've been put into bat first, South Africa needs to put up a good score on the board. Laura Woolwart missed out in their previous game against India. She was dropped on 7 by Hasini Perera at first slip. Will that cost Sri Lanka? Another couple of runs for these two, this time quite easily. A very good morning to you, Farwiz. So far, South Africa have done well.
Morning to you, Damit. Morning, all our viewers. Yeah, I think South Africa have started really well, considering the fact that Sri Lanka won the toss. Rightly so, in my opinion, bowling first on a surface which has a bit of moisture with the overnight rain and yesterday's downfall the entire day almost. A lot of credit should go to Wolfart, especially beg your pardon, Tasmin Brits, the way she has played the ball on its merit, and it's important to use the power play well. That's what South Africa has done well. And playing for pride. So when a team plays for pride, nothing much to gain. Watch out for that team.
Also, Parviz, the fact that Sri Lanka have won both the games chasing would have also been a reason why they wanted to bowl first, as well as the forecast. Very good fielding. That's Inoshi Fernando playing her first game in the series. 8 overs completed. 5 of Sugandika's 4th over. South Africa 40 for 1. 40 for no loss. In between overs, these two players want a lot of fluids. Inoshi Fernando will continue. Parviz, rain is forecasted towards the latter part of the day, and also the fact that Sri Lanka chased well. Do you think those two reasons would have also been factored in when Sri Lanka opted to bowl first?
As our weatherman Roshana Bising has said it, when it's going to, predicted rain. So most probably when he says, it's right. So that's definitely Chamari Atapattu would have considered, because what you don't want to do is to chase something that you don't know the score what you're chasing. That's a good shot. Playing with the turn, and Wolfart, that's what she has done really well. Whenever the opportunity is offered, she grabs it with both hands with a lovely hit over mid-wicket.
South Africa maximizing the power play restrictions. There's only 10 deliveries left in the first power play. Only 2 fielders are loved outside the 25-yard circle in the first power play. So now the Sri Lankan think tank looking to place fielders which will save the boundaries. She's been timing the ball really well, Laura Wolfart. These two have made a massive contribution to South African cricket so far as the openers. This one also hit straight. Inoshi Fernando, more of a T20 specialist. Faris playing her first game in this series because of the illness to Kavisha Dilhari.
We speak a lot about how good the players are playing in the last game. More than 650 runs are scored. I think we talk less about the curate and the groundsman, the pitch they are produced. Playing on the same pitch which played a couple of days ago, and it still looked good. That's an example. Playing on the up against a spinner is not easy. So a lot of credit should go to the groundsman and the curate of the Arpinda Stadium for producing some magnificent tracks. 46 for no loss.
අජිතා අතා පොඩ මේට නතා අතා
Last over in the first power play. Sugandhika Kumari bowling her fifth over.
දෙන්න බා නවතන්න පුතේ
Chamariyatapattu persisting with Sugandhika Kumari because she got the wicket of Tasmin Brits in the first game. There you go. Friends and families of the two teams present. There's no Inoka Ranavira in the lineup for Sri Lanka. So there's only one left arm spin option for Chamariyatapattu. Beautifully driven by Laura Woolward.
ආන ළඟ වැඩි
It's a third boundary. Too full and got the treatment it required.
එන්න තතර දාන්න දාපු විදියට දාමු
With that boundary brings up the 50 for South Africa. It's a good shot, was too full by Sugandhika Kumari, the left arm spinner. I thought the line was decent, but the length was way too full against the two openers who have been striking it really well. That's much better. Pulling it back. And again, just going back to the point that I made in the last over. The last delivery was a perfect example. It's just kidding on to the bat. Lovely conditions out there. She loves batting against Sri Lanka, doesn't she? Average of 104. The strike rate of 80. Laura Woolfart. And looks like with the way she's batting now and started, she's looking good for a big one.
පනපට උඩට
Yeah, before this series, the last time she played, got a massive 100 in her own backyard. Another single to end the first power play. South Africa 53 for none.
That's leg stump. End of power play.
Umpire Anna Harris signalling the end of the first power play. And Malki Madara have been brought back into the attack for her second spell. Even though you can have four fielders outside the 25-yard circle, Sri Lanka still persisting with only two fielders.
Eagle-eyed Viraj Kotalawala capturing the moments. They have the eagle eye in the grounds taking pictures. And we have the hawk eye and Roshana Basing in the commentary box. What a combination.
Sri Lanka badly need a wicket right now. Fariz, even though the restrictions allows you to have four fielders outside the 25-yard circle, Sri Lanka still going with only two fielders. Just letting them know that you cannot get away with easy singles.
Shot. That's a lovely stroke by Tasmin Brits. Just set up. Lovely. That was exclusive. When it comes to back foot drive, it doesn't get any better than this. Slow ball, slightly shorter. Off she goes. Just a matter on having only 2 fielders outside the circle. Damit, I think Chamaria Tapattu is looking for one more wicket. She's trying to somehow break this partnership, which is looking dangerous and ominous at the moment.
Straight away, cover point, push to the deep. Anna Harris from the UK. She's been standing most all of the game rather. Dedunu De Silva from Sri Lanka. Another single to Tasmin Brits. These two are looking ominous for Sri Lanka.
Malki Madara is struggling since the leg cutter what she bowls, which she's very successful with, is not gripping in this pitch. So hence Brits and Wolford is playing through the line and they're trusting the bounce and the pace of the pitch. So once she starts gripping off the pitch, then it's going to be tough work. TV umpire Lyndon Hannibal, very busy man, taking some notes down. Shot again. That time it was Indaka. Nicely dealt by Wolford, clipping away for a single towards square leg. 59 for no loss.
Another bowling change for Sri Lanka. Devumi Vihanga is playing only her 3rd game. Devumi Vihanga made her ODI debut in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. She's been among the wickets. Straight away shot, and Laura will be quite disappointed that she wasn't able to bisect the field that time. There you go, Devumi Vihanga, 4 wickets so far in 2 games. Another short delivery.
I have this feeling with the mid-on in the circle, as we speak, mid-on drops back to long on, that Wolford will take her on. Those are the numbers of Vihanga, very young in age, just made a debut. Does have a good action when it comes to off-spinner. Gives a lot of reps. The surface is helpful. She can be helpful, but she'll be tested in this kind of a surface. But the 2 batters are set. The pitch is looking really good for batting, and I like the pace what she's bowling. Importantly, at the right length.
single to end the 12th over. South Africa 61 for no loss. Here's how South African openers played in that first power play. Tasmin Brits and Laura Woolward. They've had very good starts in this series. They've been able to put away anything loose, and that's been their trait. Laura Woolward and Tasmin Brits. Malki Madara, she just bowled only one over in her second spell, and straight away Captain Chamari has brought back Inoshi Fernando.
Interesting for the off spinner. There's a slip in place with two batters well set. Probably the line got to be slightly outside the yaw stump for Inoshi, and that'll become just like that. And at the moment there's no deep square leg fielder, and even this square leg fielder is quite square and there's no find. So if Tasmin Brits is smart, she could use the paddle sweep for good effect. Just go outside the yaw stump and merry around with the field. I think Inoshi Fernando is quite comfortable bowling those floaters with a slip in place.
Tasmin Brits scored a brilliant 100 against India. Since then, she hasn't been able to convert those starts. Today too, she had a good start, another couple of runs. They've run well between the wickets, Farvis.
That's been one of the hallmark of this partnership, running between wickets and the communication. Poor delivery, yes, couldn't put it away, but ran the first one hard and actually ran for the second run on the throw. Again, that floating out the outswinger. I think that's why Chamari Atapasu is attacking with a slip. Inoshi Fernando just letting it go in front of her hand, getting some swing in the air.
Sri Lanka have already qualified for the final against India on Sunday. Free of charge, no, for all the fans who can come to R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium to watch the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. 13 overs completed, 65 for none. South Africa scoring at 5 runs per over. Devumi Viyanga to continue. Farvis, this Sunday we should expect a very good crowd. There you go, the Lion supporting Sri Lanka. We urge all the fans to come and support Sri Lanka. This is Sri Lanka's first final in ODI cricket. They've come to the final and won in T20 format, but not in the ODI format. So It's free entry for all the fans. Make sure you'll come with your families, loved ones and friends to support Sri Lanka.
Yeah, big weekend coming up for Sri Lanka, not only in cricket but in rugby as well. Just before I start on the matter, Michelle Pereira, match referee, along with Lyndon Hannibal. Outside edge, and I think it's taken. That was a good catch. It was dying down. The slip fielder had to dive forward. Looking at the body language, the Sri Lankans are quite confident, but I'm sure the umpires will have a conversation and the decision will be taken upstairs.
Referral for a fair catch. TV umpire director, we have umpire referral for a fair catch. Can you start with the front foot, please? Yeah, it's a fair delivery. Move on to the front on for the criteria catch, please. Okay, roll it back, please. Roll it back. And just, Melissa, just slow it down a little bit. Slow it down. Okay, roll it, roll it. Okay, fingers are clearly under the ball, and it's a fair catch, completed fairly. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is out. My decision is out.
But an easy decision for TV umpire Lyndon Hannibal. A very good catch from Hasini Pereira. Reprieve for Hasini Pereira. She dropped Laura. This time she made no mistake with Tasmin Brits.
A very good catch. Never easy feeling in the slips, diving forward. And Hasini Pereira, safe as houses. Brits gone for 38, South Africa 68 for 1.
Number 3 batter for South Africa, Lara Goodall. Timely wicket for Sri Lanka. The two openers were looking ominous. Lara Goodall, she has played 48 innings, over 900 runs. She want to improve on that average. 3 half centuries so far in ODI cricket. The off spinners of Sri Lanka will love bowling to Lara Goodall. She can be destructive.
Flying it, Priyanka, giving it plenty of air. Slip in place. Mentioned a good point, Damit. Off spinner will enjoy bowling against the left-hander. This occasion was way too full and way too slow. Nicely tugged out by Lara the first ball. A very good finish for the over. 68 for 1.
So South Africa 68 for 1 after 14. Inoshi Fernando will continue from the media centre end Big wicket. Sri Lanka in the previous over.
ගෙවුම් කරගන්න පොඩ්ඩක්.
Laura Wolfart, she's still in. She's got a start. Looking dangerous out there.
Well, Sri Lanka opting to bowl first, as Chamari has always done. She likes to chase. See, interesting if you're pulled out of your comfort zone come the final. Now this game is not of great consequence. That's not good fielding. Couple of runs. So here you are. You're getting into a nice zone, nice rhythm, chasing, and suddenly, if you're told to bat first, I don't intend to bat first because you pick your bench strength. You bat first and just try and see how things are.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing, isn't it? Do you look to continue your winning momentum and give it your best shot to win, or do you want to test things out a little bit, like you said, because you could be put in a position where you are uncomfortable in the final. So it's a tricky decision, I think, for teams as well. But given how the tournament has gone so far, I feel like the chasing teams have had big opportunities. I know South Africa have failed in 2 chases, but they've come close in both of them. So perhaps that's also something that was on the minds of the Sri Lanka management.
No doubt. I think the teams chasing have won, but I'm just saying that this is a good game to come out of the comfort zone, right? Try something different, maybe, because they come up with a different kind of complexion with the team, some changes. So why not bat first, take that chance? Because whether you lose or win, it has no bearing. But instead, it will, teach you something going into that important final. That's a wide. Well, talking about the final, Estelle, happening on the 11th. And I think I'm hoping for a big crowd here with Sri Lanka in the final. Expecting a lot to turn up and cheer the Sri Lankan lasses. Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, it should be a good game, isn't it? Because Sri Lanka gave India quite a good fight in the last game, chasing down 270 plus. It was a phenomenal chase. Expecting more people to come in. Free entrance, as we mentioned before. So bring your families, come down and support the girls as they take on India. So 15 overs done. South Africa 72 for 1.
ළමයි.
Sorry, is that middle? Please, that's correct. Thanks.
72 for 1. 15 overs completed. Vihanga continues. Oh, that's through. That's through. That is brilliant bowling. The off spinner turning in. And it's Wolfart, the captain, who has to take that long walk back.
Massive wicket for Sri Lanka, and it's Devumi Vihanga, the inexperienced youngster, coming in just right through the batter. A little bit of spin on that occasion, and the celebration from Sri Lanka, I think, tells the story because they know what a big wicket that is. Wolfart continues to get starts but hasn't been able to kick on. South Africa now 72 for 2 after 15.1. Simeon Smith, the next batter in, made her debut in the last game, played a decent knock, 39. That strike rate is something she will want to look at a little bit. Another promising youngster that South Africa have brought in this competition. Rashawn, you were talking about experimenting a little bit. Certainly with their playing 11, South Africa has experimented.
Well, I think it's a good way to go. You experiment, and if you win, I mean, it's a bonus. But for South Africa, yes, I know that they don't want to go out of a tournament defeated. But, well, now it's about making use of the opportunity, because a win is not going to make a big difference. Beautifully bowled. That's the line as an off spinner you'll expect her to bowl. I think there's a little bit of drift. Yes, that's because of the breeze on the scoreboard indicates that. Just look at that. Just a little bit, and then it holds its line.
We spoke about those wicket-taking options during the pre-match show, Roshan. And I think, going by what we've seen from Devi Vihanga so far in this competition, she might be that kind of bowler that Sri Lanka have been looking for.
Yeah, it's important, isn't it? And I mean, for people who have not seen, well, we'll talk about it in a little while. This is that last ball, or last wicket, brilliantly bowled. Just a bit of drift, top of the leg stump, the off-spinner's dream delivery. And she's getting some turn. Now that I think could be the drying moisture that's on the surface, because when it starts to dry, it tends to kind of respond in that manner.
Yeah, used surface as well, Roshan, as Farviz rightly mentioned during the pitch report. So there should be a little more assistance for the spinners. But she's flighting the ball so much that she's able to extract whatever is available. It's nicely played by Goodall. Long chase for Harshita Samaravikrama. They come down for 2. So good finish to that over. Wicket taking over for Vihanga nevertheless. South Africa 75 for 2 after 16.
Well, South Africa has got slightly slower. Now that could be because of those wickets lost. The second 50 taking a bit longer than the first 50. South Africa looking to try and have a good base to launch, because they've been put in. It's not the easiest surface to bat on. So Inoshi will continue. She's gone for 21 in 4 overs. Very different. Both off spinners. Inoshi and Deumi. Oh, very nearly. I think there was a deflection onto the stumps. Lucky that I'm not sure whether the batter was outside the crease. Sri Lanka is asking for it. Now, you can consider yourself to be very unfortunate if you're given out here. And Harris is asking for it. So let's see.
Okay, let me check. TV umpire to director. We have an umpire referral for a run out at the bowler's end. Can you give me the best angle that you got, please? Just give me front on Malisha. I just want to make sure that she has touched the ball. Yeah, just can you just roll it back and slow it down, please? Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, it looks like it's come off the finger, because I can see a slight deflection. But give me another angle that you have. Roll it. Yeah. Yeah, the ball has come off the hand. I can see a deflection onto the stumps. Now give me the side on, please, to see the run out itself. Roll it back. Yeah, I can't see the bails coming off. I just wanted to make sure the bails have. Yeah. I have a decision for the giant screen. The batsman has made the ground by the time the wickets have been broken. My decision for the giant screen is not out. My decision is not out.
Well, the decision should come up very soon. It's a fairly straightforward not out by the third umpire, Lyndon Hannibal. But I can tell you what, Laura Goodall would have had a heart in her mouth, because these run-outs can be very tricky. You know, I mean, just could be milliseconds in it. So fine. They're looking for 2. They might get a boundary here, I think. It's gone fine. Yes, it's 4. Well done. Beautifully done by Smith.
Yeah, that's the type of shot she's shown that she can play really well. The sweep gets a much needed boundary. So 2 new batters, they'll not want to get stuck in the crease. We did see South Africa slow down a bit even in the previous game after a couple of wickets. So they'll want to keep it busy. Just on that run out, Roshan, I think it's also tricky because it looked like it would be a catch. So as a non-striker, your attention is kind of split between getting back into the crease and also watching what's happening.
See, that's why I say I mean, the non-striker has to be very unfortunate to be dismissed that way, because, you know, utterly unintentional. I mean, pure luck. Just touches something, and you're then caught in a way napping, trying to get back into the crease. But if you look at the 2 off spinners, I mean, we know that Devmi Vihanga is also an off spinner, and we have Fernando bowling now, but so different, isn't it? I mean, you were saying that she's a T20 bowler, and Devmi, of course, is a different kind of, you know, bowler who's more into that wicket taking style with that attacking bowling style. So interesting.
And Sri Lanka have got plenty of options in that off-spin department, don't they? They've got Chamari Atapattu, of course, who's bowled a lot during this competition. Quick run. Massive appeal from Sri Lanka. It looked like it would be a comfortable run. Umpires going up once again.
Strikers here. With the best side on angle, please. Roll it. Can you just put it back, please, and slow it down? Yeah, roll it forward. Yeah, the batsman has made a ground before the wickets have been put down. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out.
Well, the third umpire is kept busy, isn't he? Lyndon Hannibal. He's overworked. And not out is the decision of the third umpire. And it's time for some drinks with the score on 81 for 2 at the end of 17.
South Africa 82 for 2 after 17 overs. They'll be a bit disappointed with those 2 starts, Roshan. Wolfhard and Brits getting into the 30s, both of them capable of playing those big knocks, but unfortunately dismissed. So some work to be done by them. But just looking at their batting order, I'm thinking Tryon and Dirksen batting way too low.
Yeah, because they are and batting behind Jafta, I don't think so. I mean, I suppose that's just a batting order on assumption, but that will change. And well, these are the wickets. Good catch at slip. Again, the off spinner, beautiful drift. And then this was the dream delivery. Bit of drift, turn in, top of leg stump. He's just the ideal delivery that an off spinner is looking for every day of the week. Malki Madara went for some runs at the top, then it's been spinners. But look at Vihanga, 2 for 8 in her 3 overs and looked very, very impressive.
Yeah, the spinners are the ones who've been doing the bulk of the work for Sri Lanka right throughout this competition. I think apart from that first game where Achini Kulasurya played, Sri Lanka have gone with just the sole medium pacer, everything else provided by spin. We were talking about the off-spinning options for Sri Lanka. Got Chamariyathafattu obviously today. Kavisha Dilhari is another one. I think that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen Inoshi Fernandez so far in this competition, because they've got so many off-spinning options and not that many left-handers in the opposition sides. But now with Kavisha Dilhari's spot in the final also in doubt, perhaps we will see a little bit more of Inoshi in the coming games as well.
So 82 for 2. Sri Lanka will be pleased with this position, particularly after that opening partnership. As you said, with Brits and Wolfhard getting South Africa off to a good start, coming up with a stable kind of foundation looking to build. But then Sri Lanka pulling it back a little bit, dismissing both set batters. And now they got 2 new batters to try and work around them. And how will the Sri Lankan bowling resources be utilised? Well, just 4 at the moment, but they got quite a few options going forward. Chamariyathafattu herself pulls a lot of off spin. But just one left arm spinner, Sugandhika Kumari. They used to play 2 left armers, but Sugandhika opening the bowling in the absence of another seam bowler. So Drinks should be leaving the field very shortly. Play should resume with South African women on 82 for 2. Right, we're almost ready to regroup and commence battle.
Yeah, apart from Athafattu, I think Manu Dinanayakara is the only other bowling option Sri Lanka have today. She's a medium pacer, so I wonder how much of her bowling Sri Lanka will utilise, or whether they will look to use just the 5 bowlers and finish their 10 overs each. Sri Lanka selectors in the stands, they've been right throughout this competition. That's what you want to see. They want to see how these young players are performing, how the combinations are working, because as we've mentioned so many times before, Sri Lanka at this moment don't have any scheduled fixtures between now and the World Cup. So this competition is going to be really important in deciding what kind of combinations they want to go for.
I think they got an idea as to what their most of their 15, without doubt, because they've seen some good efforts. Oh, well bowled. There's a bit of grip on the surface for sure. Smith looking to punch it. But competitions like this, nicely bowled, nice pace, didn't turn. Just hurried on a little bit, I thought, had a bit of bounce. But competitions like this, and hopefully Sri Lanka cricket could get a few more between now. Oh, taken at mid-wicket. It's the young lady's day. Vihanga, she's got her 3rd wicket. South Africa, being teased by her line and length and loop, succumbs.
Yeah, another big wicket from Deumi Vihanga. This time Yanni Smith trying to go over the top. Doesn't get the elevation. Nicely taken by Manu Dinanayakara. As you said, it looks like it's going to be Vihanga's day. She's been really good, I think, keeping the batters guessing as to what's happening off the pitch. South Africa 82 for 3 now after 70.3.
කඩුළු රකින්නේ ඕෆි
Vishangazi is the new batter. Deumi Vihanga has been in her elements. 3 for 8. And Shangazi doesn't have a big, doesn't have a lot to show just into her 7th innings. Average little over 10, strike rate in the mid 50s. So that's not very frightening. But it's a new day and it's a new challenge. And she gets off the mark.
ඒ මෙයා පොඩක් බලන්න පුළුවන් හොඳේ. මෙයා
So this is the last wicket. And Smith trying to go over the top, as I said. Just finds the fielder at mid-wicket. Just on Shangazi. I thought she played really well in the last game. In the last chase was a runner ball 36. Very, very busy cricketer, and that's good to see in that middle order. You need someone who can work the singles, work the ball around. She did that well in the previous game.
නෝතකන්
I like this contest. Off spinner against the left-hander. Ideally, Vihanga would look to drift it in to the left-hander and maybe find some turn for the outside edge. Needs to be getting her to play on the front foot. But she finishes over number 4 with another wicket taking over. 18 done, 83 for 3.
So South Africa 83 for 3 after 18, and we're seeing a change in bowling now. Chamari Athapattu coming into the attack for the first time in this game. The field around, just the 3 fielders on the offside, so wide open spaces. Athapattu just trying to tempt the batter to play a bit against the spin. That's a record. 43 wickets in 113 games. Think about what she can do with the bat. It's a massive advantage having a player who can bowl like that in your side as well.
Well, I must tell you that we've seen a new Chamari Athapattu in this tournament. I say new because she's known for her batting, but she's bowled a lot of overs. She's got wickets and bowled economically. And she hasn't been generally used as much as a bowler, but now, oh, that's a little bit too full. I'm afraid Goodall or Shangazi, I beg your pardon, needs to make use of it.
If you're listening to Anushka Sanjeevani behind the stump, she's saying something very interesting. Telling Athapattu to bowl the way she usually bowls. Don't try to do anything different. She looks like she's trying to flight the ball a lot, and that's not something that she usually does. She bowls a lot flatter, a lot more of a defensive bowler.
Runs here in the gap. Couple for Shangazi.
Okay.
19 done, 85 for 3. Well, I must say that there has been a fair bit of infrastructure development involving cricket in the country. This is what we see. This is what Sri Lanka cricket has been working on. Plenty in the high performance centre, helping the players develop their fitness, their regimes under close supervision. And there is also a lot of work to be done in the gym. What about you, Estelle? Have you been going to the gym? I mean, I can see you that you put on a little bit of muscle. Oh, is that taken? I think it is. We spoke about the battle between the off spinner and the left-hander, and Goodall playing a rather firm-footed drive and a fairly simple catch.
Another wicket for Devumi Vihanga, so she's got 4. That's not a great shot from Laura Goodall. Is very much dependent on her leg side play. Just gets an edge, an easy catch this time for Hasini Pereira. So South Africa struggling a bit now. 85 for 4 after 19.1.
Right, Jefta is the new batter. The wicket keeper, she's batting at number 6, came ahead of Dirksen and also Tryon. And she's averaging under 13, a best of 28. Doesn't speak too much about her ability as a batter, but we've seen her keep wickets and she's been outstanding behind the stumps. But South Africa depending on her batting skills here more than her wicket keeping skills, because they are in a fair bit of bother here. 85 for 4.
I thought she looked good in the previous game as well. Was once again sent ahead of Dirksen and Tryon. That's the last wicket. Again, as you said, that little bit of drift in and then a little bit of spin away. Not a great shot, but still it's been good bowling by Vihanga. And that's her 5th wicket. 5 for 9 for Devmi Vihanga. What was Jefta doing?
Well, I wish I knew, but we all know that Devmi Vihanga is in a zone. Jefta, a rather airy-fairy shot with her head up in the air. Just look at it. This is teasing bowling. Just look at her. She's swinging wildly. She's just swinging wildly. That ball dipped a little bit, turned enough, took the leg stump. Outstanding stuff. Jefta has to walk back without scoring. And South Africa, half of the side gone in the 20th over. 80 for 5.
So South Africa 85 for 5. Devmi Vihanga in her 3rd game has her first 5-wicket haul. 5 for 9. She's picked up every wicket to fall today, and it's been a brilliant performance of bowling for South Africa. They're in a bit of a rut now. Jefta sent in ahead of the 2 informed batters. Dirksen, of course, the best of the best we've seen in this competition. That 81 was in the last game, chasing 338. She's been brilliant to watch, but she's going to have a long, hard way to go in this game if she wants to get South Africa to a competitive total.
Well, there's a lot of work to be done, no doubt. And you'll have to expect a different approach from Dirksen. She'll have to take her time. Firstly, try and get out of this difficult situation with Shangasi if she can. Just take South Africa through for the next maybe 5 to 10 overs. Calm the nerves a little bit in the dressing room. At the moment, wickets falling close to each other.
I like this captaincy from Atapattu as well. Just the one fielder out in the deep. Everyone else is in the ring and protecting that single down the track. That's nicely done by Dirksen, the informed batter for South Africa. She's just gone over the bowler's head. Boundary for her to start things off. So 20 overs done. South Africa 89 for 5. So Atapattu will continue on the media centre end. Shangazi on strike. A lot flatter, that first delivery that we saw in the previous over. Just some encouragement from Sanjeevani behind the stumps. Bowl it straight, she says. That's a really good bit of fielding from Manu Dinanakara in the ring. Sri Lanka have been good in the field today. We haven't seen those misfields and missed opportunities, except for that one from Hasini Pereira earlier in the innings.
Well, I think that's what happens to a team when you're on a roll. You know, they're on a roll. You could see that there is a spring in their step. They move quickly between overs. Oh, that could have been only a single. So you hear a lot of chatter. So these are signs and signals, characteristics of a team that is enjoying themselves, and Sri Lanka are definitely enjoying themselves at the moment.
It's a confidence game, isn't it? Once you start playing well, everything picks up in intensity. That's what we've seen from this inner ring today as well. Despite them missing Kavisha Dilhari, who's probably the best fielder in the side.
Well, I like to understand and watch Dirkson's game. She's punched it. Couple of runs here. Might want 3, but she'll be happy with 2. What's going to be her response? Now, she's not going to hang about. She's not going to play defensive cricket. Now, this is a good approach because she is looking to take the bowling on a little bit. You throw up a challenge. She's willing to come down the pitch, willing to take the fight to the bowlers, so to speak.
That's what you love to see, particularly from a young player, isn't it? The way she's batted in this competition, she's been just brilliant to watch.
Runs behind point. Come back is the call. Couple of runs. So 94 for 5. 21 overs done.
टाइट बॉल करमु देव में
South Africa at one stage were 68 for no loss, and then they were 85 for 5. Shangazi and Dirkson have a lot of work to do. Devumi Vihanga. What a spell she's bowling here. Keeping it tight, keeping it wicket to wicket. Making the better play. Playing only her 3rd game. Flighted, and Shangazi gets her first boundary. Much needed one for South Africa. Sometimes the best form of defense is to attack. That's what Shangazi is doing right now. But boy oh boy, Parviz, excellent bowling from Devumi Vihanga. She's one of the few players who have come up through the ranks, played for Sri Lanka under 19s, and now in the national setup. Swept straight to Malki Madara, who's fielding at short square leg.
Sri Lankan skipper Chamariyata Pattu, rightly so, trying to attack. I think player like Dirkson, who's in super form since the last game, was hammering sixes for fun. Batted number 4 in the last game, 81 runs in 80 deliveries. I think sometimes just keeping things quiet will be the way forward.
Here are the 5 dismissals for Devumi Vihanga. First, it was Tasmin Brits, was caught brilliantly by Hasini Pereira. Then the big one, Laura Woolward, castling the South African captain. This was Mian Smith. They're pushing for the second one. As she crossed the line, Shangazi, there was hesitation in the middle. But umpires have gone to the TV umpire.
Yeah, roll it. Yeah, just give me the opposite angle, please, just to confirm. It appears the batsman has made a ground. I just want to confirm that. Yeah, roll it. Yeah, that has clearly made a ground before the wickets have been put down. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out. My decision is not out.
Easy decision for Lyndon Hannibal. Anushka Sanjeevani, the wicket keeper. I thought she didn't do the basics right. If she had stayed behind the stumps, it's just a matter of grabbing the ball and taking the stumps off. In front of the stumps, she has to go around and take the bails off. Something for the fielding coach to take a note and talk with Anushka Sanjeevani at the break and make sure that mistake won't happen again. Brings up the 100 as well for South Africa.
Chamariya to the captain to continue. Down the leg side. An easy single for Dirksen. This will be the wicket Sri Lanka will be looking for. Anna Dirksen, before she gets a start, before she gets into her groove, they need to get the wicket of Dirksen if they are to dominate proceedings in the next half also. They need to stop these singles, Farvis.
I think tactically Chamariya could use Sugandhika Kumari for a couple of overs. She's the only left arm spin in the side. And Dirksen, we saw in the last game how powerful she can strike the ball. I reckon the best chance of dismissing Dirksen would be get the left arm spinner, squeeze in some dot deliveries, frustrate her, and that's the way forward rather than going after the wicket and leaking runs as we've seen in the last 1.5 hours or so. And when you're too greedy for a wicket, sometimes you just leak runs without knowing what's been happening.
Anna Dirksen, she's been among the runs throughout this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation Series. Jemima Rodrigues topping the run chart so far. Dirksen, if she can bat for another 10 or 15 overs, she can definitely overtake Jemima Rodrigues. Both these batters are known for their power hitting. Beautifully flighted but neatly driven by Anna Dirksen. Good bit of fielding from Malki Madara. Saves a single. They run 3 runs. Yeah, I'll have to agree with you, Farvis. Best time to now bring back your left arm spinner.
I think supporting Demi Vihanga is Chamariya Tapattu's prime goal should be. At the moment she's leaking runs, trying to take a wicket. Just like you bat in partnership scoring runs, it's all about bowling in partnership. And at the moment Athapattu releasing the pressure, trying to go for wickets. 107 for 5.
Devmi Vihanga to continue. Why wouldn't she? She's been on a roll. Some fans out here watching Sri Lanka playing. And Sri Lanka Cricket has made arrangements for the fans to come and enjoy the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation. The final will be played on Sunday at the same venue. No tickets required, it's free entry. Devmi Vihanga, she's only the 5th Sri Lanka women's cricketer to take 5 wickets in an ODI game. But this is a very good counter-attacking partnership so far from Shangazi and Dirksen. They've added 23 runs off 23 balls, 24 runs off 23 balls.
Nicely bowled by Vyanga. Just on the matter of the final, I just hope that the crowd will be much better. Surely it's a Sunday. It's a day out for the family. Come and watch the Sri Lankan ladies taking on the much fancied Indian side, if I may say. They were like players like Demi Wanga. Take a look at that for a commitment. Not willing to give the easy single. It's an important weekend for Sri Lanka in general in sports. You got the All Blacks playing tomorrow against Sri Lanka. Day after is big final. All Blacks under 85, beg your pardon. The national side of Sri Lanka. I'm sure racecourse will be packed. And hopefully the game on Sunday, India-Sri Lanka in the Tri-Nations Server Cup, will have a substantial crowd supporting our ladies to win against a much fancied Indian side. A single to end the 24th over. South Africa 110 for 5.
Chamari Athapattu to continue, the captain for Sri Lanka. It's a much better delivery from the Sri Lankan captain. Went on with the arm. There's the coaching camp for Sri Lanka. Here's the replay. Kept it head low as well. This time gripped and spun. But these two players have good understanding.
The coaching setup of the Sri Lankan side on the far right. Big D, Darshan Veerasinghe, the trainer. Next to him, Ramesh Ratnayake, the head coach. Kaman Mahapatna, coaching staff, as well as Duminda Perera. Well experienced Kaman and Duminda playing lots of first class cricket. Ramesh Ratnayake, of course, no need in any introduction. The greatest fast bowler Sri Lanka has produced. And most importantly, the last couple of years, I think the consistency of the ladies have been substantially good comparing the previous years, the performances, and most games out of Sri Lanka, out of subcontinent has been won. So a lot of progress when it comes to winning in tough conditions. And top it off. Run out chance, hesitation. Oh, missed it. Oh. Anushka Sanjeevani, she just had to pick the ball up and take the bails off, and she makes a meal out of it.
Cardinal error from Sri Lanka. Cannot say that's the best of the throws, but you expect your wicketkeeper to do the rest. Shangazi wasn't even in the picture. This time there's no hesitation between the two batters. Last thing South Africa would have wanted now was a run out. Another single for South Africa, 113 for 5.
යන්න ඕන. මනුති යන්නකෝ.
Looks like Sugandha Kumari, the left arm spinner who opened the bowling. They come into the attack from the far end, coming over the wicket as a left arm spinner. She's restricting herself when it comes to the mode of dismissal for the top edge. Should be easy couple of runs straight away. Dirksen going for the reverse sweep. Couple of reasons for that reverse sweep, Damin. Left arm spinner bowling over the wicket. LPW most of the time out of the equation. And the third man fielder in the circle was quite square. So Dirksen wanted to get fine. Close for a catch, but she deserves a bit of luck after the knock she played a couple of days before and the way she has started today.
ආන කොට කරන්න එපා.
Also far is Sugandhika Kumari could attack the stumps more if she can come round the wicket. Sugandhika Kumari bowling her 6th over. She's coming over the wicket. Not giving any room whatsoever, Sugandhika Kumari. Good bit of fielding from Nilakshi De Silva. That's what you want from your fielders.
For me, ideally, Sugandhika Kumari should be coming round the wicket, trying to bowl wicket to wicket and on a good length and odd ball to turn to create the doubt on the batter's mind. At the moment, bowling this line is completely taking the LBW equation away, and Dirksen just playing the ball on his merit. And being a left-arm spinner without Inoka Ranavira in the side, I reckon Chamari Athapattu has to use Sugandhika Kumari as a striking weapon rather than making her to do the containing job where the off spinners and Malki Madar, the seam bowler, can get their job done. This is much better. Changing the angle. End of the 26th over, 119 for 5.
ළමයි ඉන්න ළමයි.
Chamari now coming round the wicket. Loud appeal. Only doubt for Anna Harris would have been that would have pitched outside the leg stump.
I'll tell you what, that looked mighty close. Watching it live, even I thought it was pitching outside the leg stump, but looking at it on a slow motion with the for me, if you have the pitch map, that would have been pitching around leg stump, and it was skidding on, probably would have struck leg stump as well. And a massive appeal by Athapattu, more than appeal, it's a plea. But in the end, umpire says not out. That looks mighty close. For me, Damit, that looked out.
Yeah, very close indeed. Shangaze, probably another reprieve for her. The only doubt for Anna Harris again would have been to was pitching outside the leg stump. That was her indication.
දෙන්න
when Chamari inquired also. Never easy, isn't it, Fabrice, to pick up all those umpires don't have the pitch map.
දෙන්න එපා.
End of the 27th, 120 for 5. So far, these two players have added 35 runs of 45 deliveries. Friends and family of the Sri Lankan team watching the proceedings. 23 overs remaining for South Africa. Dirksen, she holds the key. Sugandhika Kumari bowling a 7th over.
Yeah, good to see both the sides playing with intent, and intensity level is quite good as well, considering it's a dress rehearsal, a dead rubber, whatever may you call it. But I reckon, in my opinion, Damit, when it comes to international cricket, there's no room for complacency, even though this game doesn't have that substances when it comes to the final. And for South Africa, it's not about pride. They leave this tour with at least with one win. From Sri Lanka's point of view, it's about taking this momentum for the game which is happening day after. Always winning is a habit. You like to play a big game with confidence high and players firing in it. So I just reckon that if this intensity level goes till the end of the game, Sri Lanka can keep chipping with wickets, especially with Dirksen. That's the order of the day for the Sri Lankan side.
Was that a drop chance? I reckon so. She just put her hand out. Dirksen, she packs a punch. Yeah. Never easy. Straight away a field change. Loud appeal. Probably would have brushed the pad. There you go.
Yeah.
Probably would have brushed the pad. Another single to Dirksen. 28 completed. 122 for 5.
So the most wickets in the competition so far. There will be Vihanga 9 wickets. Sneh Rana topping the list with 11. She's had a fantastic run over this tournament. Vihanga just in 3 games 9 wickets already.
126 for 5, a boundary of the first ball. I think Sri Lanka is missing a trick here. They're just starting to release the pressure. Atapattu dragging it short and wide and nicely punched off the back foot by Dirksen. So Sri Lanka will have to be careful. They'll have to make sure that they don't let a partnership develop. Already 41 of 52 balls and they're threatening, and Dirksen's looking very dangerous, 26 of 27.
Yeah, she's been the standout clearly in this competition for South Africa. 30 in that first game in that chase against India, then 61 against Sri Lanka, and 81 in the last game against India where they were chasing such a mammoth total. I thought in that game it was simply the fact that she was so fatigued and cramping so badly that she couldn't get to that 100. Good delivery from Chamari Atapattu right in the block hole.
I must give her a lot of credit, give Chamari Atapattu a lot of credit. She's used her variations well, she's used her experience well. Short delivery, hit with a lot of power. I must say that Dirksen packs a punch, doesn't she? She is a very powerful striker, and when she connects, they actually stay hit.
Yeah, but what I've liked about her is that she's been versatile. She's come in when South Africa's been in a bit of trouble. It's not just the hitting game that she has, can work the ball around as well, and we've seen that in this innings so far. Still going at a decent clip, 27 of 30, but has shown how versatile she is.
42 of 56. Shangazi has made 18 of 33. That's on the front. Oh, given! Atapattu strikes. I was just wondering as to whether there were two sounds. I don't know. I just heard it, but then umpire Anna Harris thinks that's out. This is a massive scalp. Let's see. No, there weren't any sound at all. It was on the pad. Now from that frame, sometimes you wonder whether it's done a little bit too much, but doesn't matter. She thinks it's fine. So that partnership is broken. Shangazi goes for 18 and South Africa 127 for 6. Now this is the pair that took the Indian bowlers on the other day and very nearly took South Africa over the line. It was so close, but yet so far for South Africa, and unfortunately with that defeat they are out of the final. But Strahan, that strike rate is very impressive, 100 at an average of a little under 27. 9 runs short of 2,000 runs in her career. Now this is going to be, we're in for some entertainment if Tran can get her act together, because Dirksen has already started to move. This is that last wicket. Shangazi pushing forward. It definitely turned. The question is, was it clipping, missing, or hitting the leg stump? Umpire Anna Harris thinks that was hitting, so that's all that matters.
Inoshi Fernando into the attack. Nicely played by Anuri Dirksen. Just on Chloe Tryon, you mentioned the strike rate beyond the 100 mark now. It was 99 before the last game, and that 67 of 43 she made against India in that chase, pushing her strike rate above 100. She was fantastic. I thought the way she was batting at the death, if only South Africa had managed to keep India closer to that 300 mark instead of conceding 337, I think it would have been a much tighter chase.
Fernando has been leaking a bit of runs, 29 runs into her 6th over. So Tryon on strike. Yeah, we talk about that game after this ball. 128 for 6. Well, it was a beautiful surface to bat on, but my question or my concern Estelle was, how did South Africa let India recover from 3 down for not many, little over 50 runs to a score of 335? How did that happen? That to me was the baffling point. I mean, you just can't allow that as an international team, and even if you do, not to the extent India finally achieved.
Yeah, I thought a couple of things went wrong for South Africa. One thing is they didn't have their regular skipper, Laura Woolfard, in the last game. So Chloe Tryon captaining the side, I thought, seemed a little more reactive than what we've seen from Woolfard in the previous games. The fielding was not great from South Africa. A lot of missed opportunities, a lot of missed fields. And also you have to give credit to India, right? Jemima Rodriguez has looked so good right throughout the competition, and she finally kicks on and gets that 100. Deepti Sharma another one. So a bit of everything, but as you rightly said, 337 from being that 50 odd for 3 was a bit too much to consider and too much to chase for South Africa.
Well, I take nothing away from India, the way they played. I mean, Jemima was magnificent. I thought she's a busy cricketer. Hit with a lot of power. Single to end the over for Dirksen. 130 for 6. 30 overs completed. .130 for 6. Athapattu continues. Very useful shot. Excellent bit of batting by Dirksen. Love her intent. Love the way she's shown aggression. And the good thing about this batting, Estelle, is that she's taken minimal risks.
It's just that one shot to get off the mark where she used her feet, hit it over the bowler's head. Other than that, she's played so well. This shot as well, again, showing how versatile she is. She's got all the shots. She can clear mid-wicket with a hoik. She can play the reverse sweep as well. She can work the singles. Such a promising youngster. And I think South Africa really over the last year have found a gem in her.
Now don't bowl full tosses. Don't bowl full tosses to her in that mood. Dirksen will punch you every day of the week. A reverse sweep for 4 and then a fairly friendly, gentle full toss. And a boundary to point. So South Africa, they're looking to release the pressure. They're looking to take this game back to Sri Lanka.
Like this from the Sri Lankan fielders as well. Few of them converging, just giving Athapattu some encouragement. Athapattu, of course, the most experienced player in this side. But Nilakshi De Silva, even Manu Dinanayakara, 17 years old, just walking up to her captain, giving her a pat on the back. She comes back with a good delivery outside the off stump. That's the type of thing you want to see from a team, even if it is your captain. Have that confidence to go up to her, encourage her.
But now she's looking to bowl a little bit quicker, but this short and wide, that's the third boundary in the over. Dirksen is starting to enjoy herself at the expense of Athapattu, the captain of Sri Lanka. She was looking for width outside the off stump. The length was perfect for that shot. And so was the timing.
You wonder if Sri Lanka will be tempted to push one fielder out into the deep, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Malki Madara going to deep point, that sweeper position. Manu Dinanakar moves from short mid-wicket to short extra.
Well, you can't set a field for bad bowling, can you? This over hasn't been a great over for Chamariyatapattu. Well, she seems to be quite annoyed with herself. I know that she showed her displeasure by banging her sunglasses initially, and now I hope she hasn't injured the wicket keeper, because she threw that ball with a lot of anger. Just look at this. She's just annoyed with herself.
Yeah, it seems like Sanjeevani has the ball's hit her finger and it's jarred between the finger and the wicket. She's going to get some treatment. So not ideal for Sri Lanka. Not a necessary injury, if there is any. He's going to get some attention from the physio.
Well, I feel that the magic spray will be used. Chamariyatapattu will be frustrated by the fact that she's conceded 3 boundaries in the over. So we can show you the 3 boundaries. The first one was very good. That was good batting, the reverse. The next one was a juicy full toss through point for 4. And then quicker, wider, using the pace behind point. So 3 boundaries for Dirksen, who's looked very good. You spoke how well she batted in the last game. She seemed to be carrying on from where she left off against India. Tryon on the other end, just more or less a spectator, 1 of 3. And Dirksen has been in the act, 41 of 38.
Yeah, she's got progressively higher scores in this competition, as I mentioned before. So on that trend, maybe a century is loading. I hope I don't put any commentary curse or anything on her, but she's looked really good in this competition. And South Africa need her.
Tell me something. Do you believe in this nonsense? Curse. Commentary. What can a commentator do to a batter? I mean, it's completely their choice. You're supposed to call what you see and say what you think. So how can that have any impact? I mean, there would have been coincidence when you speak about it and something happens, but then how can you relate it to whatever that is being discussed in the commentary box? So you've got to be then very careful about what you say. Even when a bowler bowls, she's never taken 5-wicket haul. She's never taken a 5-wicket haul in her life. So she goes on and takes 5 wickets. So is that how it works? I don't know.
All I'm saying is, if Dirksen is dismissed now, I don't want to take any responsibility.
You're not responsible. It's her problem.
Wait!
If she decides to do something silly, it's her problem. 142 for 6.
So that's a summary from the previous game. South Africa falling short of that chase of 338 with a valiant effort. 314 for 7 in the end. Dirksen 81 of 80. Chloe Tryon 67 of 43. Both of them really gave South Africa a chance at the end. But India were fabulous with the bat. 123 for Jemima Rodrigues, 93 of 84 for Deepti Sharma, having been promoted up the batting order. That's what sealed South Africa's fate in this competition. Knocked out of the final, but they've got to play this game. They want to get a consolation win under their belts. So Inoshi Fernando will continue. 6 overs so far, 31 for no wicket. Hasn't been at her best. She's of course playing an ODI for the first time in this competition.
Well, we've got a few watching this game. Hope we'll have more than a few come the final, because Sri Lanka is in the final against India. 143 for 6. Inoshi Fernando bowls her off spin. She's into her 7th over. South Africa having a slight recovery here, courtesy Dirksen.
Yeah, that last over was an eventful one, wasn't it? 3 boundaries of Athapattu and then that almost injury to Anushka Sanjeevani.
Broken shades. That happened as well. That was out of frustration. When Chamari Athapattu took her anger out of her shades, and unfortunately that was shades in pieces, and then of course that throw. Well, I must say that Sri Lanka cricket has worked really hard to uplift the game of cricket all around the country, providing opportunities for lots of youngsters, budding cricketers, the current ones. And Estelle, this is all the results of such efforts. 145 for 6 at the end of 32 overs. South Africa not looking good. Well, this is how the Brain Centre looks at the R. Premadasa Stadium. That's where this game is happening. More or less the Brain Centre of Colombo, because there are quite a few Brain Centres around, or in fact high performance centres around the country, and the Brain Centre is an integral part of the planning and the R. Premadasa Stadium, where there are lots of facilities here, Estelle. Just recently a swimming pool was constructed. There's a very nice and a modern gymnasium, lots of fantastic pitches for batting, and the ground itself looks very nice. So it's a great facility, I must say. Malki Madara, bit of seam here, replacing Chamari Athapattu.
Yeah, and you've seen the results, particularly for the women's team over the last couple of years since those resources have come in. More investment in the game. You've seen them beat teams that they've never beaten before. You saw them winning the Asia Cup last year. And here also done fantastically well to make it into the final against 2 higher ranked teams.
Yeah, I think with technology coming into the game, with matchups and artificial intelligence being used, that's a bit of movement back into the right hand. The Brain Centre will play a pivotal role because they will look at every little area of an opposing player and a local player, a home player. That's the 4th umpire. So that's a signal that there's going to be a drinks break after this over. So Nimali Pereira is the 4th umpire, but more I see Dirksen batting. She impresses me, not about her power. She's a very powerful striker, but it's about her technique. Even that last drive, fantastic temperament as well for someone as young as she is. Now Tryon comes on strike. We haven't still seen her looking to take the bowling on, which is the right way to go because Dirksen's moving well at the other end. This is a good hand to do, good hand to play for Tryon. She's getting Dirksen on strike.
Yeah, and if South Africa learned anything from that game against India, it's that you can rebuild. These conditions allow you to rebuild, and if you can put a partnership in, there are runs to be had later in the innings. They've of course got Nadine de Klerk who can bat. Debutant Sheshri Naidu also can bat a bit. So they've got that opportunity. If these two can just stay in there for the next 10 to 15 overs, then there are runs to be had.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dirksen is enjoying this little knock she's having, 47 of 46. She is pouncing on anything loose. The South African 150 is up. Beautifully done, short and wide, loves the pace on the ball, loves the width. Malki Madara will have to be tight with her line and length. Beautifully done.
Another boundary on that offside. This time there's a fielder in the deep, but not able to stop it. And good cricket, next delivery just turns the strike over. So that's the end of the 33rd over. South Africa 153 for 6, and we'll have drinks. That's the batting card for South Africa, 153 for 6 after 33 overs. Laura Wolfhard and Tasmin Brits will be disappointed. They got starts 33 and 38 for them. Didn't kick on. From that point, it's been all Sri Lanka and all Devmi Vihanga, picking up 5 wickets so far. Jafta, Duck, Shangazi got to double figures but couldn't kick on. Sri Lankan bowling. As I said, Devmi Vihanga the first 5 wickets, and Chamari Atapattu picking up the last. So it's been a good performance by the spinners. Just 5 bowlers used by Sri Lanka so far.
And they've done a good job. Madara has gone at more than 6 runs an over, but the rest of the bowling has been quite decent. Atapattu's last over has spoiled her returns a bit, but Vihanga, she's been the pick. 5 for 22 for someone as young as she is. Doesn't carry a lot of experience, but she bowled brilliantly. She'll remember this. South Africa, are they gradually getting out of jail? They put together a partnership from 85 to 127, now 153 for 6. This is how things started to happen. This is Vihanga. It's all Vihanga, in fact. This was the off-spinner's dream. Drift and turn and hitting the leg stump. A fairly simple chance to the mid-wicket fielder. That's wicket number 3. And another brilliant off-spinner's dismissal, finding that left-hander stuck in her crease. And this is too easy. 5 for the young lady, Vihanga. And then wicket number 6. So it's been all Sri Lanka. The big question from here is, how much can they contain them to? And this is how the Servo Cup, the Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025 has happened or panned. Sri Lanka losing the first game to India, and from there on they've shown a lot of resilience and an upward trend. There have been ups and downs for India, and South Africa unfortunately hasn't enjoyed any success at all.
Yep, they've come close on a couple of occasions, but not able to finish the game. I thought that first game against India was the one that they needed to really push and get those 15 runs. Couldn't get there, and since then it's been tough going for them. Just on the tri-series, Roshan, it's a great competition to have. We saw a lot of it in the earlier days of the men's game, in the 90s, early 2000s. Exciting competition when you've got a little more context and a little more fight to get into a final rather than a bilateral.
Well, good to have spectator interest. They seem to be enjoying themselves. Anyone known to you, Esther? Some of your friends?
Not today, unfortunately. I'm hoping that a lot more will turn up for the final. As we've said, it's free entrance, so it will be nice to see at least 1 or 2 of those stands full. Sri Lanka playing the final. at the R. Premadasa.
Yeah, I certainly hope so that we will have a lot of support from the Sri Lankan fans. It's India, Sri Lanka after all. It's a team that Sri Lanka loves to beat. Whether it's men's cricket or women's cricket, that's a team that Sri Lankan fans love watching. Been defeated, though it hasn't been easy in both forms, men or women.
Nicely bowled by Inoshi Fernando. Yes, India, the big competitor for Sri Lanka, isn't it? In the last few finals, the men's side have not had much luck, but the women, I wonder how much of that you take in mentally, having beaten them last year in that Asia Cup final. Of course, different format and it's a year ago. That's an edge from Dirksen. It's running down to the boundary. She gets a lucky one. First lucky boundary for Dirksen, you've got to say. Played a lot of good shots. She goes to 50. That's her third ODI 50 and third consecutive 50.
I'll tell you what, South Africa have just uncovered somebody really special. That time not where she wanted it to go, but doesn't matter. Because she's batted so well, she deserves a bit of luck coming her way. And an important half century. Not just for her, but also for South Africa. And this is how she showcases what she's capable of. You look for players. Oh, dropped her! You can't afford to let Dirksen have two lives. One life is bad enough. This is life number 2.
That's a pretty straightforward catch to Inoshi Fernando, who is, in general, a brilliant fielder of her own bowling. So she'll be disappointed with that. Hit hard, but at this level, she'd be expecting to take that 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, but you can't give a player like Dirksen, who's starting to look so good, 2 lives. She's already been given 2 opportunities. And if she goes on and makes something big, Sri Lanka will regret it. End of the over. 34 done, 158 for 6.
So Henri Dirksen, third consecutive 50 in this competition, and of her career, 53 of 53 so far. Started off with that boundary down the ground. From that point onwards, just a few boundaries on the offside. Has played the field so well, finding the boundaries quite comfortably, finding the gaps comfortably. That last one, the one that she went to a 50 with, the only edge she's gotten, but other than that, it's been a completely fluent innings from the young South African.
158 for 6. We got 16 overs left. South Africa has Dirksen on 53, and Tran hasn't really warmed up as yet. She's been a mere spectator at the non-striker's end. Pace continues with Malki Madara. Pace off, slower delivery. Sri Lanka's best hope now is to try and separate this pair. This pair can be deadly dangerous. They can take South Africa to something reasonable. 159 for 6. South Africa, I'm not sure, is looking at a particular target, but they got 16 overs left.
If they get anything beyond 220, 230, it's not going to be an easy chase for Sri Lanka. Although they've been successful in the last 2 games. It's a new day, a new game.
Yeah, no doubt. South Africa will take the momentum. Half of the side out for less than 100, and you get more than 200. You're talking 220, 230. That they'll take it any day from 80 odd for 5. So Sri Lanka will have to be very, very mindful of all these facts. The surface has got a little bit better. That's a wide. Pace off. I think that's the attempted slow delivery gone wrong. So she'll have to re-bowl it.
Madara has used that leg cutter a lot throughout this tournament. It's a change-up delivery. This time just rolls her fingers over a bit too much and wavered.
a bit of inward movement. She is a pretty good seamer, isn't she? She manages to use the seam effectively both in and out. Swings the new ball.
Yeah, I thought she's been quite impressive during this competition. Doesn't have really the wickets to show for it. But as a death bowler and bowling with that new ball, carrying that responsibility of being the sole medium pacer in the side, I think she's done quite well. Very, very new into her career, made her debut against New Zealand earlier in the year. So lots to learn for her, but she's shown up well for Sri Lanka.
She's got a nice action, strong action, a nice run up, very rhythmic. Seems to be quite technically sound, seem to have been coached quite well by her earlier coaches when you look at that run up and then the action. But that's a poor delivery. That's gone for 6, I think. Dirksen will not spare deliveries like that, gifts like that. That was a flat 6.
Yeah, we've seen her time the ball, we've seen her place the ball in this innings. That was pure power. Not much of a follow through with the bat, just flat and all the way. But bad delivery once again for Malki Madara, just not finding her length.
Well, Sri Lanka will have to regroup and reassess the situation. They're starting to score runs quickly, particularly Dirksen. And more runs here. And that will be 4. So 10 of the last 2 deliveries. She is moving well. 171 for 6 at the end of 35.
kata kalian girls.
Third 50 coming in 65 deliveries. Two batters, Annery Dirksen and Chloe Tryon has been quite good. Tryon still early to the crease. Dirksen carrying on a good form from the last game she played. Even Tryon the other day smashed some big sixes. A good recovery. Sri Lanka needs a wicket, Gamini.
Don't they desperately need a wicket? These two batters were relentless in that last game. Nearly kept South Africa in this competition. Yeah, that is what is most impressive for me, Maha. The ability to take a single off a good ball. We all know the power and the distance she processes, but this ability, whenever they get a good ball, they have this. Once again, straight single. Yeah, these are looking ominous for the Sri Lankans. They were 127 for 6 at one stage, and one would have thought you could peg them down, and but not to be.
Fernando into a ninth over. The celebrity photographers, Viraj Kathalavala, Lahiru and Samira Peiris. These guys have eagle eyes, Gamini.
No!
Yeah, they do. You know, you and I will not be able to do something like that, just sitting and looking at the lens the whole day, and they won't miss a moment. They are pretty good at what they do. Misfield nearly, but these two are very quick between the wickets. Dirksen. Oh, she's been magnificent. 175 for 6.
කතා කළයන් එන්න.
Dirksen 66 of 60 balls. Try on 8 of 12. 8 fours and a 6 for Dirksen. Deumi. Oh, that's gone a long way. It's harder here. Well, the manual scoreboard operator. She was beaten by flight, but she still had the audacity to go through the line. When she hits, it stays. It.
Yeah, that was a monster. That brings up the 50 partnership as well between Tryon and Dirksen. Not to the pitch of the ball, swinging through the line. The mechanics was really good. The base was good. And the bowler who has picked up 5 wickets has been taken to the cleaners in the first ball of 8th over.
Sorry.
This proper hitting.
I thought I got
The sound of that bat was fantastic.
Yeah, this is what she's very good at. Coming forward and taking the ball early and staying back on the crease and playing it late. Nearly got a boundary after that 6. The hard work for Deumi here. There you are, once again, hanging on the back foot. Dirksen dropped on 21 and 52 by Sugandhika Kumari and Inoshi Fernando.
Yeah, it's looking costly already. Fresh from 81 in 80 deliveries against India, batting at number 4 in that game, getting a promotion. And today going back to a usual place at number 7. It's just a lovely thing about batsmen, Kamini. Once you get a nice rhythm, a nice groove, some form on a good pitch, and it's pretty much easy to continue. You just have to do the hard work initial bit. And something that working in Dirksen's favour also will be playing on the same pitch which he scored 81. So lovely to watch. It's challenging for the South Africans, especially with the heat. They're not accomplished to the heat. They're coming from the winter from South Africa. It's been tough work. It's good to see them in the final game giving their all. They mean business. They want to win one game and board that flight to South Africa back.
Giving herself room to pierce that field on the offside. Dot ball to finish the 37th over, 184 for 6. These are some of the highlights from this partnership. Dirksen got few freebies from Atapattu in that 1 over, 3 boundaries. Just shows the ability. Check some of her shots in front of the wicket. It's a full toss dispatched over the boundary. Anything short and outside the stumps. This one was that last 6. Yeah, most of the highlights from the partnership have come from Dirksen's bat. Tryon has only contributed 9, but have a look at Dirksen, 47 out of 57 of 48 deliveries.
Yeah, Chloe Tryon, who herself was a super form in the last game, is having the best seat in the house at the non-strikers when Henry Dirksen going with the business. Tryon scored 67 in the last game. She's just playing the second fiddle. It's all about communication and understanding your role in a partnership. It's good to see the experience being shown by the South Africans, trying to rebuild these innings, trying to rebuild this scorecard to get to at least to 250, which they feel they can give a fight. Some running repairs for the batters. Dirksen getting some attention by the physio. It's not easy. It is very hot, though it's been raining in the last few days in Colombo. This is challenging, not only for the South Africans coming from winter, even for us.
Yeah, that's right. Although South Africa are yet to get anything in that winners column, Maha, when you look at the composition of their team, they are not far off. Incidentally, India, third ranked team, South Africa fourth. They are minus two of their best players, Mary Sand. And so when you have especially destructive batters down the order like Dirks and Tryon, and they can do a bit with the ball in hand as well, which you need in these subcontinent conditions. You're very accomplished to this part of the world when it comes to white ball cricket. It's important to have all-rounders do a bit with the bat, and these two players can do a lot with the bat, not bit with the bat.
It's all about partnerships, batters, bowlers, even commentators. Whenever Roshana Singh, Estelle Vasudevan was commentating, wickets were falling in heaps, and all of a sudden it's a dry period, batsmen are scoring runs. Partnership is the word, isn't it?
You talk about partnerships. The way these two batters are going, Sri Lankans need to find a partnership, a bowling partnership from either end. Yeah, after a slight hold up, you got to feel for the South African players. They all thumbs up from the stands. Yeah, it's happy days for the spectators, Maha, especially when it comes to the batting. The way some of these teams have gone about it, and I remember that movie, The Gladiator, the famous saying, "Are you not entertained?"
Oh, that's a drop catch again. Inoshi Fernando off her own ball. Third drop catch by Sri Lanka. I think Inoshi's second drop catch. At this level, unfortunately, those have to be taken. Especially when a player like Tryon is trying to get herself in and offers a catch as simple as that. Will Sri Lanka read later on in the innings? At the moment, 3 drop catches, and all 3 of them should have been taken international level.
Yeah, and the one that was dropped at first slip at the early piece of the innings, and we often spoke about how Sri Lankans have ruined their chances to be competitive against some top nations simply because of these lapses in the field.
You could fail with the bat, you could fail with the ball, but if you not consistent in the field as a fielder, you probably find really hard to find a place in any team, isn't it? Fielding is non-negotiable. Yes, I understand it's a game which doesn't have much meaning. But these are the missed chances. First one in the slips. Run out chance. A wicket keeper missed the sitter. Should have taken it off. This was a tough one. It was hit back so hard. This should have been taken, as well as in the same over which Inoshi Fernando is bowling. That was a dolly.
I can remember once, yeah, that's the last one. The easy as you can get, Maha. End of the over, we'll come back to that point, the fielding. 187 for 6 after 38. Yeah, they're going at a good click, this batting pair, 187. Wow. Power and distance. Not the easiest of shots to play against the off spinner. Mid-offers inside the circle. Dirksen playing quite freely now. She's got a good player in support from the other end. Another maximum.
Smart batting. You mentioned about mid-off in the circle, and exactly where Dirksen went. She could have easily gone with the turn towards long on, but there was a long on fielder. So she opens herself up and goes through the offside. What a hit. Long levers coming to good effect. Nothing wrong with the delivery by Vihanga. It was a lovely off-spinner's delivery, giving it a little bit of curve, the dip. Just a fantastic shot. Sometimes you just got to applaud good shots, though it's not a bad delivery. And in no time, without much notice, Dirksen 83 of 70 deliveries.
Yeah, we were talking about that point last over, where the fielding can have a major effect. I can remember there was a guy called Mark Waugh playing for Australia. Not a bad cricketer, can play a bit. Only about 8,000 runs, averaging 40 plus. One of them, oh, that's another 4. Long hop, dragged its length and dealt with accordingly, as the wicketkeeper says, to not bowl short. Maha, that's another boundary. So 6, 1 and a 4. What a productive over this has been for South Africa.
A real loose delivery by Vihanga. She dragged it down, slowness of the pitch just set up nicely for Tryon to find that gap between square leg and mid wicket, which she found it perfectly. That's much better. Much better. Length was slightly fuller.
I come back to the point about Mark Waugh. Elegant player, elegant character, and once he was asked, what is your most favourite part, batting, bowling or fielding? He said, batting, if I go, someone like Wasim Akram could get me out in one ball. Such a good ball will get you out. Bowling, someone like Tendulkar will come and cart you out of the park. But fielding is the one that I like because that's the only thing that I can control. I can make a contribution to the team day in, day out.
Yeah, one of the best slip fielders ever produced by Australia, isn't it? Mark Waugh, Mark Taylor, Shane Warne, the slip cordon, David Boone in the gully. What an era. What a side that era Australia had. 199 for 6. The last wicket was Shangaze, 18. She scored 34. Tapatu. Ever since then, Dirksen and Tryon have been motoring along. Wonderful partnership, 72 of 60. And looks like there's a bowling change for Sri Lanka. First time in the day, Manudi Nanayakara going for some pace now. Seam bowling options for Chamari Tapatu. Only for the moment, Malki Madara has bowled seam up. Probably want to change the pace of the game with bringing the seamers in, Gamini.
Yeah, Malki, you mentioned the ability to change the speed, take with her variations might not be a bad option because they need to break this partnership, otherwise it will be looking ominous by the end of the 50th over if these two going to stay there at the end. Medium pace, Tapatu does the rest. Yeah, it will be a hard task for her, Nanayakara. These two set batters, and anything short or too full, it's going to disappear.
A simple game plan for Tryon. Just get the single, get the strike back to Dirksen. And the way both these players are playing, if Sri Lanka don't break this partnership, and if these two South African players continue batting till about the 48th over, even 300 mark is gettable as far as I'm concerned, because Dirksen is striking the ball so sweetly. And Tryon as well. In the last game was a good touch. Even now she's middling the ball. The last delivery, the placement wasn't right. So Sri Lanka needs something special here.
You're right. Both are powerful strikers, so 10 runs per over is not too difficult. 4 dot balls. What Nanakar has done here is that she's been pretty straight. Dirksen has been a revelation for the South African team, Maha, in this competition. Contributions in every game. That's in the gap. Vishmi, yeah, very well done. 2 runs saved for our team. Incidentally, Dirksen, this is her highest score in one-day internationals.
Yeah, with that 2 runs, brings up 200 for South Africa. Henry Dirksen, the way she's batting, plenty of good things to come. She has the power, she has the technique, and certainly got the mechanics as well to be a consistent, aggressive player in the middle overs. 40 was done, 201 for 6. Last 10 overs for South Africa. Turks and Tryon well set. 74 run partnership in 66 deliveries. Chamari Athapattu, the captain, back into the attack. Bowled her first 7 overs for 35 runs. Picked up 1 wicket. I got this feeling, or I have this feeling, Gamini, that Dirksen will target Chamari in this over. Yes, there is mid-wicket, there is square leg, there is long on in place, a sweeper cover. Long off in the circle at mid-off, that's an option to go over the top, or else back herself and go over long on or mid-wicket. I have this feeling the long handle will be used.
Looking to get a gap between point and extra cover, which is a difficult task against an off-spinner. Athapattu obviously would have been trusted by the Brain Trust Maha at the start of the game to bowl the full quarter of overs, because compared to the last game, they are missing 2 of their key spinners, Ranavira and Kalhari. Oh, again I am saying Kalhari, don't I? Dilhari. Dilhari. Yeah, Dilhari is missing from the attack. So is Ranavira. So 2 frontline spinners, and Athapattu obviously would have started this innings. That the responsibility is for me to bowl the full quarter.
It happens to the best, Gamini, so you're forgiven. When it comes to the spinners, I think those 2 spinners are missed badly. Chamari Athapattu being an off spinner bowling against 2 big hitters who are both right-handed batters, it'll be even tougher work. That's slow shot, but Tryon couldn't find the gap.
Yeah, we've come to the happy hour, the last 10 overs of the innings. And South Africa has got the luxury of having 2 powerful strikers. Oh, bit off up in the circle. That is desert before lunch.
A juicy full toss, given the full treatment. Again, smart batting. She had the option of going over long on, which is her strength, but chose to go long off since mid-off in the circle. This is smart and has the power to go with it. Massive hit. Poor delivery by Chamari Athapattu, got to be said. That was just asking to be put away. Flight again in the Yorker length and ends the over with a dot delivery. 8 runs from that over. 209 for 6.
Well, 57, 75, 65, the first three, but the fourth 50, after being in trouble, these two have in 42 deliveries. Wow, very, very lucky that the wicketkeeper got a hand to it. Otherwise, it would have been 5 wide. First ball. Not a bad over from Nanaka, the first one. She was pretty much then and thereabouts, but starts with a wayward delivery. Very lucky.
Yeah, Anushka Sanjeevan, the wicketkeeper, did really well. She got the mitt out and certainly saved 4 runs. And Nanaka just bowling gentle pace, seam up. Subtle variation in pace. Again, just same as Atapattu's last over. I just have this feeling, Dirksen especially, if it's in an arc, she will not think twice. Into the 90s.
We'll have to re-bowl that again. Yeah, you can see the wicketkeeper is giving her some advice. Just stick to basics. Don't try to do too many things. Sri Lankans have been pretty disciplined. On just 4 wides, Maha. That's the 4th one. No. Full toss. Vishmi, well, she's pretty quick, but even for her, she could not get there. So suddenly, few mistakes are starting to creep into these Sri Lankan bowlers. Maha, you can understand that the way these batsmen, the batters are destroying even the good balls. You can see Sri Lankans will have to be very careful, otherwise they'll be looking at a very big one here.
Yeah, under pressure, the part-timer. Manudina Naikara. 2 full tosses in 2 overs, both met with brutal force. One by Dirksen in the previous over. Now, let's try on another full toss. Trying to bowl probably the Yorker length, not letting the batsman to get batter to get underneath and try and go over the top. Got the feel right, as far as I'm concerned, Chamari. She has got the fielders in the boundary fielders in front of the wicket. Both these batters are trying to hit straight as possible. But when it comes to variations, this is something that Manudina Naikara will be tested, especially considering that she's a part-time bowler.
And also the fact that when the South Africans were 127 for 6, Maha, Sri Lankans had the opportunity to wrap it up, but some of the bowling changes will be questionable. There was one over that summary bowled where 3 freebies, and Dirksen took the full toll of it. From that point onwards, and they grew up in confidence, and that's been all South Africa.
Yeah, once you have a strangle on the opposition neck, you just want to finish off. And I thought Chamari Atapattu, as you correctly said, just let off the hook a little bit. And now the partnership is building and promising to be a big one. At the moment it's 94, and dangerous signs for Sri Lanka ahead. 221 for 6.
Bowling figures for Sri Lanka in women's ODIs. Sulashni Sivanandam 5 for 2 runs in 2002 versus Pakistan. Sanwal Dolawat 5 for 16 against West Indies in 2003, and then in 2024 Sachin Nizansala 5 for 28 very recently against West Indies, and then Oshadi Ranasinghe 5 for 34 against Bangladesh in 2023, and today Devi Vihanga just in her 3rd international encounter, taking a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 43. Malki Madara, she's back into the attack. 221 for 6 South Africa after 42 overs. And there's the Vihanga. And joining with me, Roshan Abesing. Good afternoon, Roshan.
Hello,
What
Lakshasi.
What an escape for South Africa.
Yeah, indeed. Great recovery, isn't it? Dirksen has been outstanding for me, despite South Africa ending up outside the final, not qualifying to the final, if that's a better way of explaining it. Down the ground, good fielding. If I have a choice, I mean, pick one, maybe 3 players, outstanding players, I'm sure she'll be one of them. Of course, there are some, we've seen India doing well, there have been some Sri Lankan cricketers, but I haven't seen anybody rescue a team the manner she's done in this tournament.
What an impressive tournament for Henry Dirksen. Now this is Chloe Tryon. Gets it over the 2 fielders. Another boundary. Now Chloe Tryon, she's slowly starting to get on a groove, Roshan. We all saw what she can do in that previous encounter, Chloe Tryon. Now things are getting very, very dangerous for Sri Lanka with both these batters out there in the middle.
Well, I think it's already very dangerous because they are carrying the momentum. This partnership, 99 of 80 balls, the momentum definitely with South Africa. And this is not good news for Sri Lanka. And the 100 is up in terms of a partnership courtesy of wide. And Laksisi, what Sri Lanka should realize here is that they have to blame themselves, because how many opportunities have they missed? They had South Africa down and out, and they had their foot right on the throat. And what they should have done was, had they taken those chances, South Africa would have been in serious trouble. But instead, I give this pair, particularly Dirksen and then Tryon, plenty. I'll give them 200 out of 100, not 100 out of 100, because they have done so well.
Yeah, when Henry Dirksen walked out to bat, South Africa were 85 for 5. And look at where they are now, 227 for 6. And Roshan, do you agree with the bowling changes that Sri Lanka have done? I mean, Sugandhika Kumari, the only left-hand option that Sri Lanka has in this bowling lineup. And she has not bowled since the 28th over. She produced a chance as well. She created a chance while bowling against Henry Dirksen.
Well, one thing that I have observed, not just in this game but right throughout the tournament, is that Sri Lanka's reluctancy to use the left-arm spinners judiciously. They have bowled, but not judiciously. The word I'm using here is judicious. You've got to be smart the way you use your resources.
Okay, so Sugandhika Kumari, she has bowled only 7 overs. 7 overs, none for 29 for her. So 3 more overs remaining of Sugandhika Kumari. We saw the number of deliveries they took to score the 50s, and how much it has improved with these two out there in the middle. Just 42 deliveries for the last 50. Roshan, I'm quite sure if these two out there in the middle, when they score 250, it will be even quicker.
What about that? What about that? The 100 is brought up in style. Dirksen makes 100 with a 6. And what a well-made innings from this young cricketer from South Africa. End of the over, 234 for 6. Well, that is frightening. Projected score from 80 odd for 5. And looking at 300 if they go at 10 runs and over, and that's not beyond this pair of batters, Laksisi. And a point I want to make was when Sri Lanka had got 5 wickets, and I was on commentary with Estelle Vasudevan, and we were talking about the spring in the Sri Lankan step and the way the Sri Lankans were moving and the chatter. Right, we'll talk about it a little bit more. This is Dirksen's 100. Wasn't afraid to go after the bowling. Anything outside the line, outside her eye line, she was quite ready to pounce on. Well, don't bowl loose deliveries to her. You'll never get away doing that. There was a bit of luck. That's how she reached a 50. But then it's been relentless. Some really good batting by young Dirksen. Powerful striker, good technique, and punisher of bad bowling as well.
Henry Dirksen, and another important factor in this knock, Roshan, and in batting talent that we have seen, she's not afraid to bat against the spinners as well. Most of the time we see batters batting at number 7, especially from South Africa, England, New Zealand, how they struggle against spinners. But Henry Dirksen against the spinners, she was really phenomenal.
Well, that's what she's achieved. 100 of 81 balls, 8 fours and 5 sixes, and she is a special talent. And South Africa will be disappointed that they lost out in getting into the final, but they will be more than happy that they have discovered Henry Dirksen, a real gem for their cricketers at this young age, striking at 123.46, and I've been told the last 30 balls 47 runs, so they're going at 9 runs and over. And just to bring to the story I was trying to build when the 100 package came up a little while ago, when I was with Esther, we spoke about the chatter, we spoke about the enthusiasm of the Sri Lankans, but can you hear anything now? You don't, because they know, the Sri Lankan fielders know that the momentum has shifted. They lost the grip on the game, and they got to blame themselves for that, for those chances that went down. And also you spoke about using spinners, using the bowling resources. That has left a little bit to be desired. And on the subject of Dirksen, this is supposedly the quickest ODI 100 by a South African woman. So that is tremendous credit for someone as young as she is.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Henry Dirksen. And right at the beginning, Roshan, myself and Gamini, we talked about the fact that Sri Lanka, when they had the chance to maybe get those big wins against the top teams, they miss out most of those chances due to bad fielding. And that is exactly what has happened today as well.
Well, I heard Fawaz Maharouf speaking about fielding. I heard Gamini talk about Mark Waugh. And one thing that I clearly heard Maharouf say is that fielding is non-negotiable. You can fail as a batter, you can fail as a bowler. That's 4. That is 4. That was full, that was wide. And Dirksen, she will feast on them.
Henry Dirksen, she's absolutely thrashing the Sri Lankan bowlers at the moment. On the offside, on the leg side, straight down the ground. She has covered everything today in this brilliant knock. A record-breaking knock for South Africa. This time it goes leg side, and that has been dropped. Another drop chance. Malki Madara this time dropping that chance of Henry Dirksen. We just spoke about the fielding aspect, the importance of fielding. Roshan, this time goes down the ground. Henry Dirksen, will this be taken? Yes, finally. Henry Dirksen has to depart after scoring 104. What a knock from her.
Well, Sri Lankan fielders have finally caught something. After so many being dropped, Harshita Samar Vikrama is the catcher. And what a fine knock by Dirksen. Good catch. Well, she was on the boundary. She watched it carefully. She was quite stable. But Henry Dirksen, 104 of 84. And finally, Sri Lanka have broken through South Africa. 239 for 7.
correct. Next on. Just a bit. That's leg.
එයාට මෙතන එමුදුවා. අර මෙහෙට
Right arm
කරනවා.
over.
මේකම යනවා.
Right, de Klerk's numbers, strike rate of just under 75, average little over 20. What can she do here? Well, to start with, she will have to have Tryon on strike, but this time a couple to get off the mark. Well, the intentions are very clear. South Africa are not going to let the momentum desert them.
Now here's that all-important wicket of Henry Dirksen, trying to clear the ropes once again, but Harshita Samaravikrama, well judged by Harshita Samaravikrama. Finally something to celebrate for Sri Lanka when it comes to the fielding front. And this is de Klerk straight away, showing a lot of fluency out there. 2 more runs added. And as you mentioned, Roshan, it's quite clear what the intentions are for the South African batters from now on.
That concludes the over. 243 for 7.
So Tryon, she's still out there. She's on 30. The job's half done for Sri Lanka. We also saw what Chloe Tryon can do in the last few overs at the death. And Sugandhika Kumari, she's finally back into the attack. 7 overs, none for 29. 3 more overs remaining for Sugandhika Kumari. 243 for 7. That partnership, 112 of 88 deliveries, Roshan, for the 7th wicket.
See, I can understand why they're bringing in Sugandhika at this stage. They're going to use her as a death bowler. But I feel the strategy is a little bit rigid. Okay, you got your plan. Okay, Sugandhika, you bowl the last 3 overs out of the 6. That's good. But there has to be some flexibility. So if there is a need that Sugandhika could come in and bowl an over in between, then that should be looked at by the Sri Lankan think tank, because when partnerships are happening, as you correctly pointed out, and when bowlers are taken apart, you need to mix things up rather than be predictable.
As you mentioned, Roshan, yes, we can understand that is the plan. Yes, they have plan A, but if it's not working out, there's no harm in going to a plan B. And that's what Sri Lanka has failed to do today, unfortunately, after getting such a great start.
Yeah,
Yeah, just roll it back one more time, please. Yeah. The batter has made her ground before the wickets have been put down. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out.
Quite an easy one for the third umpire. Lyndon Hannibal, not out is what he said. What about this? It's gone the distance. It would have cleared 80 meters. This is a 65-meter boundary. That went almost to where the spectators are. She was hitting it with the angle. Left armer bringing it back into her, bowled a little bit slower. That's power for you.
Yeah, Chloe Tryon, we also what she can do, and the 250 is up for South Africa as well. In the 45th over, using her feet once again, this time going down the ground. Lakshika Silva, she's out there, does really well, but hit very powerfully. And that's what I mentioned earlier as well, Roshan. The job's half done for Sri Lanka. Yes, Henry Dirksen, she's not out there in the middle anymore, but Chloe Tryon, she's still out there. And until she's out there, the fireworks won't stop.
45 overs done. 252 for 7. Well, we're down to the last 5 overs, and I'll tell you, Laksisi, this is looking a little bit ominous for Sri Lanka because we got a set batter in Tryon on 38 of 37. De Klerk is just in. So they got 30 legal deliveries left, and if this pair stays together, 300 is not beyond there. Now, and also with 2 right-handers in, they might fancy their chances against Chamari Athapattu, who spins the ball back. So this is where Chamari's experience and skill will be more than useful for Sri Lanka if she can look to outsmart the batters. Firstly, you got to decide on the pace you bowl. You're not going to try and loop it. She's got her leg side fielders covered. She has nobody on the offside behind point, so she can't give too much of width. So ideally, maybe 4th off stump line.
So 28 more legal deliveries remaining. South Africa 254 for 7. Now Chloe Tryon back on strike against the right arm off spinner Chamari Athapattu. This will be interesting. Using her fade this time. Going straight down the ground. Now Rosha, right at the beginning of the 40th over, you call that there is a good chance that they might get 100 runs in the last 10 overs. So they have scored 51 runs in the first 5.
Yeah, last 30 balls I've been told 52 runs. This time over cover. Has it gone all the way? 1 bounce for 4. That is great improvisation. Athapattu had a plan with her fielders on the leg side, but look at what De Klerk does. She comes down the wicket and she opens the face deliberately with that top hand. And she gets a boundary. The umpires are just wanting to confirm whether it's a 4 or 6. Just look at how she hits it inside out, moves away, and then opens herself up. Let's see. I think it's 4 Laksisi, isn't it? That's what my eyesight says.
That bouncing just inside. Just to make sure, another weave.
Now, this is interesting. To me, he's not touching the line to me. It appears to be a few centimeters inside the boundary. At least that's what I think. And also the other thing is the boundary rope didn't. Yes, that's right. That's to me the right signal, but a good shot to get a boundary. That's De Klerk on strike. 3 balls left in the over. That's slower. Just a single at this stage. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind singles, Laksisi. They don't want boundaries. They don't want 4s and 6s.
And this partnership already blossoming for South Africa. 21 of 13 deliveries. Now Chloe Tryon back on strike. Last delivery of the 46th over. And she likes to use her feet against the spinners. Chloe Tryon takes a single to end the 46th over. South Africa 261 for 7. Now Roshan, we talk about the fact that the number of balls taken to each 50 will improve, and it has improved. 29 from 42 deliveries to score from 150 to 200. They have taken just 29 to score from 200 to 250.
That's brutality. That's brutality at its best. 57, 75, then 65, 42, and the last one 27, is it? 29 balls. So that is some hitting as far as the South African batting is concerned. So Sugandhika Kumari continues. gets an under edge or an inside edge. What Sugandhika does is that she kind of slants the ball back in. That is a familiar face. Lasit Cruzpulle. Very interested watching this game between India and South Africa. I'm sure he's going to hang on till Sri Lanka bats, because we can expect a good response from the Sri Lankan batters. Swung away on the leg side. That's gone for 4. Very, very effective batting here. They're taking the bowling apart. Doesn't matter where the runs are coming. Tryon is on a mission here.
Now Tryon, she's making sure that she's continuing from where Dirksen left off. She played second field when Dirksen was out there. But as soon as Dirksen got dismissed, Tryon, she has started to get going. And this is brilliant South Africa. From 85 for 5, 268 for 7, Roshan, and 300. Looking very, very possible for them.
Yeah, they're still left with 20 legal deliveries. 2 balls left in the over. And this is turning out to be very entertaining. Another good run. Dropping almost and running with the shot. Pressure on the Sri Lankan fielders. And they're mixing it up quite well, isn't it? They're studying those boundaries with singles and twos. Last ball of the over. Another little chip down the leg side to deep mid-wicket for a single. Another big over. 270 for 7. We're down to the last 3. Well, at the rate of 10 runs and over, that's not difficult. 300 on the cards for South Africa, and they'll take it any day of the week. From 85 for 5 to 300. That is an amazing turnaround. We did see it against India, that India-South Africa game. 50 plus for 3 to 337. And here, 80 odd for 5 to get to 300. That will be an amazing effort. So Nanakara continues. Pace off the first delivery.
Mahendu Nanayakara introduced very, very late into the attack. 1 for 24 in 3.1 overs. Manudi to continue. De Klerk this time goes offside. She bisects the 2 fielders. They're coming back for 2. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from De Klerk and Tryon. Putting the pressure on the Sri Lankan fielders and making sure they get every run possible. Absolutely brilliant batting at the death.
Well, I think the South African batters understand that they've got the measure of Sri Lanka. Whether it is bowling or fielding, they certainly do have the measure. What about this? Has it gone all the way? It's gone more than all the way for 6. That looked an effortless hit from De Klerk. Didn't look to hit it hard, but it was pure timing, and it went all the way for 6.
South Africa, they'll be really, really happy, Roshan. The fact that it's their number 7, number 8 and number 9 who are getting the job done for them in this encounter. Now going into that World Cup, now that's such a huge positive for South Africa. This time a low full toss. Just a single this time. Now Dirksen, Tryon, De Klerk, 3 batters. He's got the capability to put any bowling attack under pressure with the way they're going.
Well, we were talking at 10 runs and over, Lakshashi. They've already got the 10 and they're left with 2 deliveries in the over. Oh, what about that? Will this be taken? No! 6! Amazing shot! The 13th 50 for Tryon, and what a shot that is. That was amazing. You need to look at it again. The way she moved, the way she positioned herself, and the power she generated with those forearms.
The back-to-back 50s for Chloe Tryon. Here's the replay. A pure power. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Chloe Tryon. Once again, using her feet, going down the ground. So continuing from where she left off in that previous game, Chloe Tryon. So 48th over completed, 17 runs off that over. South Africa 287 for 7. Chamari Atabatu to bowl the penultimate over. Chloe Tryon's strike. She's on 56. She scored 67 of 43 in that previous game against India. And this time she goes leg side, and that will go all the way, I believe. Yes, it will. She starts off the penultimate over with a maximum, Roshan.
Well, the Sri Lankan bowlers seem to be struggling to find answers here. They don't seem to know what the strategy should be for this pair of batters. Well, to start with, when Dirksen batted, there was a strategy trying to hold your catches. But this time, Tryon is going to latch on to everything. She's going to start manufacturing shots. She was looking to come down the pitch. Chamari Athapattu is an off spinner, so she was able to quickly adjust. The 50 partnership is up just of 27 deliveries. Goes again, 6 more. That's even bigger. That's about the biggest 6 we have seen. It hit the scoreboard. In fact, it hit the top of the scoreboard. Athapattu from round the wicket, almost feeding Tryon, because she would love the off spinner spinning in and to hit with the turn.
And Chamari Athapattu bowling right into her arc right now. In the last 50 deliveries, South Africa, they have scored 98 runs.
Last 20 balls, not a single dot, I've been told, and 38 runs. Now what about this? Is that a 6? Yes, it is. It's 3 now. The 300 is up. She's enjoying herself at the expense of Chamari Athapattu. Thank you very much, she says. Look at how she goes down the wicket and hits Athapattu down the ground for 6. 18 runs in the over, and we're still not done with it.
An exhibition of power hitting, an exhibition of 6 hitting from Chloe Tryon. Can she make it 4? And this time she perishes. She has to go out. Good work from Anushka Sanjeevani, but she has done all the damage. 74 of 51 from Chloe Tryon. What a knock, Roshan. Henry Dirksen, she started it. Chloe Tryon made sure she finished it.
Well, she was way down the pitch. She was beaten by the slower delivery, the flight of Athapattu that deceived her, and a fairly easy bit of stumping, but she's done her job. She's done enough damage. Chloe Tryon out for 74 of just 51 balls, and South Africa still have 8 deliveries left and are 305 for 8.
Sashi Naidu on her debut. She has come out to bat at number 10 for South Africa. 8 more deliveries to go. Chamari Athapattu tries to carry it away but misses. We can see the last wicket now. Chloe Tryon trying to make it 4 out of 4. Roshan unfortunately misses out. But what a knock, what an exhibition of hitting.
Well, she's done her job, Tryon. She gets off the mark. Naidu. No, in fact, she doesn't take the single because de Klerk will want to face, she wants to face the last over. So we are down to the last 6 deliveries and South Africa have got 305 for 8.
And Chloe Tryon's half century. She started off slowly. She played the second fiddle. She played the supporting role when Andrew Dirksen was out there. But as soon as Dirksen got out and as soon as they came into the last 5-6 overs, Chloe Tryon absolutely shifted gears and made sure she punished Sri Lankan bowlers. And she continued from where she left off in that game against India. 67 of 43 in that encounter and another 60-odd score in this one as well. Now, de Klerk bowling the last over. Sugandhika Kumari bowling the last over this time. Goes offside. De Klerk. They will come back for 2. So 2 to begin the last over. 106 runs in the last 9.1 overs for South Africa. De Klerk on 24-14 now. 5 more deliveries to go, Roshan. Sugandhika Kumari bowling 106 in the last 9.1 overs. Second delivery of the last over. Nice to go, big man misses out.
Well, a precious dot as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. Well, she's aiming in the right direction, I'll tell you, because Sugandhika Kumari brings the ball back into the right-hander. This is good bowling. This is really good bowling because she's looking to push it through and bowling more the leg stump line. De Klerk hasn't been able to put it away. She's got 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. So over the wicket with fielders on the leg side appears to be the right ploy. Well, this time 6. Good effort. Very good effort, but wasn't easy. On the boundary, she's just cleared it. And the much needed boundary that she was after, de Klerk gets it.
I believe that was Nilaksha De Silva, the fielder. The valiant effort. So 2 deliveries to go. 313 the total on the board. This time she goes down the ground. De Klerk. Can they come back for 2? Says Naidu. She'll get out, but de Klerk, she has managed to get back on strike. Naidu has to sacrifice herself on her debut.
That's all right. That's for the cause of the team. That was good work by Harshita at long off. Wicket number 9, but the South African batters have achieved their objective. That is to have de Klerk on strike. Sugandhika Kumari had a little bit of a fumble there, but she had enough time because Naidu was way out of the crease. So Naidu on her debut, as you said. Out without scoring. It is 314 for 9. Seshni Naidu just faced 2 deliveries. Right, we're down to the last ball of the innings. And doesn't manage to get that big heave, but she'll still get a single. And South Africa will be pleased with their final result. 315 for 9. A fantastic recovery by the South African batters, and they have set Sri Lanka a fairly imposing target. Can Sri Lanka make it? Only time will tell. But let's give South Africa all the credit for the way they batted.
Exactly, Roshan, from 85 for 5, who can say 127 for 6 to 315 for 9 in their 50 overs. 114 runs in the last 10 for South Africa. Absolutely brilliant. Andrew Dirksen started it off, Chloe Tryon and de Klerk made sure South Africa got to a brilliant total at the end. 315 runs on the board. Now Sri Lanka, to win this encounter, they have to pull off a record-breaking chase.
They'll have to bat really well, Sri Lanka. They're capable, I'll tell you. The batters have been in good form, but they'll have to turn up yet again as they're up against a fairly tough task. As you said, a record score is what is on offer to chase. This is a look at South Africa. If you look at the batting order itself, the top two getting in and getting out, then Sri Lanka had the chance. The next four being dismissed very cheaply. That was the time that Sri Lanka was riding high. But then, look at what happened. Dirksen 104, Tryon 74, de Klerk 32, making all the difference from where South Africa was. So 315 for 9 is what they ended up with.
Just those three scoring 210 runs. The bowling card for Sri Lanka. Malki Madara 7 overs, none for 59, very expensive. Sugandhika Kumar did really well at the death as well, none for 57 in her 10. Inosh Vedashwini 10 overs, none for 46. Deomi Vihanga, just the fifth Sri Lankan bowler to take a 5-wicket haul in women's ODIs, 5 for 43 in her 9. Chamari Atapattu, once again the skipper, expensive, 2 for 70 in her 10. And Madhu Nanakara 4 overs, 1 for 40. Madhu Nanakara introduced very late into the attack and had to bowl at the death as well. And when it comes to the fall of wickets, 68 runs for the first wicket, as Roshan mentioned. The openers, they got a start, but then the collapse took place. They were 85 for 5, and then 42 runs the partnership for the 6th wicket, and then Andrew Dirksen, Chloe Tryon, and the rest, they made sure they scored 315. The highlights, it was a good start from Tasmin Brits and Laura Wolfart, the South African skipper. They made sure they Sri Lankan bowlers under a lot of pressure, especially the likes of Malki Madara, got hammered in the earlier parts during that power play. Tasmin Brits making sure she pounced on every loose delivery, and things looked really ominous for Sri Lanka at that point. 68 for no loss, South Africa. Laura Wolfart and Tasmin Brits doing a lot of damage in the earlier parts, and then Deomi Vihanga. She was brought into the attack, she took that first wicket, and soon after the next one, Deomi Vihanga, she bowled exceptionally well in her first few overs. The first 7 overs, she took 5 wickets, first her third one. Even at this moment, South Africa, they still had the upper hand, but this fourth one from Deomi Vihanga made sure South Africa were pushing to a little corner, and then soon after the 5th wicket, Deomi Vihanga claiming her 5th wicket, just the 5th bowler ever for Sri Lanka to take a 5-wicket haul in women's ODIs. And then the counter-attack began. Andrew Dirksen, what a knock that was from her. From 85 for 5, they recovered to a certain extent to 127 for 6. Chamari Atapattu breaking that 6-wicket stand. But from that moment onwards, it was the Andrew Dirksen and Chloe Tryon show. Mainly Andrew Dirksen show, scoring that century, the century she missed out during the previous encounter against India. Sri Lankan bowlers were punished to all parts of the ground. She made sure all the loose deliveries were absolutely trash. That flat 6 was absolutely extraordinary from Andrew Dirksen, and she made sure she punished the spinners against the quick bowlers, against the spinners, against everyone that Sri Lanka had in their arsenal. Andrew Dirksen made sure she pounced on all the Sri Lankan bowlers. The full tossers went for maximums almost every time that she received them, and Chloe Tryon started off slowly, as I mentioned earlier as well, but along with Andrew Dirksen's counter-attack, Chloe Tryon made sure she started to kick things off as well. Andrew Dirksen scoring her first international century. What a knock that was. What a player she is turning out to be for South Africa throughout this tournament. And that was a dismissal. Harshita Samaravikram with a very good take. And then Chloe Tryon started the fireworks at the death for South Africa. Nadine de Klerk played a brilliant supporting role as well. Chloe Tryon, just in the same manner she did in that previous game against India, she punished the Sri Lankan bowlers at the death. Some of these strokes are absolutely mesmerizing to see. The power hitting game, the 6 hitting game from South Africa at the death, from their number 7, number 8 and number 9. Absolutely amazing to see. The Sri Lankan bowlers, unfortunately, didn't have any answer whatsoever. 114 runs. These are the hits that belong to those 114 runs in the last 10 overs. And this was a dismissal of Chloe Tryon. Chamari Atapattu taking her 2nd wicket. And Nadine de Klerk, she had some fun at the end as well. Lakshya De Silva with a very good effort. Harshita Samaravikrama once again very good at the deep. Sri Lankan fielding today was a bit disappointing. Missed out on 3-4 chances that probably would have changed the whole scenario here. So South Africa, they finished on 315 for 9 in their 50 overs. 114 in the last in, from 85 for 5 to 315 for 9 in their 50 overs. What a performance, what a fight back, what a recovery from South Africa. So Sri Lanka, now they need 316 runs to win in 50 overs. They need to pull off a record-breaking chase to win this 6th encounter, the final round-robin encounter of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. Right now we will head to a commercial break, and after that we will be back with the chase from Sri Lanka. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the action from the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. Sri Lanka needing 316 to win in this final round-robin game of this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. South Africa, the fantastic performance in their last game of this tournament, putting on 315 after being 85 for 5. Let's have a look at the batting performance from South Africa. Laura Wolfart, Tasmin Brits getting starts 38 and 33, not kicking on. And then we had a collapse. Deomi Vihanga picking up 5 wickets for 9 runs in her opening spell. But from that point onwards, it was all South Africa. Anari Dirksen, what a find she's been in this competition. 104 off just 84 deliveries, the fastest 100 by a South African woman in ODIs. Chloe Tryon kicked in with 74 off 51 to finish things off, and then Nadine de Klerk as well, 32 off 19. Just 6 extras from Sri Lanka, but it was a fantastic performance by the visitors in this their last game of this Tri-Nation series.
Sri Lanka, they started off well with the ball in hand, although the opening wicket produced 68 runs. Deomi Vihanga, she came in, took 5 wickets, very quickly, from 68 for Nolos to 85 for 5 South Africa. Just the 5th Sri Lankan bowler to take a 5-wicket haul in women's ODIs. Deomi Vihanga exceptionally well. Now Deomi Vihanga showcasing what Sri Lanka were missing in the last few years, having a bowler who can take wickets in the middle phase of an innings. But unfortunately, after her spell ended, everything just fell apart for Sri Lanka with that partnership. Now Harshita Samaravikrama was really good in the field, took a well-judged catch to dismiss Andrew Dirksen, finally to dismiss Andrew Dirksen, and then that run out as well. So 316 to get ST, a record-breaking chase. That's what Sri Lanka needs to get the job done. Now, let's assume that if Sri Lanka do fail to chase this down, ST, what sort of a hit would it be for Sri Lanka going into that final?
I mean, they wouldn't be counting themselves out just yet. 2 games ago, they chased down 300 against South Africa. 2 games against South Africa. So they've had a couple of good chases against them. They know that these conditions are good for batting, so they won't be counting themselves out too much. But I think they can use this fielding performance as a learning opportunity going into the final. We saw a few lapses, and these are things that we've seen throughout the competition, where sometimes when you've got the opposition under the pump, are you making the right decisions with your bowling? Are you taking the opportunities that come your way? We saw a couple of catches going down today as well, and that's been kind of the pattern over the entire competition so far.
And it's actually the same in the other way around as well, isn't it? Because if Sri Lanka can chase this down, that would be a huge confidence booster for Sri Lanka when they face India in that final on Sunday. And now Sri Lanka in this chase, they won't have Kavisha Dilhari. Kavisha Dilhari played a huge role for Sri Lanka in the last 2 chases. She was the one who accumulated the runs in the middle stages. So she needs to make. They need to make sure that they get the job done without Kavisha Dilhari. So that will be a good test for Sri Lanka, the middle order. Vishmi Gunaratne and Hasini Pereira to open the innings for Sri Lanka once again. Samaratvatu, of course, not in the best of forms, unfortunately. So she'll once again bat down the order, probably at number 4.
Yeah, very interesting choice for me, Laksisi. She didn't open in the previous game, but this time around, chasing 316, your hardest hitting batter, are you pushing her to number 4?
That's an interesting question, Nisty. Let's see what the strategy actually is for Sri Lanka. I'm probably hoping that Chamriyadabatu will find that form in the middle order. Vishmi Gunaratne got some starts, so hopefully she can turn that into maybe a good 50 today to give Sri Lanka a good start.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, if you look at the opening pair, both of them, this is their opportunity, right, to make it count. Hasini Pereira, there's been a lot of criticism about bringing her back into the squad, back into this playing 11, then giving her Gunaratna spot at the top of the order. But she's played well really in this competition, got starts, hasn't kicked on, and that would be a problem, of course, going forward. But it's an opportunity for both of them to cement their spot in this playing 11. As we've said so many times before, Sri Lanka don't really have any scheduled games from now until the World Cup, which could change. But this, at the moment, this is the only opportunity they have to really prove their mettle and show what they can do and book that spot in that 15 for the World Cup. That's Hasini Pereira's record. Not great numbers to look at, and we've spoken about this, striking at 55, average of 17 in 49 games. So hasn't, on paper, hasn't done well, but in this tournament, she's been good to watch.
That's it.
Yeah, 94 runs for her
Yeah.
in 3 innings, 42, 22 and 30 in the 3 innings that she batted. So Hasini Pereira. Now this is Vishwa Gunaratna, average 23.04, strike rate 70.12, scored a century recently, but after that things have not gone well for her, unfortunately, but got some starts in the last few innings.
Yet didn't really find herself in New Zealand, and you've got to say difficult conditions, particularly if you're traveling there for the first time. South Africa, I'd be interested to see what the energy is like in this fielding effort. Their last time out in Sri Lanka for this competition, they've looked a bit flat in the previous games, particularly because of the heat. But it's good to see the likes of Annari Dirksen out there after that long knock, tiring knock. She's out there in the field, so I'd be interested to see how the energy is like in the fielding unit.
Going back to Vishwa Gunaratna, 62 runs for her in the 2 innings that she batted, 29 and 33, 29 against South Africa. So we're all set to begin the Sri Lankan chase, 316 to win in this last round robin game of the Server Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series. Abonga Kaka, the opening bowler for South Africa.
Yeah, interesting field for Hasini Pereira. We know she plays those shots on the offside really well. No third, no deep third, but instead there's a deep point placed for her. So perhaps they're just trying to cut off the boundaries that she gets early in her innings.
Hasini Pereira, in the middle of the bat, but straight to the field. Now 114 runs in the last 10 overs, 60. Over there were 201 at the beginning of the 40th over. Some brutal power hitting at the end. Andrew Dirksen, Chloe Tryon, Nadine de Klerk. Now the big question is if Sri Lanka do get a good start here, can Sri Lanka match that in the final 10 overs? Can Sri Lanka match that at the death? And Sri Lanka has to find a way to match that, isn't it? If they are to go on and challenge the bigger teams, they need to find a way.
Yeah, that's an area that Sri Lanka have lacked in the past, isn't it? And if you look at the South African batting throughout this competition, they've had that in every game. They've had the latter order runs and they've had power at the end. If you saw some of those sixers, I mean, the boundaries are well within those stands, but most of the big appeal from Ayabonga Kaka. Just to get back to what I was saying, most of those sixers were going into the stands. So Sri Lanka would need to find players who can do that. Height looks good, doesn't look good for Kaka, but massive appeal from South Africa. So they've got Sri Lanka under a bit of pressure, 4 dot balls.
Bunga Kaka, right on the money straight away. Good start. Now South Africa scored 68 runs for the first wicket, although they collapsed after that. Tasmin Bits and Ura Wolfart. This is good from Hasini Pereira. Just going across slightly and then making use of the length of the delivery, a boundary to begin the account.
That's the difference I think we've seen from Hasini Pereira in this tournament. The intent to score runs. Previously, she was very content just staying at the crease, just surviving. But here we've seen her try to make runs, and I think that's been the difference between getting those 10s and 15s to moving on to 30s. Of course, Sri Lanka would want her to kick on, but she's looked good so far.
And Hasipera, I think outside the crease as well at the moment. She's on the offside. It will be a single to end the first over. So 4 dots and then a boundary and a single to finish. 5 runs on the board for Sri Lanka. So 5 runs on the board after the first over for Sri Lanka. Then de Klerk to bowl the second over. Hasini Pereira, after that single, she has retained the strike. Hasini Pereira, I think we did talk about this stat earlier as well, how she got starts but was unable to convert that into a 50, maybe a good 50. A lot of scores between 30 and 50, I believe maybe 13 or 14 scores between 30 and 50 for Hasini Pereira. Now, the fact you mentioned is that she's actually batting a lot more freely right now. Probably addition by the coaching staff to maybe give her that permanent spot as an opener, probably playing a part in that little difference as well. Because even when Vishnu Gunaratne came into the side, she still opened.
It's all about understanding your role within a team, isn't it? And I think over the last 18 to 24 months, the success Sri Lanka have seen in the women's game, a lot of it is down to the roles that have been defined by the coaching staff. You get the feeling that a lot of these players were unclear about what they needed to do out in the middle, but that's not maybe not the case anymore. So Hasini Pereira, the way she's come out and batted, reflects that as well.
Exactly. Role clarity, very, very important aspect when it comes to any sport. The players who are out there, they need to make sure that they know exactly what they have to do. And Sri Lanka, they found their mojo because they were able to assign those right roles for all those players, especially in that Asia Cup, in those triumphs that Sri Lanka had. Driven but straight to the field, Vishnu Gunaratne facing her first delivery. Now this is Nadine de Klerk, 32 of 19. That was a glorious stroke yesterday, going inside out and then straight down the ground as well, showcasing her power, and then on the leg side as well. So she got all 3 areas covered, on the off side, straight down the ground, and on the leg side.
Yeah, she's bowled well in this competition as well. She got 4 wickets, but has bowled really tight lines, particularly with the new ball. And how valuable is it to have a player like that in your side? Can bowl with the new ball, can bowl with the old ball, and then with the bat can come in and play an innings like that.
Yeah, even that last game against India, almost got South Africa over the line alongside Chloe Tryon. Played that stroke in 2 minds. Vishnu Gunaratne thought about leaving it, but then played a stroke, a half-hearted stroke at the last moment. Very lucky that it didn't actually go onto the stumps.
Yeah, tricky situation for Vishnu Gunaratne, because is she now a bit hesitant about what her position in this team is, with Hasini Pereira coming in to open. Atapattu, we don't know whether this batting at number 4, batting in the middle order, is a long-term option or whether it's just something Sri Lanka are trying out in this competition. So that's 2 overs done. Sri Lanka 6 for no loss.
Bonga Kaka to continue. Hasni Pereira on strike. Driven but straight to the fielder. See when we look at the bigger picture in this tri-series, yes, Sri Lanka have qualified for the finals, and South Africa, they will go home. But going into that World Cup, Sri Lanka actually has a huge headache. What you mentioned earlier, up the order, they have that big question mark. Will Chamari Atapattu open at the World Cup, or will she bat at the middle order? Will Vishmi Gunaratne bat as the opening partner of Hasni Pereira, or will it be Hasni Pereira? That's a misfield. So a lot of questions, a lot of question marks floating around in the Sri Lankan top order.
Yeah, the performance of Pereira, I think, has kind of given them a bit of a headache as to what they need to do with this pair. I thought Bhishmi Gunaratne actually played quite well when she batted at number 3 in that first game that she played in this competition. So maybe that's an option. I just think at this moment, they're trying to give Vishmi and Hasini as much time in the middle as possible. And that means, if that means that Atapattu comes in the middle order, so be it. But at the same time, you want to have your best batter in form going into a competition like that.
It's 309 of 286. That's the equation for Sri Lanka. Slight delay there.
You made a really valid point earlier, Laksisi, as to whether Sri Lanka have the power at the back end of the innings to catch up. So that equation, I think for a team like South Africa, they can afford to let it slip a little bit because they know they've got that power at the end. We saw how they came back into the game in the last game as well in that chase. Despite losing, they did come quite close and gave India a bit of a scare. But do Sri Lanka have those type of players who can come in at the 40th over and score at 120, 130, 150? That would be the question mark. Maybe that is something they are thinking about when they send Chamari Atapattu in the middle order as well.
No, good point, ST. Because at the moment, that difference between the number of runs required and the number of balls remaining is just 25. Now, South Africa in their last 10 overs, they scored 114. That's a difference of 54. Now, that's what we talked about. Can Sri Lanka match that? Now, if this difference between the runs required and the remaining balls actually goes into an area of 50 in one of those crunch games, can Sri Lanka get the job done? So yeah, maybe a plan B with Chamari Atapattu out of form in the top order. Maybe just push her back into the middle to see if she can get the job done there, and maybe address another problem that Sri Lanka has as well.
Yeah, good fielding from Dirksen on that occasion. As I mentioned, it's good to see her out there. She did seem to be struggling a bit with cramp and the heat. She's come out there and fielding in the covers, never easy. So that's the end of the third over. Sri Lanka still 7 for no loss.
So de Klerk to bowl her second, and this time finds the outside edge, and that will go to a boundary. A second one for Hasini Pereira. Not the way she wanted to find that second boundary, but she'll take it anyway.
Yeah, lucky on that occasion for Hasini Pereira, but you'll take any runs that you can get.
Mark me in. ตอนนี้ถ้าเกิดมันรอ has the opportunity go อยากไปเล่นอีกอย่างนึงก็ส่งไปรอ
Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ
brought in the slip field as well after that outside edge. Now flicked away by Hasni Pereira. Well, that's a glorious stroke from her. Exactly the way she wanted to find a boundary this time.
Yeah, that's a nice shot just on the leg side from Nadine de Klerk. She errs in her length and line, but Hasini Pereira capitalizes, and that's exactly what you want to see, those early boundaries coming off her bat. Gunaratna though has got into a bit of a rut, still to get off the mark after 8 deliveries, so some support needed for Hasini Pereira from the other end.
How often we have seen, especially with the Sri Lankan women's team as well, when one bat actually gets going from the other end, the required support doesn't come in, and because of all the build-up pressure, the batter who's actually on good form gets out. So they need to make sure that doesn't happen. Vishnu Gunaratne, get some singles out there, maybe get single or two, and just settle in.
It's all about partnerships, isn't it? Building partnerships, whether you're bowling or you're batting. Gunaratne, we know she can go hard once she gets in. It's just that early phase of her innings that she seems to struggle with rotating the strike and getting things going, which is why I thought she performed well coming in at number 3, because the field was pushed back a little bit more.
Exactly, both the batters, they need to contribute in a partnership. Yes, in some extraordinary cases, yes, we have seen just one batter dominating, like Glenn Maxwell against Afghanistan in 2023, maybe Sanjay Surya against Pakistan in 2004. So other than that, it's very important that both the batters contribute. Now this is Hasini Pereira in this series, as I mentioned earlier as well. 30 against India, 4-2 against South Africa, 22 against India. So 3 starts, but was unable to get going and make it a big one for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and also Nadine de Klerk has bowled so well in this competition. She's not had the luck that maybe you need to pick up those wickets, but has been really good with the new ball in particular. I thought even in the last game that Sri Lanka played against South Africa, she built that pressure so well in the middle overs. Unfortunately, whatever edges and top edges that came didn't go to hand, but otherwise she would have had a few more wickets in that wickets column.
The last delivery of the 4th over coming up. Vishnu Gunaratne still satisfied with just defending, yet to get off the mark. 4 overs done, Sri Lanka 17 for no loss.
Just that one shot ball, man. I think she's comfortable. Lanka. Oh, that's over here.
Kaka will continue. 2 overs, none for 6. Now this time she got some good bat on it, but Kaka managed to get a hand. Probably saved 3 runs by Bunka Kaka. Vishnu Gunaratne back on strike. She'll want to begin her count here in this over. To get off the mark after facing 9 deliveries.
Ibonga Kaka has played only 2 games in this tournament so far, this being her 3rd. Good shot by Vishmi Gunaratne, just as we've been talking about her getting off strike. She finds the boundary with a lovely back foot punch through the covers. That's great to watch.
Yeah, that'll definitely settle the nerves, if there were any. Glorious boundary to begin her count. And the timing, so great to watch when Vishnu Gunaratne gets going.
just that ball found the middle of the bat, I'm sure will give her a lot of confidence. Struggled to middle the ball in the last innings as well, despite getting 30 something. Didn't really look fluent at any point of that innings, so getting the middle of the bat here probably give her the confidence that she needs.
Vishnu Gunaratne. It's very important for Sri Lanka that maybe she gets a good knock here before Sri Lanka head into that all-important World Cup. She's a vital part of this Sri Lankan lineup, Sri Lankan batting lineup. So it's very, very important that she gets some runs under her belt before the global tournament.
This is really good bowling from Ayabonga Kaka. She's known to keep those lines and lengths so tight, and she's done that so far in this spell. Gone for just 11 in 2.5 overs. South Africa will look to her to keep that one end closed up so that de Klerk can maybe attack a little bit more from the other end.
Vishmi thought about the single, but Hasini, she was never interested. So end of that over, a boundary for Vishmi Gunaratne, but 4 dots after that. Sri Lanka 22 for no loss after 5. And the third match summary. Sri Lanka beating South Africa to reach their first win of this tri-series. South Africa scoring 235. Henry Dirksen in that game as well, 61 of 60. Chloe Tryon 35 of 40. Lara Goodall 46 of 63. Sunil Lees 31 of 39. Malki Madara taking 4 wickets. Deomi Vihanga taking 3 in that game as well. Harshita Samarikrama that chase 77. Kavisha Dilhari 61. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Sri Lanka in that game. And Hasini Perera and Vishnu Gunaratne scoring some good runs in that game as well.
Nicely played by Hasini Perera. Now that is her bread and butter. The cover drive on the offside just hits one of those practice pitches, bounces over the fielder. It's gone down to the boundary. So she started well again. 21 of 17 she's got so far.
That's such a great stroke from Hasini Perera. 5 fours in this Sri Lankan innings so far. Played away once again really, really well by Hasini Perera. They will come back for 2.
That's really good batting from Perera. Nadine de Klerk just getting a bit too straight on that occasion. She's able to work it behind square on the leg side. De Klerk bowling around the wicket now, trying to cut down the space on the offside for Hasini Perera, because South Africa has certainly done their homework. They know that's her scoring area.
Hasini Perera once again trying to be a bit aggressive, trying to use her feet that time. Well, the other good thing is that she's actually striking it over 120 at the moment. That's really good to see from Hasini Perera. Because Vishnu Gunaratne, although she did get that boundary, she's struggling a bit the other way. But Hasini Perera, she has managed to make up for those dot deliveries from Vishmi.
Yeah, it's all about confidence, right? It plays such a huge role in, particularly in sport right now, where you have so much work done behind the scenes on how you prepare for games and how you think about games and strategies and things like that. Just those runs that she's got previously in this tournament surely will give her confidence coming into this game as well, particularly in how the pitches have played as well.
And throughout this tri-series, maybe in that first game where Sri Lanka were absolutely blown away by India, the did see some good surfaces throughout this try series, ST. Some good chases, some very competitive games. All the games were very competitive if we just remove that first encounter.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament to watch, hasn't it? Just the competitiveness, as you mentioned, and even the first game. I think it was simply Sri Lanka didn't bat well enough. It was nothing to do with the surface. We'll come back to that. It's 6 overs done. Sri Lanka 29 for no loss.
Kaka will continue. Decent start for Sri Lanka. Chasing a target of 316. One thing that will give Sri Lanka a lot of confidence is that, as I mentioned earlier, they have managed to pull off a very similar chase just a few months ago. Misfield there. Gives Hasani the chance to take the strike. Wish me back on strike now. She's batting with a lot of confidence. She's batting really well at the moment, Hasani Pereira. Hopefully she can convert this into maybe a good 50.
Sri Lanka would want that, but South Africa will want to put a bit more pressure on her as well. They've got the measure of Gunaratne so far, 4 of 17. Want to be a bit more disciplined against Pereira. That's a nice shot from Vishmi Gunaratne and good running from Sri Lanka. That's really, really good running. There's a bit of a misunderstanding the previous over. This time around, early call for 2 and they come back comfortably.
And I see earlier we talked about the fact that Sri Lanka need to match that power hitting capability, and someone who can actually give that all important aspect of the game to Sri Lanka is actually Devmi Vihanga. She's a great power hitter. We only saw her brilliant bowling in this try series so far. Saw her batting a bit in that game against India, but she's certainly someone who can do what the likes of Andrew Dirks and Chloe Tryon does for South Africa.
Yes, and that's exactly what her role in this team would be. She's currently slotted in at number 8. I expect that to go higher as she grows into her career as a Sri Lankan player. But she does have that ability, and we saw that during the previous Under-19 World Cup, where she was able to score a lot of boundaries, particularly on the leg side. So has that ability. She definitely has a physique as well. She has power in her asana. Up in the air. That's cleared the mid-wicket fielder and is running down to the boundary. Goodall after it. Can't get to it. So another boundary to Gunaratne. She's now moved to 10.
Vishnu Gunaratne slowly finding the right groove here. Just about the fielder. Going just over Ibonga Kaga, I believe. Okay, that was Shangazi. Last delivery of the 7th over, and once again Vishnu Gunaratne getting it just over that field.
Let me upset.
I think the field was Chloe Tryon. So good start for Sri Lanka. 7 overs done, 38 for no loss. They need 278 more runs.
Keep square.
Short and wide outside the off stump. Hasini Pereira throwing the kitchen sink at it. Missed out on an opportunity for another boundary. It's an okay start, that one would say, 38 after 7 overs, but yeah, Sri Lankans need to go at a good click right throughout the 50 overs, and talk about the tactics in a minute as I joined by bottom edge. That'll be 4. Doesn't matter how it comes, but Sri Lanka looking for boundaries and they get one there.
Well, Hasini is in a bit of a danger zone now, because this is where she needs to overcome. She gets to her 30s, but she hasn't gone on and made the 50. So she's now on 29. She gets a bottom edge, as you say, useful runs. But Sri Lanka will need a good base. Chasing over 300 runs, they need a solid foundation to try and launch. 42 without loss is encouraging. They can maintain about 6 runs and over in the first 10 overs. Might be useful.
Yeah, she'll have to re-bowl that one. Looking for the change of length. Yeah, Roshan, these days, tactically every pace of the innings is very important, and it depends on your composition of the team and the strength. And we all know that South Africans, their strength is their middle order, their 6 hitters, and didn't they come to the party today? It's nicely punched with the shot. Fumble, a knock on. Will allow them for another single. Yep. The South Africans do have that luxury of having those big hitters in the middle, and even though they were looking down the barrel at one stage, 80 for 5, just some consolidation in the middle, and then avenue was open for those big hitters to do the things that they do normally. And with the Sri Lankans have that luxury, it's questionable. So whatever you do at the start of the innings, early piece, is so important.
Yeah, you got to be the trendsetter. And that's how you actually set the tone as openers. Rishmi Gunaratne and Hasini Pereira, they've tried hard, but I hear you. Someone like Chamari Athapattu at the top in the power play with the field restrictions on could have been very useful, because she likes the ball to come on to the bat. She likes a bit of pace on to start her innings. Would have been ideal, and with her experience as Sri Lanka looks to chase this target, which is fairly uphill, to be honest.
It's a long leg, there's another single. I think South Africa will be happy to get these 10 overs over and done with at a runner ball. That's the end of the 8th over. Gunaratne 13, Pereira 30. She's doing her part, going over runner ball, 45 for no loss. Changing the bowling, Henry Dirksen from the press box end. Time and time again we've mentioned that she's one of the quickest in this lineup. To me, she's probably the quickest in the series that I've seen. She's got the height, the high arm release, and well, these days whatever she touches it turns into gold, particularly with the bat in hand. But her mindset will be nice and solid with the ball in hand as well, now that she's got 100.
Yeah, she will certainly have that rubbing off on her. Looks very good with the bat in hand.
Hold, sorry, dead ball.
With regards to bowling, yes, she looks sharp. She's hit the deck hard, but she's been a bit wayward, I must say. She's gone for runs. So that's an area she'll want to try and correct. There you see her economy. Over 6 runs and over 8 wickets in 7 games. 3 for 16, her best. But economy, 6.38. After 31 overs of bowling so far in her career.
Incidentally, Well, what is the hold up? Well, you just got up now.
I think I mean they got one ball to bowl, and I thought so, because what we saw here was 44.5, and when the umpire called over, I think our scorers quickly changed it.
Yeah, the other thing, Roshan, the giant screen is off at the moment, so they don't have an opportunity to double check with anyone. But these days with the scorer signals and all kind of things.
Yeah, I must say it was not 44.5, 7.5. I mean, and that's why I was looking into it, 7.5, and then it was called over. Well, after all, umpires are human; they can make mistakes. But how costly can this be? That's the question. Missing out on one delivery.
Yeah, it's a final over. It doesn't matter whether you signal one for the over or not. So, end of the over. Finally, 8th over is completed, 45 for no loss.
That's middle step. Thank you. Leg. Yep, leg. Off. That is. Thank you.
Yeah, play that again, Sams. Or take 2, Dirksen. Once again got the ball in hand for her first ball. 7 fielders inside the circle. Yeah, her stock ball normally swings away from the right-hander, but that one didn't swing, so it held on its line. Wide to start with. Yeah, both these batters have got starts, Roshan. But Sri Lankans need more than starts. When you chase a total in this nature, we obviously had that was better. 2 South Africans, one scoring 100, one 70. Very similar to Indian innings last time around. One getting 100, Deepti Sharma getting 90. So you chase 300 plus, you need at least a couple of batters to go on and get big ones.
Yeah, and also how you pace your innings, so important. Because they take it in phases, isn't it? The first 10 overs are so important, then you look at the middle overs, and finally you look for the launch in the last 10. And also in his opening partnership, now there is a fielder going off. Vishmi Gunaratne's innings is a concern for me in terms of the rhythm she's in. We've seen her hit boundaries, yes, but don't see enough rotation on the strike. You'll need those boundaries. You need to have a nice rhythm. It's not about boundaries, dot, 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 and a boundary, but you'll want those boundaries, the ones, the twos. Yes, you'll have the dots. So 13 of 25 needs a little bit more urgency. So at the moment, Sri Lanka is fine because Hasini Pereira is going at better than a runner ball.
Played and a miss. Yeah, I hear you. You know, you're still in a stage where you are looking to construct your innings in such a manner, but there's always that scoreboard pressure when you have to score over run or ball. And I think when you were on the mic when that last stage of that South African innings, there was a stage where South African batters went for 40 balls without a dot ball.
See, if you look at Vishmi, she's now faced 27 deliveries for 13. In those 13 runs, she's hit 2 boundaries. So she's got, well, just very quickly focus on Dirksen. This is Dirksen, the batter. It's some delightful innings, some lovely shots. So much of power. There were a few gifts as well that she received, but take nothing away from the innings. It was a magnificent knock for Henry Dirksen. Nicely punched down the ground. This is good timing.
Yeah, when the South African batters came out this morning, the outfield was a bit slower, but obviously it has picked up its speed, and yeah, that was a good indication. It wasn't really hit hard, just a punch off the back foot, off the middle of the bat, but suddenly it looks outfield that you're going to get some value for your shots. Yeah, that should be a confident shot for Vishmi. But having said that, Roshan, it's not on the boundaries that you need to do a bit more than that. Yeah, punch in. Oh, hurry. No, she's set.
See, that's better. That's what I like. The 50 is up in the 9th over. Boundary and a single. So you could see, I mean, you to me, boundaries are important, but also the rotation of the strike is so important as a batter. So you're moving, you're not letting bowlers dictate to you. You just constantly keep challenging the bowlers. So Vishmi needs to do that a little bit more. She's got 18 with 3 boundaries. That's good. Let's see those singles and twos.
Bit outside the off stump.
Can I leave it down?
9 overs completed. Sri Lanka in reply, 51 for no loss. Chloe Trion, right arm off break from the far end, very similar to the Sri Lankan side today. Sri Lanka went -2 spinners from last 11, and South Africa also going in for today's match without Sunil Lees, a spinner, as well as Mlaba. So Chloe will be one bowler that they'll be looking to bowl 10 overs. But having said that, because of this nature of the pitch and the total they've got, they're probably looking for more medium pace overs than Sri Lanka.
This is better. This is better. I like this. I like to see Gunratna doing this a little bit more. And also with the left hand, right hand combination, it challenges the bowling and fielding. This is, look at what Tryon has achieved. Over 100 games. Look at that. So much of experience. The average is a little bit high, but the economy is quite good. Under 4.5 runs and over.
Yeah, you'll take that economy rate, wouldn't you, today? 300 plus runs to score. If you can bowl your 10 overs. Run 43, 45 mark. You've done your job for the team. Still 7 fielders inside the ring. This is the final over for the power play. Out! Miss hit straight to cover. Well, Dirksen, she's seen that ball like a football. She's not going to miss that one. That's as easy as you get. And first breakthrough, and Hasini Pereira had hit that straight to cover. The change has worked.
It has definitely worked, and also for Hasini Pereira, it's the 3rd time that she's got a start. She's got out in the 30s for the 2nd time. Out for 29, 34, 33, and now 30. How disappointing is it? Out for 30 of 26 deliveries, she looked good. But Sri Lanka, 52 for 1.
Thank you, madam. Left arm audio. 4 more to come. Smriti.
Harshita Samaravikrama, 38 innings, just over 1,000 runs. This series has been pretty good for her. Couple of very good
Oh, yee,
contributions.
girl.
Playing for the turn first up, it did not turn.
Exactly right. Played for
You
some
are hot.
turn. It went straight with the arm. Perfect first delivery. Nicely looped. Excellent length. That in-between length you talk about. And also the thing about Trayani is that she's tall, so she gets a bit of bounce. So that was perfect. First delivery, orthodox spinner, you're looking to push forward. Then it goes straight through, holds its line.
And also, Roshan, because of the high arm release around 11 o'clock, and you're going to get some bounce. She seems to be getting a lot of overspin as well, so I'm surprised that they haven't got a slip in place.
Good club.
Ratna using the
One
crease.
good one, yeah, club.
Yeah, it'll be
Willy Dengule. Back me up, yeah.
short and wide. Gunaratna gets a single off the final delivery of the first power play. 54 for 1.
Back four. Back four, please.
There you are. Start of the second power play, or like the umpire said, end of the first power play. Well, incidentally, Roshan, South Africa were 53 for 1 after 10. None, 53 for none. Similar to her first over, starts with a wide. And Sri Lankans taking 52 balls for their first 50. Yeah, as you can see, looking for that extra speed, Dirksen, her front arm collapsing towards the left hand side. As a result, the release all came wrong. There are fine margins when it comes to rhythm. A lot of people talk about rhythm in spin bowling, but the rhythm is very important for fast bowlers as well. It's like a bow and an arrow, really. You got to find the right timing. All your direct movements, your run up, your shoulders, everything going towards the direction of the target, or I should say.
She looked good forcing shots, drives through extra cover, nice punches back past the bowler. I mean, one thing about South Africa is their ability to hit boundaries. They have been very good with those boundaries, and in those first 10 overs, South Africa's hit 7 fours. Sri Lanka, well, just 3 fours. Beg your pardon, 8 fours, so they've done better. Sorry, my eyesight is playing up a bit, Gamini, I'm sorry, but that time Sri Lanka is a bit better, but generally South Africa hit a lot of sixes going into the last 10 overs, so that was the reason that they had that momentum swing. And nicely done. What a shot that is. That's all class and timing.
Yeah, Harshita Samavikrami, she's very, very strong square of the wicket. Either side, off and on. You give her length and width, she will love it. She's very good. She's got a very good bottom hand. Hands coming from high to low. In control. Attempted bouncer from Dirksen, this time round the wicket.
First one.
You were talking about eyesight, Roshan. Nothing wrong with Harshita's eyesight. Her hand-eye coordination is top of the pops in this tournament. Well, you enjoyed a superb pack of rice and curry, Sri Lankan rice and curry. Yeah, it's like a Snoopy time, really. Captain Snooze time.
Yes, indeed. It is. It is. So I hope the batters keep us awake. And Harshita certainly is promising to do that with shots like that. But on the subject of Dirksen, I mean, I think she must be quite close to about 125 in pace, 125 to 130. You could see that even that short delivery was not loopy. She got it to go with her pace. And she also generally skids on to the keeper quite quickly. So 11 overs done, 60 for 1.
Well, this is the last game of the round robin series. We already know who the finalists are, and what a game it will be in 2 days' time. On Sunday, Samaria Tapattu, her brigade, will take on the troops of Harmanpreet Kaur, and another final between Sri Lanka and India. And free entry?
In front. In front.
Well, in a Sunday, Roshan, I don't see why.
Now go back.
And people should turn up in numbers and should game, without being biased, whether it's Sri Lanka playing or not. We've seen some very good cricket, and at high standards for women's cricket for that matter, and you're guaranteed that you're going to get a good contest.
Yeah, better Lance.
And also Gamini. I mean, there are so many promising, young cricketers in this side. Malki Madara, for example, playing in her first series, has had a good outing. Harshita, Vishmi Gunaratne finding her feet at this level. And they can, and of course, the veteran Chamaria Tapattu has been a great inspiration for many. So it will all be reasons, amongst others, for young, budding cricketers to come, watch, see their heroes, get close to them, and enjoy a final, because it's always so well fought out in the middle, and the atmosphere is so different to watching at home on television to when you come to a ground and you sit on a seat in the stands and amongst the crowds, amongst the cheering, just seeing it and feeling it. It's the touch and feel, as you call it.
The side of the line. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the beauty about it. Thanks to papare.com and Sri Lanka Cricket, bring you all these pictures. If you do find it difficult to come, you can sit on your couch with some refreshments on a lovely Sunday morning or afternoon.
Anything you're suggesting? Refreshments. You can give them a few suggestions, Garmin.
Yeah, you can watch a good game of cricket. And like I said, Sri Lankans played India in a final. The skipper will be very disappointed with that. Laura, yeah, Sri Lanka pipped India over the line to win that Asia Cup. So another final, they'll be coming into this final with some confidence.
Absolutely. And the way Sri Lanka has played, irrespective of the result here, I think Sri Lanka has defeated two teams that are ranked higher than them, and also good wins.
One more. 1 year clear,
and
1 year clear.
It will be an interesting contest even here, and also to see how Sri Lanka copes with this rather tough target. Another single to end the over. 64 for 1.
Chloe.
Yeah, Sri Lanka 2 out of 2 when it comes to chasing totals. And yeah, you mentioned about this game, Roshan, the significance. In modern day cricket, there are no such things as dead rubbers, because once you get the series over and done with, then it's an opportunity for the rest of the bench members. It's an opportunity to get your combinations right. What are you going to do in the future? particularly important for Sri Lanka because Sri Lanka's got this game and another game that is the final before the World Cup. So they've got very few opportunities from here on in.
Shangazi bowled some off spin. See, that's why I felt, as the result is inconsequential, I felt Sri Lanka should have won the toss and batted first. Come out of your, comfort zone. Try something different. Yes, I mean, if you lose, it doesn't matter. But if it comes off, it is another learning curve or a learning experience. Because at the moment, Sri Lanka quite happy winning the toss. This is Shangazi's. These are Shangazi's numbers. But at the moment, Sri Lanka quite happy, able to win the toss, which is uncontrollable, by the way. And they've decided to bowl. But what happens if they don't win the toss in the final? India definitely knows that Sri Lanka likes batting second. So little, permutations, little things to consider. So that's why I felt, okay, if you're testing your bench strength, test your strategy.
Yeah, also you need to take into consideration the venue. I think Premadasa, they have provided some, provided a stage for these teams. These are top-notch surfaces. I was told that the final will be played on a fresh pitch, so it will be interesting to see, like you said. And one thing that Sri Lanka, or India, and South Africa, for that matter, when they win the toss, why they want to chase is because these hard and pitches that provide a lot to the batters, even through our 100 overs, it's not going to deteriorate much. It's going to stay the same.
See, that's why I feel that Sri Lanka should have or could have opted to bat first here, just to try and change an approach. Look at the other side of the coin, because we all know that the toss is an uncontrollable thing, as I said earlier. You can win some, you can lose some tosses.
Okay, coming round to you.
And when teams are kind of known to like a particular way of playing, so the opponents will try to force them to change it.
Good cricket all round, nicely flighted delivery. Samarekrama wasn't nearly up to the pitch of the ball, but because the hands that she's got, she's in good form, coming off 250s, adjusted it nicely on the ground, wanted to take a single. This is where Vishmi will have to be very careful as well. Samarekrama normally a very busy player. You need to be ready to run. You need to have your weight on the front foot, be ready to run. 13 overs done, 68 for 1. Sri Lanka scored 53 in the first 10 overs, losing 1 wicket. And these were some of the highlights. Pereira and Gunaratna. That was the first boundary from Pereira on the leg side. This was a nice shot off the legs. Vishmi's first boundary. That was probably the best in that power play. Punch off the back foot. Yes, those miss. Closer, please. Sri Lanka had a very good opportunity to restrict South Africa to around 200, maybe just a tick over.
Nice and tight, Sashi.
But they ruled their chances because of those simple drop chances. And
catch!
Out! Yes! I was just about to say, will South Africa take their chances? Well, then it will be that much a difficult task for Sri Lankans. They get their first chance and they take it.
Yeah, try on. She's amongst the wickets. This is her second. That was thrown up, and Ishmi Gunaratna looking to punch it off the back foot. Just a bit uppish. Gave herself a little bit of room. Fairly simple catch to the backward point. Fielder. So Gunaratna takes that long walk back. She's out for 24-41, 68 for 2. As players will take drinks, and captain Chamariyatapattu comes out. Sri Lanka will have to rebuild from here, and it's time for drinks.
2 Sri Lanka after 13.2 overs. Mishra Gururatne, she got dismissed for 24. Hasani Pera scoring 30. Chloe Tryon did the job with the bat and now doing the job with the ball as well for South Africa. 2 wickets for the left arm spinner. The bowling Ivonga Kaka and Lindy Clark started. Ivonga Kaka was good initially, and then Hasani Pereira with some good strokes against De Klerk and Kaka. Dirksen 2 overs, none for 12. Chloe Tryon 2 for 7 in 2.2 overs. Shangazi bowling just 1 over so far. 52, the opening wicket partnership. So just like South Africa, Sri Lanka with a good opening stand. And then the second wicket, that last delivery before the drinks break. So Chamari Adapattu, she's out there in the middle. Chamari Adapattu and Hashida Samavikrama. What can these two do? They have produced a lot of very prolific partnerships in the last few years. A lot of prolific knocks individually. Can they do something similar here?
Yeah, the two key batters for Sri Lanka, isn't it? Harshita Samaravickrama, Chamari Adapattu. You'd have to imagine that if Sri Lanka are going to get close to that target, a lot of the runs need to come from their bats. Adapattu, as we've mentioned, hasn't had the best of times over the last few series. Those are her numbers, averaging nearly 35 at a strike rate of 75. 3,700 plus runs in 113 games, and that best of 195 not out against this opposition just 2 games ago. So she'll be looking to replicate that kind of knock, and she'll need to if Sri Lanka are going to get close to this target. South Africa, on the other hand, Chloe Tryon, as you rightly mentioned, did the job with the bat, now doing the job with the ball. She's been good to watch, just disciplined bowling so far.
Chloe Tryon, probably the second wicket. Vishnu Gururatne probably would have hit that to anywhere off the field, but unfortunately she was not middling the ball today at all, and she perished straight to that field, trying to cut it away. Oh, straight away, Chamari Adapattu beaten by Chloe Tryon.
You get the feeling there's just that little bit extra for the spinners on this track in comparison to what we've seen in this competition so far. We saw it from Devumi Vihanga in that first innings. Now Chloe Tryon just getting the ball to spin a little bit.
Chloe Tryon putting some pressure on Chamari Adapattu straight away. It's never easy for a batter when you get beat that very first delivery, and it's up in the air for a while. The keeper, Sinola Jafta, is very, very interested. She's very vocal out there now. They know the importance of Chamari Adapattu's wicket.
Yeah, we spoke about this in our first stint as well, right? The energy that the fielders bring into this game. Stuff going, it's hot out there, but they need to keep that intensity up. So 14 overs done. Sri Lanka 69 for 2. Have a look at what Chloe Tryon was able to do with the bat earlier in the day.
Chloe Tryon, she started off a bit slowly. She was very watchful. She let Henry Dirksen do all the hard work, and then as soon as she got out, it was the Chloe Tryon show. The spinners were shown no mercy. Devumi Vihanga, Chamari Adapattu, Sugandhika Kumari, you name it, every spinner from Sri Lanka was hammered to the stands almost every time.
Lord, target please, target.
How good were those sixes and how long did they travel? Just brilliant batting from the South Africans in those in the latter part of that
coming,
innings. Shangazi continues. Gone for just 4 of 1.1 overs.
Oh.
Chamari Adapattu just 131 runs
It's
in
a non-domain,
her
sir.
last 9 innings. After that West Indies series against Ireland, against New Zealand, and the first 3 games of this tri-series. So an average of just over 14.
Oh!
It's very important for Sri Lanka. We talked about this earlier as well. There's this big question mark surrounding the Sri Lankan top order, and all of that is because Chamari Adapattu is failing to find runs. Sri Lanka, they'll be hoping she can do it here.
Yeah, we've seen other batters get runs in this competition, and the two wins that Sri Lanka have got have come on the back of the other batters. Harshita Samaravikrama half centuries in both games. Kavisha Dilhari has been brilliant. Nilakshi De Silva. But I don't think anyone can replicate what Adapattu can do, and that's why they'll be wanting to get her back into form.
1.
Chamari Adapattu taking her time at the moment. Harshita Samaravikrama 10 of 14 once again. Looking decent. And those are the batters to come for Sri Lanka. Nilakshi De Silva. Manudinanakar, will be interesting to see how she does, ST.
Yes, a class.
One for the future for Sri Lanka.
Definitely. And from what we saw in her debut series in New Zealand, I'm very excited to see what she can do, because she's not one of those conventional batters who takes a lot of time to get going and gets bogged down in the middle. Continue that conversation in the next over. Sri Lanka 70 for 2 after 15.
Sri Lanka 70 for 2 after 15 overs. After the fall of that first wicket, Sri Lanka have slowed down considerably. Oh, that's once again beating Chamari Adapattu with that delivery. 28 deliveries since the last boundary. Sri Lanka, they need to find a boundary here. Once again beating her outside edge.
Oh, Chloe.
That's really good bowling from Chloe Tryon, just floating it up outside the off stump, tempting Adapattu to go for that big shot. It's a risk they're willing to take, because if they can get Adapattu at this juncture, with Sri Lanka needing well over 200 runs, that would definitely put them in the driver's seat.
And just 36 runs in this tri-series coming into this game for the skipper Chamari Adapattu.
On my left shoulder. I'll just give you some time.
Chloe Tryon. Now they have brought in that extra field as well as a slip in place. She managed to beat the outside edge of Chamari Adapattu thrice now.
Oh, Chloe!
Trying to come across a little bit that time, Chamari. Probably to prevent Chloe Tryon from beating her outside edge.
Yeah, just a bit too straight on that occasion. And that's a big shot from Adapattu. It was always coming. Has she cleared the boundary? Yes.
Okay, Chloe.
It's a 6. That's the first boundary after 30 deliveries.
Come, Chloe.
Something
come,
had
go.
to give at this point, Laksisi. Sri Lanka were getting bogged down, not getting the runs rotating. She had to go for that big shot.
Stay behind.
Yeah, it was a make it or break it situation for Chamari Adapattu. She was beaten thrice by Chloe Tryon, so she had to do something, and that will actually give her a lot of confidence. The first boundary. Oh, that's a good stroke from Chamari Adapattu once again. Played according to the line of the delivery. A slight little tickle, and that will go for another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for the skipper Chamari Adapattu.
Yeah, and pressure release, isn't it? Just South Africa kind of building on that pressure on this pair. 2 boundaries for Atapattu, and the slip comes out immediately, moves to that short fine leg position. That's a dot ball to finish. So good over for Sri Lanka. The 80 for 2 after 16.
So Sri Lanka in the last 2 games against these 2 sides, they did manage to chase it down. This was 2 games ago, as SC mentioned. I thought we have the last encounters match summary coming, so this was actually the 3rd ODI encounter during that tour to South Africa. Chasing 302, the highest chase ever SC in women's ODIs, and chasing it comfortably as well with 33 deliveries to spare.
Yeah, the first time 300 plus has been chased in the women's game. Incidentally, Sri Lanka also the first men's team to chase down a 300 plus score. Atapattu played a lone hand in that game. 195 not out of 305 runs. A fabulous knock from her. I don't know. I think I mentioned it in a previous game as well. Not available for viewing in Sri Lanka, so we had to find ways to get to watch it. But it was a fabulous knock.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal knock from the skipper. And here's Harshita Samarekar getting a bit creative. She loves to play those strokes behind the wicket. And Ilakshika De Silva giving that all needed support for the skipper as well, right at the end, scoring a 50. That was probably her first 50 as well, if I'm not wrong. First or second 50 on Ilakshi as well in that game. And Laura Wolfart scoring 180 odd. So both those players actually not performing up to the expectations in this tri-series, ST.
Yeah, I mean, imagine scoring 184 and still ending up on the losing side. Wolfart, I think when they set that total up, would have expected to be going home with a win. Wasn't to be. As you rightly said, neither one of them has had a good run in this competition. Wolfart, I think, has looked good at least out in the middle. She's looked fluent. It's just that hasn't been able to kick on to bigger scores. Atapattu has looked a bit scratchy and now moved down the order as well.
I think Chamara Atapattu is actually starting to look confident for the first time in this tri-series, probably after that first boundary which she got against Chloe Tryon. Now Shangazi, in that previous game, played against India as well, probably was a bit too short in that game, but this time around a lot better. Shangazi has changed her length. Slightly quicker this time. Chamara Atapattu plays it away on the leg side for a single. So end of the 17th, Sri Lanka 82 for 2.
No blade off. Thanks, Liddy. Nice. Perfect.
So 234 runs is what Sri Lanka needs in 33 overs. 2 wickets down so far, but they've got Atapattu and Harshita Samaravikrama out in the middle. South Africa, Chloe Tryon has been the wicket taker so far, 2 for 18. She's bowled really well. I thought used her pace really well in this innings. Remember, South Africa not playing Malaba today, so wicket taking options are lacking. It's up to the senior pro Tryon to provide that.
Chamara Atapattu sent back.
Go. Go.
Chamara Atapattu, just when she's starting to look good, the last thing that can happen is actually Chamara Atapattu getting run out now. Done at the end. This time the other way around. Harshita Samaravikrama sent back.
Yes, South Africa have got some quick youngsters in that inner ring. Sheshni Naidu, the previous delivery, Miana Smith in this. Move fast to the ball.
One.
Taking the single this time, Chamari Athapattu. It'll be interesting to see when they decide to bring in Naidu now with Chamari Athapattu and Harshita Samaravikrama, both of them out there in the middle, two left-handers. Especially the fact that Chamari Athapattu is out there will probably put a lot of pressure on the newcomer.
Yeah, matchups are a big thing in modern day cricket, aren't they? You've got two left-handers in. Do you want to bring the leg spinner in? Maybe risk it a little bit, but at the same time, that's your big wicket-taking option, right? Attacking bowler. And I'm really interested to see how she goes because she looked really good in the practice sessions. Just bowls a bit off the wrong foot as well. Quick single. That's nicely taken. Well judged by the batters this time. So 18 overs done, Sri Lanka 84 for 2.
Please.
So Shangazi will continue. Sri Lanka, they need 232 more runs in 32 overs. Now, when it started, the difference between the number of runs required and the number of balls was 16. But right now, it has gone up to 40. So that same question comes back again. Can Sri Lanka match that in the middle stages of this innings? And at the death as well. They take the quick single.
Yeah, it is a question. But I think they also need to not get too ahead of themselves. They have to play this innings in short sessions. Not look at the 40th over or 45th over right now. Still a partnership to be had. We are only in the 19th over of the inning. So that's a good shot from Athapattu. Shangazi gets a hand on it. But absolutely no chance of catching that. Would have taken off her hand if she got more hand on it.
Yeah, when Chamari Athapattu starts doing this ST, I think the bowling team will be a lot concerned. Chamari Athapattu using her feet with a lot of confidence. Shangazi, a good effort, but it was hit a bit too hard. As you rightly mentioned this earlier, in Sri Lanka they need to break this target into smaller targets now. Chamari Athapattu still out there in the middle, maybe try to get to a certain total at the 25th over, then think about the 35th over. Likewise, they need to break this down into smaller targets. They have lost only 2 wickets now. A healthy partnership building up between these two, 21 runs. Sri Lanka's two best batters, we can say. This will be a good test for the likes of Madhu Nanakar as well, because she has to play that role of Kavisha Dilhar.
It's been a good over from Shangazi after conceding that boundary. Few dot balls. Remember, South Africa also young bowling attack today. 3 young spinners in the side. It's a learning experience for them as well. This tournament, these conditions, I'm sure they'll take a lot back, although they're not going to make it into the final. I'm sure they'll learn a lot from what they've experienced here. Nicely played by Harshita Samaravikrama. Fine. I like the intensity with the running as well. Looking for 2 every time they run. Not able to get that this time. So 19 overs done, Sri Lanka 91 for 2.
Yeah, okay. Sweeper, please. Jackson, wat gaan jij? Diep kwijt jou. Alles altijd langs. Alles altijd langs. Ja.
Sri Lanka 91 for 2. The fall of wickets, good partnership for the first wicket, 52, and then just 16 for the second one. Now 23 for the third wicket. And I believe we are seeing Seshni Naidu for the first time, the leg spinner,
Here we go, Gala.
against Harshida Samaravikrama.
Flighted up that first delivery, and that's what you want to see, right, from a youngster. Not afraid to give that ball some air. As I mentioned, a big wicket taking option for South Africa. Promising youngster, part of that under 19 setup that we're seeing like come into the international game now. It's not going to be easy for her. She's got a couple of experienced campaigners to bowl to.
Loose delivery that time from Naidu. Probably would have been a wide. But went for the stroke anyway. So 2 full tosses. Wayward delivery.
Here we go, Sashi.
To begin for Seshni
Lock
Naidu.
it in there, girl.
But that can happen now. She's a leg spinner. Just is to settle the nerves a little bit. Driven away by Harshida this time.
So that's Seshni Naidu receiving her maiden cap earlier today. What a moment for the youngster. She's played T20 cricket for South Africa. First ODI. Through the covers once again, a single. So not a bad start so far.
Exactly, Seshni Naidu, after the first 2 deliveries, she has managed to find some rhythm. 95th women's ODI cricketer for South Africa, Seshni Naidu. What a moment for her. Always such a great feeling when you get the chance to represent your nation.
Oh, yes.
Sri Lanka taking the singles in this over.
Yeah. Continue.
She's bowling well outside the off stump at the moment, Seshni Naidu.
Nandu.
Yeah, perhaps
Yeah.
not wanting the batters
Sure.
to go over the leg side. If they are to do that, they're going to have to move way outside the off stump.
Oh, yeah.
Again, outside the off stump, left alone by Atapattu. You don't see that very often. 20 overs done. Sri Lanka 96 for 2.
Sash. Aya for yena ne. Unga you all the way, got the ball.
Shangazi, the off spinner, will continue. Now Sri Lanka 96 for 2 after 20 overs yesterday. South Africa, they were 89 for 5. Now we talked about this a lot at the end of that first innings. They were 85 for 5, although they finished up on 315 thanks to Andrew Dirksen, Chloe Tryon and Nadine de Klerk. That little cameo by her in the end. So Sri Lanka at this moment, yes, they are ahead. They have lost just 2 wickets. They have scored 7 more runs, but it's the next 20 overs that actually has to go Sri Lanka's way.
What's for yena ungat? Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take anything away from the way South Africa batted. Just used the conditions so well, settled in. We've sung the praises of Annemarie Dirksen so much during this tournament, and I think it's still not enough the way she's gone about things.
Come on.
I think earlier
Energies,
on
yeah, ladies,
you tend to
energies,
think that it's just a hitting,
Here we go,
but
Nan.
today she showed, and even in the previous game she showed that she's got everything. She's got the all-round package. She can work the single, she can time the ball, she can hit the big sixes. Nicely played by Harshita Samaravikrama. Pierces that gap between short mid-wicket and mid-on. Boundary for Sri Lanka.
That delivery deserved that treatment. Was a loose delivery. Short delivery from Shangazi, and Harshita Samaravikrama pouncing on it. Now going back to Dirksen, was really impressed with the way that she handled the spinners. Most of the time we see all these hard hitters, the six hitters, they get tricked by the spinners most of the time. But as you mentioned rightly, she showed that she is the complete package for South Africa when it comes to batting at the death and building an innings as well.
Yeah, exactly. Building the innings, I thought, was what she did so well today. In the last game as well. And just imagine once the likes of Marizan Cap is in this 11, then that batting gets that much more stronger. They've got the hitters, but they've also got players who can build innings. So Nelu's not playing today as well. So they've got the batting, I think, to go far in that World Cup. It's just that they need to figure out what the bowling is going to do.
Oh, beauty.
So that's about to finish the 21st. Sri Lanka 103 for 2. Chamriyadapat 122. Harshdas Samarekram 123.
Early there, so you will play. What's that? Ivalan Guli. Guli. Yeah.
103 for 2. 2 is the call. That's short and wide. Might go away for 4. It does. Naidu starting off rather poorly. Pitching short and bowling wide. Looking to push through quicker, doesn't she? She's a very different type of a leg spin bowler. Yamini, you've been a leg spinner. Just talk us through her.
Yeah, she's got an unusual style, front on, slightly on the wrong foot. Not the classical side-on leg spinner that you will see. Yeah, she's getting a bit of drift. And she's got a hard task of bowling at 2 lefties also. First up, Roshan. But being a front-on, I think it might be better to come over the wicket. She's operating at least another set of stumps outside. Mid-off, mid-on inside the circle as well. Yeah, it'll take a bit of time to get comfortable with things. There you are once again. That's kidding type, but it's very difficult for her to get side on to attack from that sort of an angle. So I actually thought that over the wicket will be the way to go.
And also release points. Let's talk about it.
Oh yes.
We do know that straight of the arm as a leg spinner, the chances are of bowling a wrong and is greater than really turning. So you've got to release it slightly lower to get that wrist going and the rotation going to get the leg break spinning back. So she releases it from a very almost 12 o'clock.
Considering the unusual bowling leg spin, if she can land it on the spot, she'll be a handful. Like I said, task of bowling at 2 left-handers. You mentioned about how the arm comes lower when you bowl the wrong one. But I've seen leg spinners who delivers with high arm action. This time, well done. Kept it down for 1. That's Smith feeling at 45 on the onside.
One more.
Kumble was 1. Rashid Khan is another high arm release. It makes it that much difficult because you can't really see that wrist rotation.
Yeah, see, in Rashid Khan's case, I think he was more a finger spinner, though he bowled leg spin and googly. Kumble, yes, that's a good one, but he didn't turn the leg break much.
Oh yes, too beautiful.
And even in this case of Naidu, I think she'll be skidding on, top spin, googly, and the odd leg break turning. Let's talk about it a little bit more. 112 for 2 at the end of 22. Right, international class swimming pool is right behind us, right behind the media centre at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium, and this was the day that it was opened. And the current national captain batting out there, the Minister of Sports, the legend Sanat Jayasuriya, you see Chamari Atapattu there, and this is the pool we are talking about. And beyond that are some real quality surfaces where the national teams practice. And this is a great addition, and this is something that this high performance centre lacked for a long time, and now it's complete with the swimming pool. And it's another milestone for Sri Lanka cricket in their quest to develop the game and help the athletes playing in it.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, wasn't it? Swimming pool. There was a lot of discussion around the town, but yeah, another feather in their cap to Sri Lanka cricket. So it's a fully fledged facility here at Ketarama or Premadasa Stadium that these days, and the high performance center you spoke about, and there are such high standard practice wickets.
I'm gonna try get you there. Not here. Here.
112 for 2 of 22.
Go.
Shangasi continues. This is into her 6th over. I think the platform is all right. Sri Lanka gradually setting that platform, looking for that solid base. Maybe they'll play this way, but look for a little bit more urgency up to about the 30th, maybe 35. The key to me, Gamini,
Every time.
wickets in hand, and going deep into the innings, you need at least one, or ideally 2 set batters for Sri Lanka to look to launch in the last maybe 10 overs.
Yeah, you mentioned that you need to look to launch, but do we have the firepower to do that? That's what the Sri Lankan think tank will be it powerfully to mid on. Yep. So that's why it's very important that these 2 batters, and already you can see the required rate is 7.3, and anything over 8, you come to that stage where you need a boundary every over, and already 3 singles of the first 4 deliveries, and yeah, Atapattu is one. Obviously, we know that she can clear the boundary at ease, and Samara Vikrama, the last 2 games have been terrific. But one thing for sure, that from what I have seen from the start of the series, where Sri Lanka were completely out. Oh, that's a nice shot in the gap. Smith collects it cleanly. Atapattu says, no, I'm not coming back for the second. The middle order batting has improved dramatically. Samara Vikrama, nicely played off the hip. So 5 singles off the over, Roshan. Yeah, it's okay for this stage, but like I said, 7.36. Now, this is what the South African batters did in that last 10 or 12 overs. Dirksen. That was Dirksen. These are massive hits. This one over long off. Terrific shot that was. Rayon. Now, those were some of the sixes. So we spoke about keeping your batters to launch, to go for that 5th gear. The Sri Lankan batting lineup have that firepower, so that's where the middle order tactics will come into play.
Yeah, well, you're right. I mean, Sri Lanka doesn't have those power hitters who could come in and hit those 3 to 4 sixers in a short time. This is Naidu just getting a radar right that time. Yeah, so Sri Lanka will have to look at an alternate batting plan. So one could be, Chamari Athapaththu stays, well then the coast is clear. We know that what she would look to do. But on the other hand, when you remember that win by Sri Lanka over South Africa when they chased down that target, the 8th wicket pair, the way they batted, there weren't big hits, but there were also always singles and twos, the occasional boundary. So you got to kind of devise your own plan. Oh, well bowled. Deceived in the flight, bowled slower. Harshita Samaravikrama was driving a little bit firm-footed. He's a fielder at short extra cover. Just see, he hardly moves. And the weight not going forward either.
Yeah, we spoke of this before, Roshan. If she gets it in line and land it on a coin, she'll be a handful. That's for sure. She's starting to find the line and length. I mean, don't forget that she's playing her very first international, and well, the things that go through your mind.
2 in a row, yeah, those are 2 dots. 2 valuable ones.
No, it's
yes,
not
Ash.
only the skill that play a big part, it's how you hold yourself, really. One thing that is in favour for her is that South Africa's got a good total, so there are enough runs to play
Too
with.
good, Sashi.
Yeah, she's got something in the bank to try and defend. And so far it's been a good over. She's just conceded 2 runs and 3 dots. And you take it when you bowl to batters like Athapaththu and you can bowl dots.
One more, yes, Sashi.
Naidu, as you said, playing in her first big game. Obviously she must be having those butterflies. Last ball of the over. Slams it through extra cover. There's a lot of... Oh, wrong-footed. Brilliantly done. She was definitely wrong-footed. For a moment I thought she lost it. But that is outstanding work. 24 done, 120 for 2.
Sashi.
120 for 2. Now that asking rate has crept over 7.5. Still okay. If going into the last over, if Sri Lanka needs just 7.5 runs and over, they'll take it. But what they should be careful is that they cannot afford to let it get out of hand. Change of bowling. Smith will come on with 2 left-handers. They can try their off-spinners as much as they want to. So Smith has that packed offside field, long off and deep extra cover. 2 others on the leg side.
Good start, Smith.
Yeah, Smith made her debut in that last game against India. So 2 bowlers from either end. Got 2 games between them. That's a nice shot. Inside out.
Tamla.
Well,
Good Lara. Up. Good Lara. Brilliant,
yes.
Lara.
Still didn't have the balance, but saved definitely 2 runs. And although it's a big score, fielding will play a mighty part here. That's a good shot from Athapaththu. She's got this ability to hit it inside the over the infield on the offside. So you got to be pretty straight when you're bowling at Athapaththu.
She missed out short and wide, and also you spoke about the experience of the 2 bowlers. Now Sri Lanka should understand that this is a weak link of the South African bowling makeup. He's enjoying himself. Would have had some good captures on that camera that he's carrying.
Oh yes.
Now Smith wouldn't mind the singles. These are the overs that Sri Lanka should look to try and cash in. We speak about Naidu who's bowling leg spin, not settling in her first game. Smith into her second game has bowled 4 deliveries for just 3 runs. That's Harshita's game. She will nudge it around, knock it around, but she will make sure that she gets those runs. She won't play too many dots. Adapattu, on the other hand, has played a few dots. She's also got those boundaries, but you need that ratio to improve as far as she's concerned. 32 of 45. Last ball of the over.
Nicely bowled, good speed. And we'll talk about the tactics as well when you're chasing a total in this manner. Halfway mark, 1, 2, 4 for 2.
Well, at the halfway stage, Sri Lanka has played 80 dot balls. That's a high percentage. And Harshita finds the fielder at mid-off. Naidu was persistent, kept pegging away, and she struck goal very, very early into her fourth over.
Yeah, what a way to take her first international wicket, and she will remember this for the rest of her life. Nicely bowled, dipping leg spinner. Samara Vikrama didn't really get close enough. And a comfortable catch at mid-off. Oh, she's got just... Yeah, it's fair delivery, just lucky. Yeah, maybe a quarter inch. Line doesn't belong to the bowler, so obviously she's just behind it. And yeah, what a moment for Naidu. And she gets the informed batter for as far as the Sri Lankan camp is concerned. Good knock that. 33 of 38, striker of 86. Against the run of play, Sri Lanka lose their third wicket, 1, 2, 4 for 3.
Well, Nilaksha De Silva, the player of the match in that last game against South Africa. Against India, I beg your pardon. Batted out of her skin. Played a magnificent knock. Got a fine half century in quick time. Gave Sri Lanka the impetus that they were looking for. And eventually helping them to get over the line. But she comes in with Sri Lanka expected to accelerate with that asking rate gradually starting to climb.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. She's a batter who wouldn't worry about what the scoreboard is. She's a free-flowing player. The only way that she knows is to attack the ball. So this will be a very good situation for her to come in. And didn't she, like you mentioned, Roshan, that what a knock that was, and that was the that earned her the player of the match award as well. So deservingly. South Africa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders inside the ring. No one on the offside, patrolling the boundary. Yeah, she will like bowling to the right-hander. Now this is exactly what I was telling before. Coming from over the wicket, she'll be able to drift that ball because the way she is delivering. Yeah, that ball dipped. She's getting that ball to dip, and you need to have good feet to get close to that pitch of the ball. Yeah, no, so there you are. She looks a lot more comfortable at the right hand.
And also with the wrist rotation, Gamini, you will get put in a lot of revs on the ball. So with the revs, the ball is bound to dip on you. That's what happened to Harshita. Now they've kept long on open. I know Nilakshi likes that area. She likes to go over the top. But she's got to be mindful that this is a leg spinner. If she's going there, she needs to get close. And like that, she got close, and then the result. That's fine. That's a boundary to open an account.
Yeah, that's how she will play, Nilakshi. But South Africans won't mind this. Wasn't a bad ball by any means. Using her feet to get to the pitch of the ball, just releasing her wrist through the line. Intention may have been to go over, but the placement was there. So as a result, mid-on drops back. I'm surprised that Laura is not having a slip in place.
Catch!
With a turn and bounce.
I like to see mid-on saving one against the right hander. One boundary shouldn't push the mid-on fielder back. Let Lakshi take that chance if she wants to. It's early in her innings. And yes, the slip with the right hand on strike. Now back round the wicket. She's settling in. As you said, she's now settling into a groove. 4 overs done for her. She has 1 for 22 at the end of 26. 129 for 3. Well, not really too different from the way South Africa batted. The first 250, South Africa was quite slow in the second 50, and then despite the wickets lost, the acceleration was there. See, one thing about that partnership when Dirksen came in, Gamini, was that wickets were lost, but she was looking for every opportunity. She was looking to take the bowling on, and she was releasing the pressure with those boundary hits. So she continued the momentum. Sri Lanka is not in that kind of a situation. They can take their time. Smith, in her second game, she's got a tight leg side feel, bowling off spin. Well bowled, that was clever. Saw her coming, fired it slower and wider.
Yeah, there's only one way that she knows, Nilakshi. She will look to take the bowler on, particularly with the mid-off and mid-on inside the ring. She wouldn't mind having a go at Smith. Nicely bowled once again. Oh, good piece of fielding. Atapattu gave the thumbs up to Silva. I'm okay, mate. "14 fours and a 6 so far." I'll tell you what, direct hit would have been very interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You took words out of my mouth. Chamari was a little bit casual. She was a bit slow, but a direct hit would have made her struggle. An underarm over the bails, and she was fine. So mid-on inside the circle, mid-off down on the boundary. Oh, taken, is it? Dropped. Put her down. Smith very nearly had a wicket. We speak about Smith being the weak link. Very nearly striking gold here.
It's a very cruel game, this cricket. Just a moment ago you're a hero, now you're a villain. Oh. Yes, no. What a wide. It's all happening here, I'll tell you what. Another stumping opportunity, but you have to be really quick and have good hands to convert that into a stumping. Way outside the leg stump. There you are. Yeah, you got to feel for Naidu. It was travelling, mind you, but when you drop a batter like Chamari Atapattu, it plays in your mind, and whether it will have an effect when you're bowling, you never know.
Especially because she's in her first game, so she might be focusing so much on that drop catch rather than really pay attention to what is before her as a bowler. See, that's the experience we talk about, where players know how to put things behind them. But Smith has been very good so far. She's limited those runs to dots. Only another single.
Yeah, what I like about her is that Roshan, she's not looking to do much. Just land it and let the ball do the top. If the batter is going to play a good shot, so be it. Yeah, she hasn't given a lot of room or width outside the off stump, so she's bowling within herself. Very easily, it could have been a very successful over for Smith. Atapattu was dropped at point. Wasn't to be. After 27 overs, 135 for 3.
Miane.
135 for 3 it is. Naidu, let's see how she bounced back after that. Yeah, nicely bowled. She's getting plenty of drift. It's a horrible feeling once you drop a catch against any batter, let alone Chamari Atapattu, one of the biggest names in world cricket for that matter, let alone Sri Lanka.
Oh.
I tell you, she's bowling well. She is getting that ball to tip. We could see that Nilakshi was Silva, that is, was a little bit deceived in the flight. She was looking to go over the top. She had to check her shot. That's because as a wrist spinner, you get everything right. Gamini, I don't need to teach you wrist spin. You know wrist spin. You've been brought up as a wrist spinner. You know what rhythm means for a wrist spinner. Oh, this is a good shot. This is Chamari Atapattu. It's gone all the way for 6. Sri Lanka can do with a few of those.
Yeah, that is why it's so important. I would love to talk to Naidu at the moment and ask her what's going through your mind right now. Only a few balls ago she dropped a relatively easy chance, and now off a very good ball you get hit for a 6. That's the other important part. If you're going to be a good spinner, Roshan, you got to understand what the good balls are, because the batters are going to hit you some point in time. If you get that's good. That's a good comeback. Just wide on the onside. But yeah, like I said, you know, spinner is going to get hit on for a good ball. So it's very important to keep your head straight, head still, and without trying to do too many things, try and land it and ask the batter to do the same thing again. Yeah, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. This time, waist high full toss. A player like Atapattu is not going to miss out. Suddenly, it's an expensive over.
See, when you're playing a leg spinner, we talk of her as an attacking option, and then you got to leave some provision for things like this. You got to leave a margin on her allowance. You'll have the odd over where she will bowl badly, but then she can also give you some surprise deliveries. So at the moment, it's the other side of the coin. She bowled some good deliveries and got a wicket, but now she's struggling to try and settle in. She's got to get through 2 balls with Atapattu on 46 of 51. Field spreading. Well, that's a good comeback. And what I like about Naidu is when she drops the ball into a length, the pace seemed to be right. But when she bowls those full tosses, it appears to be loopy. So that could be because she gets a lot of revs on deliveries that drop. I don't know. I'll ask you to maybe explain that. Last ball of the over. Gets an edge. Should run away to the boundary. Chamari Atapattu reaches a half century. And so is the Sri Lankan 150. 28 overs done. 153 for 3. Athapattu has just recorded her 18th ODI half century.
This is how Chamari Athapattu reached her half century. Suddenly, that required rate has come down drastically. You need only 1 or 2 good overs when you're chasing Mian Smith. She was very unfortunate in the last over. Vilakshi pushing her captain, but Chamari says no. I'm hitting the ball well, let me bat.
Yeah, incidentally, this is Athapattu's highest score since June 2024. Her first half century since then as well. So has gone through a bit of a lean run. Sri Lanka will hope that this is the beginning of big things to come later in this year as well.
This is very good batting from Sri Lanka. These two have now added 31 runs.
Here we go, yeah, ladies. Here we go, yeah, ladies. Here we go, yeah, ladies. We're going strong, yeah. Here we go.
Chamari, she has hit 3 sixes out of 3. 2 came in the previous over. Still,
Here we go, ladies. Here we go, ladies.
the required rate is 7.5. It's never easy to maintain that same intensity for more than 20 overs.
Ow!
Loud appeal, more of a attempt to get the umpire not to signal it a wide. As wicket keepers, you tend to do that more often than not. But very interesting game coming up. Another lapse in the field. Loves Sri Lanka. Another single.
Yeah, as you said, Damit, not easy to keep going at that same rate, particularly when you need 7.5 and over. Sri Lanka have done well to keep the run rate at 5.5 so far, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Exactly double of what they've got they need to get in the next 22 overs.
Sri Lankan captain, she holds the key.
Here we go, yeah, ladies. Here we go, yeah, ladies. All in, yeah. All in, yeah. Let's go, Smart.
So far just 5 runs from this over.
Good. Good.
In my opinion, there was a single on offer, but Chamari didn't compile. Just 5 runs, 158 for 3. Chamari Athapattu's 18th half century in ODI cricket. She's not been among the rungs this competition. They say come at the hour, come at the man, but for Sri Lanka, come at the hour, come at the woman. The captain, she needs to continue to bat.
Yeah, that's the chance Sri Lanka will have if they want to get close to this. It has to be Athapattu. We've seen how she's chased down targets in the past as well. We showed that summary from a previous game between these two sides where she got to 195. But South Africa, now they have their work cut out. They know they have to get this wicket if they want to stay in the game. What do they have to offer? Ayabonga Kaka into the attack, just trying to pry that wicket out.
Chamar is a batter who loves pace.
Good jump.
But Kaka, now she needs to make sure she uses the variations. You all know what Nilakshi Silva can do. Not a lot of fan support today, but it's free entrance. And Sri Lanka will be playing India in the final, so make sure you all come and support the Sri Lankan women's cricket team as they play the final on Sunday.
Yeah, great opportunity for fans also to come and witness some of the greats of the game in action. You've got the likes of Harmanpreet Kaur in the opposition as well, players you don't often get to see on Sri Lankan shows. So great opportunity not just to watch the Sri Lankans in action, watch and come and support them, but also see some really good cricket. We've seen that right throughout the tournament. Some good knocks. Jemima Rodrigues, Deepti Sharma in the previous game. Youngsters like Pratika Rawal, the way they bat can surely inspire a lot of young girls and boys if they come in to watch.
That's gone. Annery Dirksen, she cannot do anything wrong today.
Yes, but I agree.
Shamari Athabattu, that's one of her trademark strokes, coming down the track and taking on the fast bowler. She sliced it straight to sweep a cover. Massive blow to Sri Lanka's chances. Sri Lankan captain departs for 52. Sri Lanka now 160 for 4. Here's the Sri Lankan batting card so far. Hasini Pereira again another score in between 30 to 49. Vishmi Gunaratne again another start, 24. Harshita, she also made a good start, 33. Chamari Athabattu just departed for 52. None of the top 4 have been able to kick on and play a massive innings, I would say, because if you're chasing a score in the excess of 300, still you need someone to play the anchor. South Africans have been bowling decently. Chloe Tryon, the pick of the bowlers, with 2 wickets for 20. One of the most experienced campaigners in this lineup. Ayabonga Kaka, she just picked up 1 wicket, and the debutant Naidu with 1 wicket. There have been 2 50-run partnerships for Sri Lanka. This is how Hasini Pereira was dismissed. Then it was Vishmi. Naidu picking up Harshita Samarawikram, and then a couple of minutes ago it was Chamari Athabattu, the captain.
Yeah, just you have to commend Laura Woolfard's captaincy as well. Doing something different, bringing Ayabonga Kaka into the attack, and she picks up Athabattu. This is what's happened so far. Sri Lanka needing 156 of 20.3 overs to come. Dirksen, the top scorer in the game, 104 of 84, the fastest century in women's ODIs for South Africa. Chloe Tryon, that finish was fabulous, 74 of 51. Deumi Vihanga playing just her third game in international cricket, picking up her maiden 5-wicket haul. For Sri Lanka so far, Atapattu's been the highest run scorer, 52 of 57. Samara Vikrama 33 of 38. Chloe Tryon 2 for 20. You mentioned the starts, Damit, but if you look at the strike rates, I think Sri Lanka were found wanting a little bit, chasing a total in excess of 300, and you know you don't have the big hitters that South Africa have in their middle order. Maybe there is a school of thought that they should have gone a little bit harder in that first 20 overs.
Chloe Tryon having a great game so far. She was the stand-in captain in the previous game when Laura Boulevard was not feeling well. Still, when we talk about this Server Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series, we started off with a rather one-sided game, but a part of that we've seen some very good cricket in Sri Lanka. The first ever Women's Tri-Nation competition held in Sri Lanka. We need to commend the efforts of Sri Lanka cricket as well to organize this competition.
And I think the pitchers in particular need some praise because it's allowed the players to show what they're capable of, showed that these batters can really take on the bowling, get big scores on the board. Particularly happy about how the chasers have gone in this series so far. South Africa failed a couple of times, but still good batting efforts. So Manudi Nanayakkara, the new bat for Sri Lanka, just 17 years of age, the under-19 skipper at this year's under-19 World Cup. So much of promise. It'll be good to see how she goes in this game. She's got plenty of overs to come.
Here's another player to watch out for, hailing from Moratua, another cricket crazy town in Sri Lanka, Manudi Nanayakkara. Inside edge. She'll be a little nervous, but not an easy task. But need to speak about Anneli Dirksen, isn't it, Estelle? She's had a fabulous game and a fabulous tournament.
Yeah, has gone from strength to strength. 30 in that first game, then 61, then 81, and 100 today. So the progress has been great. South Africa finding a massive role player in that middle order for them going forward. And Manudi Nanayakkara, what I've liked in her is the confidence she's shown, whether with the bat or the ball. Made her debut in New Zealand a couple of months ago. At 17, it's never going to be easy to come into a side that's kind of settled, but she's made a mark right away, whether it's bat or ball. The attitude she's shown right throughout. She wants to get some runs under her belt here, obviously coming in for the ill Kavisha Dilhari.
End of 30 overs, 161 for 4.
Mag nog eens even scrollen.
Sri Lanka 161 for 4 at the end of the 30 over mark. When South Africa were batting, they were 130 for 6. They managed to get over 180 runs in the last 20 overs, Estelle. All thanks to Anneli Dirksen and Chloe Tryon. When we continue to speak about Anneli Dirksen, she was also named the ICC Emerging Women's Cricketer of the Year for 2024. And only this year She earned her first national contract. A player to watch out for from South Africa. And Nilakshi Silva, she's now the experienced campaigner in the middle with another emerging cricketer, Manu Dinanakara. What can they do?
And Nilakshi De Silva in that previous game, the chase against India, getting Sri Lanka's fastest 50 in ODI cricket off just 28 deliveries. A 50 though is not going to be enough today. Sri Lanka still have a long way to go if they are to chase this down.
Manu Dinanakara will be looking to somehow keep rotating the strike. That's the least you can do at this moment when your asking rate is nearing 8 runs per over. He's trying to bisect that heavily guarded offside field. South Africa still having only 2 fielders outside the 25-yard circle. They have the ability to have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and straight away Mian Smith pushing 2 more fielders to the boundary to save the big shot.
Yeah, this is something we have seen from Laura Wolfart in the previous game as well, where she has the field up the first 3 to 4 deliveries, puts that extra bit of pressure on the batters, and then as the over nears its end, pushes a couple of fielders back to the boundary just to protect those boundaries. So I think that's one of the key areas of difference we've seen between her and what Chloe Tryon was doing the previous game. Wolfart a lot more proactive, I feel, in the way she handles her bowling and the fielding placements. 31 overs done. Sri Lanka 164 for 4.
Sri Lanka has consumed 71 deliveries for that second 50. Estelle, you were talking about a little bit of lack of intent when you're chasing above 300. Sri Lanka especially playing on surfaces like this against India on Sunday to not be an easy task. Beautifully played from Manu Dinanakara. That's her first boundary. She's starting to show some intent, using the field restrictions and the field placings to great effect.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about Manu Dinanakara. Not one of those batters who tries to stick around and survive. And I like that option that she went for. She wasn't just blindly swinging. She knew where she wanted to hit the ball.
Sri Lankan cricketers, when you compare with the Sena country cricketers, still South Africa, England, New Zealand, Australia, obviously the subcontinent players aren't that big made. They don't have that ability like Dirksen, the Tryons, especially except for someone like Chamari Athapattu or Nilakshi. Not all can clear the rope, not all can hit to the stands, but They are very good touch players. They time the ball. They find gaps. That has always been the strength for Sri Lankan cricketers.
Yeah, and it's all about finding your strength, isn't it? Like if you look at someone like Harshita Samaravikrama, who I think has been the highest run scorer for Sri Lanka over the last 12 months. She's not someone who clears the boundary or hits those big sixes at all. Maybe she might hit 1 or 2 over a span of 10 to 15 games, but she knows what her strengths are and she plays to those strengths. I think if you look at these players as well, that's what they need to do. It's not all about hitting sixes and clearing the boundary. Of course, it's great if you can do that, but it's about understanding what your strengths are and trying to uplift those strengths to a level where you can match those big hitters in the middle.
We still have the likes of Anushka Sanjeevani, Devmi Vihanga in the lineup. The required run rate now nearing 8 runs per over. SL bowled him. Nilakshi Silva chops one on. The change of pace does the trick. Ayabanga Kaga, she'll be very delighted. She's got the 2 set batters. Nilakshi Silva, she departs for 14. Sri Lanka 5 down for 171. The new batter for Sri Lanka, Anushka Sanjeevani, the wicket keeper of the team.
Just going back to the captaincy from Wolfhard again, Damit. She brings Ayabanga Kaka into the attack and Kaka gets both Chamari Atapattu and Nilakshi De Silva. So it's been a brilliant set of decisions made by the captain, but also really good bowling from Kaka. She's used her pace well, just bowls her line and length really well.
You lying, you wanna hit her. You wanna hit her. Oh, go fill the pump. Yeah, be left. You can't have.
Nadine de Klerk also warming up. I wonder how long it'll be for us to see her. She's been bowling well as well. But at the moment, it'll be Smith bowling from the media centre end. Just 18 conceded off her 4 overs.
She's getting some turn, Ian Smith. And also ST, I think Woolward will look to give these youngsters an opportunity. These tours are all about learning, and Anushka Sanjeevani, best score of 55. She'll need somehow to better it today if Sri Lanka to win this game.
Yeah, doesn't have the greatest of records on paper, But Sanjeevani, another one who's kind of had a renaissance over the last 18 to 24 months, has had those cameos coming in the lower order. But for Sri Lanka now, just under 18 overs to go. Nanayakara out there, 10 of 13. It's a good opportunity for this pair, even if they can't go to the target, to get some good time out there in the middle, because the final is coming up and you never know when you'll be called upon to do a job for your country.
Hi, Smithy. Hi, Smithy. Work with me, Asmat.
At this stage, South Africa 147 for 6. That end from Dirksen and Chloe Tryon was one for the ages. Mian Smith still not bowling to her best of ability, dragging it short.
Yeah, Sanjeevani will be disappointed she couldn't capitalize on that occasion, because there's no one in the deep on the offside. Short delivery from Smith. This time she works it behind point for a single. That ends the 33rd over. Sri Lanka 173 for 5.
Here are the fixtures and results of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. India won the first game, then they won the second game against South Africa also. Sri Lanka then managed to beat both South Africa and India. India defeated South Africa on 7th May. Now today, 9th May, we have Sri Lanka, South Africa. The match is in progress, and the final will be India versus Sri Lanka on 11th May, this Sunday. It's free entry for all the fans. Bowling change, Dean de Klerk. When you have three good all-rounders in the likes of Dirksen, Tryon and Nadine de Klerk, Estelle, it's a great luxury for Captain Laura Woolward.
Yeah, it is something that South Africa have plenty of. That's a great shot by Anushka Sanjeevani. Clears the boundary quite comfortably. That's her first 6 of the innings. Timed that to perfection.
Yeah, she has come up with a plan, showing good intent from the experienced wicketkeeper batter Anushka Sanjeevani. That's the 4th 6 in the Sri Lankan innings. Slower delivery, it's straight to Laura Woolward.
A good running for Manudi Nanayakara, called straight away and ran. Bit of hesitation from the senior campaigner, but the youngster getting in without a problem. Talking about South Africa's all-round, fast bowling all-round options. Remember, Marizanne Kapp is not here, and she's one of the best in the world, so still more to come from them.
After 6 games in the round-robin stage, Shamari Atapattu and Harmanpreet Kaur will be the 2 captains playing in the final of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series here at R. Premdas International Cricket Stadium in Colombo. It's a Super Sunday, so free entry. Come and watch.
De Klerk gone for plenty of runs in this innings so far. 6.83 the economy. Very unlike her. She's bowled well throughout this competition. Kept the runs down, built the pressure. Hasn't been able to do that today, but she's got an opportunity. 5 more overs to come from her. Gets to bowl at Sri Lanka's middle and lower order. Sanjeevani works that to the deep cover fielder to end the over. Sri Lanka 182 for 5 after 34.
Here we go, ladies.
— 16 overs remaining. 134 runs to win for Sri Lanka. They still have 5 wickets left. Anushka, Sanjeevani and Manadina Nakara at the middle. Mian Smith bowling to her field rather, Estelle, because can't afford to pitch it up when you have both your mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. It's going to be a great test for young Nana Akara. Will she take on the spinner?
Tries to go over the top.
Good man,
Can't get under it. Nana Akara definitely one of those attacking batters. So it'll be a test. 2 youngsters fighting it out against each other.
Down. Good, Taz. Good, Smith.
Nicely played,
Ikunda,
but
Smithy,
that
Ikunda.
time straight to short extra cover. Man, Smith bats in the high or in the middle order for South Africa. Hasn't really been able to find the right rhythm with the ball so far. Lots of variations in length.
Oh, yes, Smithy! Beauty! Eh?
Very close to that blue line, Esther.
Let me try. Happy! Happy! Too good!
This is very good bowling from Mian Smith. She's changing up the length, the line, teasing Manadina Nakara.
Oh! Too good!
35 completed. Sri Lanka 183 for 5.
$183 for 5. Sri Lanka. They're up against it. DL pass score at the moment should be 221. That's, I don't think, a concern with there is no weather about. In terms of runs versus balls, 90 balls left. And Sri Lanka is after 316. So they need what? 133 more runs of 90 balls. De Klerk. Single of the first ball, but Gavani.
Nice, 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 nice!
Few things against Sri Lanka. one of the biggest issues is that they have lost wickets. And with wickets lost, falling behind the run rate is going to be a challenge. So they need 1 or 2 big overs with this pair together if they're to draw level.
Yeah, all those things plus from time and time again we've discussed the assets you have in your side. You need some 6 hitters for a time like this. Sanjivani, we've already seen hitting 1. Yeah, dot ball, I don't think South Africa, they won't mind that. A dot ball. Yeah, required rate 8.9. See, straight away, the ball before that single, it was 8.9. Now it has gone to 8.93. Dot ball, it'll add about 0.6. Then you have a higher required rate. To do it for 15 overs, that's a long time. Dot ball, they cannot afford to.
Well, that was on the pads. And a short fine leg inside the circle. So Sanjeevani and Nanayakkara need to move on. 131 of 14 overs and 3 balls. Closing in on that 10-run mark very quickly. Now they've gone over 9. That's what happens towards the end of an innings. Will this be called a wide? Yes, it is. It is called a wide. I think it was going down the leg side.
Yeah, for a moment I thought umpire was not going to signal wide. Even with Pete Sampras's racket, I don't think he would have reached that.
What about Roger Federer?
Yeah, Pete Sampras was 6.4, wasn't he?
It's quite tall. Hit firmly. Half stopped. Good work, very good work. I must say the South African fielding has been excellent.
They have been, yep, certainly they've stopped a few more runs than the Sri Lankans did, and their catching has been pretty good as well. That was a tremendous catch by Dirksen to dismiss Atapattu on the boundary line there. She was right back on it. Straight away required rate has gone up to 9. With 2 dot balls.
Well, South Africa won't mind this, but I understand Sri Lanka's thinking here. They're just trying to make sure that they fall into a nice rhythm. They're not going to play dots. They're searching for every run, hoping that there will be a boundary in between just to maintain the momentum. So both teams looking to play their own or employ their own plan. Last ball of the over. Should be a wide. Yes, it is, down the leg side. Now these are useful. Now if Sanjeevani could have got bat to ball. Yeah, that was a leg side. That was clearly a wide. Bat to ball, get it over short fine leg. That's a bonus. So that's what Sri Lanka is hoping for. So she's got to re-bowl this delivery, the clerk.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where South Africa were at this stage in their innings. That will give us a proper indication of what they did, the destructive work they did the last 15 overs. Just drop and run on the offside. Oh, that's sloppy. Whether it's sloppy from Brits who threw the ball, or whether it's from that fielder who was fielding on the boundary line, backing up. 36 overs done, 191 for 5.
Sash with your mark. There's your mark.
Has he got the legs? Yeah! No, it hasn't. Smith playing a different part today. No runs with the bat, her second game, but she's bowled brilliantly. That's her first wicket. And this is how she got it. Caught at long off. Incidentally, Roshan, I was just checking where South Africa were at this stage. After 36 overs, they were 176 for 5. So it just shows the damage that those two batters did in those 14 overs. Nanakara goes for 13 off 22. Sri Lanka 191 for 6.
Right, Devi Bihanga, now she can hit a long ball. She comes in at an interesting stage. She has nothing to lose here. I mean, she's got to look to take the long handle if needed. This is what happened that last wicket. Looking to go over the top.
Wait, I'm coming.
And also Smith bowls it a little bit slower. She gives hardly anything in terms of pace, so the batters didn't have much to work with. Good catch in the deep.
Yeah, she doesn't look like an out-and-out spinner to me, Smith, but it just, she puts it on the spot. That's all it matters. Yeah, in the context of the game, to her 7th over, 1 for 21. Well, it's getting harder and harder for the Sri Lankan batters. See, what they don't want is Roshan heading into that final a demoralizing defeat.
That's true. That I fully agree. Now, what about this? Only a single, but for a moment I thought she got all of it. Looking to go over mid-wicket, hit it with a lot of power. She certainly seemed to be a very strong girl. Hit it with a lot of power. There is a good protection on the leg side. Mid-wicket, squalling and long on. So 2 more deliveries to go in the over. Mid-off inside the circle. That's interesting. With Sanjeevani on strike. Oh, she missed out again. That she will regret. Just couldn't beat the fielder at mid-off. Only a single in the over. This is a big over for South Africa because Smith is not going through without a problem.
1, 2 good, Smith.
And she's conceded just 2 runs in that over. At the end of 37, 193 for 6. Lanka's lost 6 wickets so far. And they got off to an encouraging start. And then they just couldn't kick on. They just couldn't carry on doing what they should, getting those big scores. You could see 52, 68. Then that partnership, 160 is where Chamariyatapattu went, but then 2 wickets close to each other, 171 and 191. So it's so important, Gamini, in chases like this that you have one or two good partnerships, but we haven't seen that.
These are the 6 wickets. Dirksen, first of her 2 catches. Samara Vikrama scored at extra cover. This was a good catch. Dirksen on the boundary line, where we just missed out on that one. Nilaksha Silva played on. And this was the last one. Tyrone back to the attack. Nicely played. Yeah, Naidu keeps it down to 2. Sanjeevani. She's been there for a very long time now, hasn't she? She's got a lot of experience behind her, going at runner ball.
One nice, bowler! Bowler! Too good!
Yeah, one other thing that once you get 300 plus and you're in this stage, Roshan, as you can hear from the South African fielders, they got a lot of energy and a lot of chatter.
Yeah, that's quite natural, isn't it? And normal when you know that the pendulum is swinging towards your side. You've got 6 wickets, you got the other side struggling, and up against it, that level of confidence is visible. It's oozing from the body language of the fielders. The wicket keeper becomes very vocal,
and also the leadership, for that matter. We all spoke about how Laura was missing out of that starting 11 last time around, and Tryon, who's bowling right now, had the difficult task of filling Laura's shoes. But today, you can see, we spoke about how Sri Lanka operated when they had the game in the hand, when the opportunities were there to be taken. Straight away, the right-hander comes out to bat. Laura brings on the left-arm orthodox spinner.
See, that's something. You picked it because it stands out. She's doing what she should do, and obviously that's the way forward. People who understand the game will applaud her for that, and those were areas that South Africa missed against India. And also Sri Lanka was a little bit reluctant to do. 38 done, 199 for 6.
Happy with that, my love? You need to be studied.
Now they're asking rate, getting close to 10. You're going into the last 5 overs, you don't mind 9 or 10, but it's over a long period of time. Maintaining such a run rate is the challenge. Smith will continue, and this is swung away on the leg side, gone all the way. I think that's 6. The 200 is up. This is Vihanga. She's a strong girl, and she was down on one knee. The slog sweep straight away, and brilliantly executed.
Yeah, that's the power she possesses, and yeah, need a few of those. In terms of Sri Lankan side's ultimate result, the other thing is that, you know, whatever you do in this outing will carry a long way into the final as well.
Yeah, that's 6. That clearly went over the line. That's quite easy. So 205 for 6. That's a good start to the over for Sri Lanka. Hit with power, doesn't really time it. For some reason, she's been struggling with her timing. Now, she did get the 6, but some of the shots that she's looked to hit along the ground, she has not timed. She's looked to really hit the cover of the ball rather than really time it. Again, finds the fielder.
And also to me, that obviously we know that she can hit a long ball, but whether she has the other game to drop, to control your hand speeds, particularly on the offside. She has got some loose deliveries, but she has not been able to score runs off. You need your all-round game these days. That one kept slightly low. Yeah, you know, not only power hitting these days, you need that all-round game, don't you? Now she hit a 6. Now the next 3 balls, dot ball. Suddenly, it's an okay over for South Africa.
Yeah, it's a good comeback by Smith. Very good comeback. Wide. See, what you're talking about in the modern game is, obviously you know, and all of us know, is soft skills. Soft skills are so important as a batter. It's not about blasting the bowling, but those soft skills of dropping and running. A little bit of wrist work. This time hit with A fair bit of power. Fielder covers it at deep mid wicket. The wrist work, the placement, the nudges, the deflections, all of those things, they form your entire play as a batter. One ball to go in the over. They've got 8 runs, but can Sanjeevani finish off on a high of the last ball? Yes, she does. She gets a boundary. Nicely done through mid-off. That's a big over. At the end of 39, Sri Lanka 211 for 6.
Sri Lanka need 105 runs off 66 balls. Roshan, South African innings, there were 24 fours and 12 sixes. Half of it coming in that last 12 or 14 overs when Dirksen and Tryon were going hell for leather. Sri Lankans right now have 17 fours and 5 sixes, so if they can match and go tit for tat with that South African boundary count, they might get closer. That's in the gap, at least 2. Oh, poor running. That is the advantage the South Africans have at times. Their speed between when they run between wickets, and the Sri Lankan batters, because they don't have that speed, they're reluctant to take one on the arm.
Yeah, that's been something that has shown us, or it's been visible. Running between has been poor, but this is clever cricket. She managed to get inside the line and play it fine. Normally you would be looking to play it a little bit squarer, but she waited for it.
Let's go, Chloe, let's go, Chloe.
Yeah, running between the wickets is so important. I mean, that's not something, the principle behind it hasn't changed despite the game evolving. Coaches would tell you 50 years ago, you run the first run hard, put pressure on the fielder. And then you convert those ones into twos and twos into threes. 1.5s into twos.
I mean, you got to admit that players from Asia, they are not the strongest. Not only Sri Lanka, but in a good old days, Sri Lankans with their skills covered up those areas. Now, particularly when I saw the Sri Lankan teams came to Australia in the 90s, 100-yard boundary at the MCG. You know, you're always going to start the game at minus 10-15 runs, because the Australian fielders will send in the throw. So one, Sri Lankans will have to rely on the relay throw. So one conceded there. And the speed between the wickets. So, well, that was a teaser. Very, very easy. But boundary in the over. Yeah, so coming back to that point. So either you cover up those areas, but Sri Lankans haven't when it comes to this game. So, not where she intended, but they will take it anyhow.
Yeah.
Final ball of this 40th over. Yeah, dot ball. .40 overs, 219 for 6. Roshan, last 10 overs, the happy hour.
Well, it's certainly the happy hour, but Sri Lankan 50s, if you look at it, it's been pretty inconsistent. They're picked up in the third 50, but gone back rather badly in the fourth. So the second and the fourth 50 is very, very even, and the quickest 50 so far has been the third. If you look at the South African rate of scoring and the 50s, South Africa had 150 of 29 balls. So when the batters that you were talking about, Dirksen and Tryon were together, and de Klerk, they just made sure that those runs kept flowing.
Yeah, you can't be scoring 50 runs off 71 balls when you need nearly 10 runs per over. Incidentally, Roshan, South Africa were 205 for 5 at this stage after 40 overs. So the damage they did in that happy hour, it's quite damaging. It was, and the player who did most of it has got the ball in hand.
Yeah, and also if you compare, okay, Sri Lankans might be telling themselves, Peter, watching, we may have lost a wicket too many, but we are 14 runs ahead. But you got to understand the two batters in the 40th over, they were having momentum, they were moving quickly, they were in very good batting form. But Sri Lanka, on the other hand, okay, Sanjeevani is all right, 27 of 24, Vihanga just in. So it's very different to what the South Africans were experiencing. Having said that, we find Sanjeevani throwing caution to the wind, getting a boundary behind square leg. She's going to go after the bowling. Anything short, anything in her arc, she's going to go after it just like this.
Yeah, it's very important that you score a boundary in the early part of the over. Puts a bit of pressure on the bowler and gets the fielding captain to put the thinking cap on. So boundary of the second ball after a drop ball. They have reached that stage where they need 2 boundaries per over. At this stage, South Africa 201 for 5.
Yes!
Hit upishly.
One Chloe bowler! Too good, back up, good Laura! Good Laura! Too good. Here we go, yeah ladies, here we
Yeah,
go,
that's the other part of it. Like it's vice versa all the time. It's, if you don't score boundaries, the run rate keep climbing up. But when you don't, the bowler stays high on when they're thinking. It takes the wind out of the sail really, because there's not enough pressure. Timed it nicely, but there are 2 fielders on the onside in front of the crease, deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. So you can guarantee that Dirksen is not going to pitch the ball up.
Yeah, and also Sri Lanka need at least 1 big over. It's good to be going at 8-9 runs an over, but they need a 15 to a 20 run over just to try and bring this run rate within manageable proportions. Now this is not timed, I'll tell you. This hit almost the toe of the bat.
Too good, Tasman!
Sanjeevani was looking to blast it over mid-wicket. Really didn't time it. She was quite lucky that it fell in no fielders land in wide open spaces. The last ball of the over. They've already got 7 runs, but they need to finish well. Can Vihanga get a boundary? Can she get 2 at least? Let's see. Only a single.
Just get my helmet this,
Well, we got 9 overs to go with Sri Lanka. Still needing 90 runs to get 226, 227 for 6. .89 of 54. That is, the gap is 35 between runs and balls. That's a bit steep going into the last 54 balls. So Sri Lanka will want to try and reduce that gap between runs versus balls. At this stage, Gamini, run rates per over really doesn't matter. It's about runs versus balls, and that's the modern game. So what can Sri Lanka do? How would they try to reduce this gap, and which bowler will be they're looking to target? Those will be questions that are going through the batter's mind as they discuss.
Yeah, it comes to us to square one. What we have been speaking about. The difference between runs and balls is about 38, 35. So that's 6 hits. 6 hits in 54 balls. If you count the amount of sixes That's up in the air. Will she get there? Yes, she will. A good technique, slides forward. That's how you take a outfield catch diving forward.
Well, de Klerk, very good catch. Swept well. The slog sweep, had to go after it, hitting against the turn. Take a look at this, as you said, brilliant. Very, very good catch. Slid as she took the catch, perfect technique, and this is catching at its best. Sri Lanka have lost their 7th wicket, and it is time for Vihanga to walk back. Tried hard, but out. Devmi Vihanga out for 16. Sri Lanka slides a little bit further to 27 for 7.
Right here.
That's a tough one.
Eh? Are you sure? Left! Oh, you're right. You see.
Right, Sugandhika Kumari comes out. That average is under 10. And she's striking at under 50. So that doesn't speak too much in terms of hope for Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka is to move on. It will have to be the non-striker. But first thing first. She's out first ball. Hits it down the throat of the fielder behind point. Well, I'll tell you what, Tryon is striking. She's got her 4th wicket and she's doing well.
Well, runs with the bat in hand and 4 for. And still got at least 2 overs to go after this. Well. They're falling like a deck of cards here. 2-2-7 for 8. Sugandhika Kumari out first ball without troubling the scorers. Sri Lanka's 227 for 8.
So 2 wickets, back-to-back deliveries for Chloe Tryon. 4 wickets to her. Adding to that brilliant 50, that brilliant onslaught in the latter parts of the South African innings. So Sri Lanka 227 for 8. ST, good evening.
Nice.
Good evening, ST.
Good evening, Laksisi. Chloe Tryon on a hat trick. Oh, has she got it? Yes, she has. That is phenomenal from Chloe Tryon. Just outside the off stump. Malki Madara going for the shot. Nicks it behind to Jafta. 5 wickets and a hat trick.
Chloe Tryon, she can celebrate. 5 wickets, hat trick for her. And adding to that half century when she was batting. What a performance from Chloe Tryon. Now Sri Lanka had a very good chance with Devmi Vihanga and Anushka Sanjeevani out there in the middle at the start of this over. And within 3 deliveries, Chloe Tryon, she has completely blown away Sri Lanka in this fixture. What an end for South Africa.
Yeah, funnily enough, Laksisi, just before this over began, we were talking about who's going to be player of the match. And I insisted it should be Annari Dirksen for that 100. Tryon's got 5 now after that 70-something she made in the first inning. So, tricky for the match referee, who will be making that decision. But what a performance. 5 for 34 so far. A hat trick. And she, as you rightly said, has closed out the game basically for South Africa with these last 3 deliveries.
Okay.
So can she do a Malinga here? That's the big question. Can Chloe Tryon make it 4 out of 4? No Shivanan Nothing much to talk about. Almost 4 consecutive dismissals for Chloe Tryon.
Oh, just outside the off stump. Up in the air once again. Nearly a 4th wicket in the over. So things getting exciting for the South Africans.
Chloe Tryon taking a hat trick. Think we can take a look at the hat trick. Tryon 8 overs, 5 for 34. Changing the whole complexion of the game and turning the tide towards South Africa completely. The fall of wickets 52, 68, 124, 160, 171, 191, and then 3 wickets when at the total of 227. Hat trick for Chloe Tryon. So it's just a matter of time now for South Africa to get that first win. Now Dirksen to bowl the next over. It could be fitting for her to take that final wicket.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? And South Africa will rue their opportunities in the previous games. Oh, she's been wavered down the leg side. Sanjeevani doesn't take the single, so she wants to take as much strike as possible, as you can understand. Dirksen, as you rightly said, would be nice for her to finish it off with this last wicket.
Oh, Anushka Sanjeevani takes Henry Dirksen on, and that will be a boundary. 1 bounce over the ropes. Now Chloe Tryon, 13th women's cricketer to take an ODI hat-trick. What an achievement, the left-arm spinner.
Yeah, in the absence of Malaba today, she's taken... Yeah, and she's a 3rd South African to do it as well. In the absence of Malaba, she's taken on that role really well, taken the responsibility on for South Africa, picked up those wickets earlier on in the innings. It's up in the air. Anushka Sanjeevani wants to get the boundaries going. I like this from her. She's not looking to survive. She wants to go for her shots. It's unlikely that Sri Lanka will get to the target, but they want to go down fighting.
Well, this is really great to see. Yesterday that Anushka Sanjeevani, although she's the last recognized batter, she is going for it. Now, few years back, I don't think we would have seen this from the Sri Lankan batters. That's how much they have improved in the last 4 or 5 years. That's how far that they have come. So it's really great to see this effort.
Yeah, we spoke about the positives South Africa can take from this competition. For Sri Lanka, it's that every batter that they've tried has made runs. I think, once again, that's through the gap. Don't think she'll get a boundary. Stopped right at the edge by Sheshni Naidu. Just a couple for Sanjeevani. As I was saying, apart from Vishmi Gunaratne, I think every other batter that's come out, and Hansima Karunaratne in the first game, every one of them has looked good at some point.
Show me the previous one, please. Show me the previous one. Yeah, roll it, roll it. Yeah, it's runs.
So good fielding from Sheshni Naidu, keeps that down to 2. Again, no single taken. Anuri Dirksen generating some pace out there.
And reduction. Bit expensive in the context of this game for South Africa. 31 runs she has given away in 3.14 overs. Now Anushka Sanjeevani. She'll be looking to get a 50 here most probably, and build up some good momentum before that all important final. Once again that bouncer from Andrew Dirksen, but that will be called wide.
Interesting call from the umpire. Dirksen, as I said, generating some pace, can be such a valuable asset to the South African team. The way she bowls, if she can get her lines right, she has been wavered in this competition. Her batting certainly is right on the money. If she can just get the direction right with her bowling, she'll be such a tough customer to deal with. Good field as well, fields in the covers.
I took that catch off Chamariatapattu. It was a vital dismissal for South Africa. Going for that quick run, and that will be the final wicket. Inoshi Fernando, she was never ready to go for that run, but Anushka Sanjeevani insisting for that and going for that, and that's the end of this sixth game. South Africa, after coming very close in the last three fixtures, they finally get one result in their favour. A good finish to this tri-series for them.
Yeah, no real singer there, is it? Especially with the hesitation from the batter. Jafta gets to the ball quickly, breaks the stumps, and Inoshi Fernando well short of her crease. So as you said, a good finish for South Africa. 76 run win for them. A big win, the biggest probably since that first game. So this tournament has given us ups and downs, a lot of runs. South Africa will be disappointed they couldn't put in a performance like this early in the tournament, but they go back with some positives.
Yeah, a lot of positives for them. ST Andrew Dirksen probably at the top of that list. A great hitter, and someone who can handle the pressure as well as we saw today. And Chloe Tryon, we all know, we all knew what she could do coming into this tri-series, but she just further proved that she is one of the best hitters out there. And adding to that, the hat-trick today as well, a 5-wicket haul for Chloe Tryon. I think the Indy Clerk played some good knocks, good cameos as well in the last game and in this one. And Naidu, she was really impressive. Although she took only 1 wicket, she was really impressive.
It's nice to see big smiles on the South African faces. They've come close in a couple of games, haven't been able to finish off, but they'll be happy. They look a lot less tired as well in this game. They looked exhausted in the game against India, of course, chasing leather, 337. They were said look a lot more relaxed now with that win under their belts. They'll know they've got as much as they could from this tournament. Got a good few batting options sorted out. Perhaps some of those youngsters with the ball as well, as you rightly mentioned. Naidu looked really impressive, looked like an attacking option that they can use. And I'm sure that 5-wicket haul will give Tryon a lot of confidence with the ball as well. As you said, we know what she can do with the bat. But getting those 5 wickets, and in particular those early wickets, will surely give her a lot of confidence.
South Africa, they will only go from strength to strength with the arrival of Cap as well to this lineup. So some good signs for them, although they will go back home without playing the final here. So here's the Sri Lankan batting card. Hasini Perera once again gave Sri Lanka a good start, 30 of 26 deliveries. Vishnu Gunaratne once again not that convincing, 24-41. Harshida Samaravikrama unfortunately got out right when she was started to look good. Chamariatapattu, this is actually a very important half century for Sri Lanka when we talk about the upcoming months with the World Cup coming up, 52 of 57. And other than that, Anushka Sanjeevani scoring 43. She was stranded on the other end while Sri Lanka got bowled out, and Deumi Vihanga, although she scored 16, looked very impressive, and certainly someone Sri Lanka can actually bank on to give that good finish at the death.
You're just looking at that batting card. You have to compare the balls used. I think not great strike rates up the order, and when you're chasing a total in excess of 300, you need to be going at least at a runner ball. So that's one area Sri Lanka can work on. As you said, Vishwi Gunaratne didn't look that convincing and hasn't looked that convincing in the last couple of games. Apart from that, good starts. I think Sri Lanka will be happy, in particular with Atapattu's knock. She just started to get going, started middling the ball. Even that dismissal, on a day that she had a little bit more luck, she probably would have found the gap. Not to be today, but they wouldn't be too disappointed. It's a decent chase, fell well short of the target, but it's been a good couple of days for Sri Lanka. Some things that they can build on in that the middle order, different players have been getting runs.
Exactly, Sri Lanka have definitely come a long way from the days that we saw them chasing these sort of totals without any intent. So the bowling card, Chloe Tryon, 5 for 34. That includes a hat-trick as well, the left-arm spinner. What a spell of bowling. She's the one who actually broke that opening wicket partnership as well. And then Aibonga Kaka, 2 for 30. And Naidu and Smith taking 1 wicket each as well. And we look at the partnerships, 52 for the first wicket. And then 56 for the third as well. And 36 for the fourth wicket. 36 for the 7th wicket. So there were some partnerships, but Sri Lanka needed a much bigger partnership to chase down such a mammoth target.
So a bit of a look of Sri Lanka's innings. Chasing 316. Hasini Pereira, I thought, started off well. Few boundaries in that first power play, particularly off her legs. She's looked really good. Vishmi Gunaratne played that one really good shot off the back foot through the covers, but stuck in the middle after that. Hasini Pereira, bit of luck under edge. They had the boundary shots in the power play. I thought they just didn't work the singles well enough. And that was the first dismissal. Chloe Tryon making the breakthrough, the crucial breakthrough for South Africa. Atapattu got going with that shot over, long off, and then from that point she started middling the ball. Great signs for the Sri Lankan skipper. Harshita Fernando, of course, plays square so well. Then she gives that opportunity. Naidu bowled well today, I thought. Went for 8 runs and over, but looked an impressive bowler.
Exactly, Naidu. She's a leg spinner, so leg spinners, they are wicket-taking options, and we have often seen leg spinners going for runs, so that shouldn't be a worry for South Africa and for Naidu, the fact that she went for 8 runs. But this catch from Andrew Dirksen, that played a huge part in his final result. Atapattu was starting to look very, very dangerous. Ilakshi Silva's dismissal as well. Aibonga Kaka taking that wicket. And then Anushka Sanjeevani, she was on a mission today from the word go, ST.
Yeah, I love the intent from the batters. As you rightly said, a couple of years ago maybe, Sri Lanka would have been happy with not being all out for around 220 in their 50 overs if they were chasing a target of this nature. Today they've gone all out. They have finished well short, but they'll be happy to see runs from the bat of the likes of Anushka Sanjeevani. Played a couple of really good shots, and that phenomenal take from Nadine de Klerk. Underestimated her role in this game as well. That cameo at the end of the innings, the way she's bowled, the way she's fielded, been fabulous. And that was the hat-trick ball. Love to see the celebrations of the South Africans. Boundary, Anushka Sanjeevani. Couple of boundaries, in fact, in that Anuri Dirksen over. Before this final run out, Harshita Fernando well short of her crease. So 76 runs is the margin South Africa win by Sri Lanka 239 all out in 42.5 overs. Anari Dirksen 104 of 84 helped South Africa with 315. Again to note that she came in with South Africa on 85 for 5 in dire straits before she put on that partnership with Tryon finishing 74 of 51 and then coming back to pick up 5 for 34. So a phenomenal effort from her. For Sri Lanka, Deumi Vihanga. Unfortunately, her performance will be overshadowed today. 5 for 43 for the youngster. 5 for 9 she was at one point. So great start to her career as well. Anushka Sanjeevani 43 of 32. Harshita Samaravikrama 33 of 38. South Africa well on top in this game. They end this series for them on a high. But Sri Lanka will be back on Sunday where they'll have the big one against India.
Talking about Deumi Vihanga, 9 wickets in the 3 games that she has played so far. So brilliant, absolutely brilliant from her. And now the round robin stage has officially come to an end. And as Esti mentioned, it's a big final coming up on Sunday when the home team Sri Lanka will face their neighbours, India. So that will definitely be a mouth-watering clash. Both the teams winning 1 game each in this tri-series. And expecting to see a good crowd because it's free entry. And this is the final points table. India, of course, on the top with 3 wins after 4 games. They only lost to Sri Lanka. They finished with 6 points. And Sri Lanka, 2 wins in the 4 games they played. 1 against the 2 teams in this tri-series. And for South Africa, so they'll have to unfortunately go back home without playing the final. Just 1 win, just this win for them in this tri-series. But I think although the points table shows that they have just 1 win, they played a brilliant brand of cricket throughout this tri-series, ST.
Yeah, they did, and we spoke about it, isn't it? They didn't have any terrible performances with the bat, I would say. They chased well against India on both occasions. They set a target against Sri Lanka in the first game. So they wouldn't be too disappointed with the batting, I feel, but it's the bowling and fielding perhaps that they need to pick up. But I also should say, I don't think they played a full-strength bowling attack in any of the games. They kept experimenting, kept giving opportunities to younger players. So perhaps we will see something different in the lead up to the World Cup. So these are the results from the round robin stage of this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nations ODI series. That first game, one-sided, India winning by 9 wickets against Sri Lanka. But the middle games all very close. 15 runs the margin, 5 wickets, 3 wickets, 23 runs. Even the 5-wicket win from Sri Lanka wasn't comfortable. It went down to the wire. So good cricket all round. I think that's the biggest takeaway from this competition and why we need to encourage more people to come and watch. It's free entry, as we've said so many times before. Come and support the Sri Lankan team, but also come and witness some good cricket.
Exactly, yes. A great tri-series, a great exhibition of women's cricket here in Sri Lanka, and credit goes to Sri Lanka cricket as well for making sure and also the ground staff as well. We had rain in that first game, but we still had a game where we had over 70 overs, and the services that we have had for this tri-series has been absolutely phenomenal. So right now we're about to head to the post-match presentation. We have Roshan Abesinghe out there in the middle.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen a very strong finish by the South African women in the Servo Women's Tri-Nation ODI series, winning by 76 runs as they quite comprehensively defeated Sri Lanka today. As I welcome you to the post-match presentation of the final round-robin game, which happened to be between Sri Lanka and South Africa. Congratulations to South Africa for winning this game by 76 runs. Let me start off by thanking our sponsors. We got Lanka IOC, who is our official title sponsor and exclusive ground branding partner. We got the Papare, the official production partner and broadcast partner in Sri Lanka. We also got Fanco, the official broadcaster for the territory of India. Let me now introduce our presentation party. We got Mr. Nalin Aponso, who's the chairman of the tournament committee of Sri Lanka Cricket. We also got Mr. Pradeep De Silva, senior manager, finance, Lanka IOC, the title sponsor and exclusive ground branding partner. Welcome to you, gentlemen. Right, let me start off by talking to Chamari Atapattu. Unfortunately, the losing captain today. Bad luck, Chamari. Where did you think it went wrong for you guys? You won the toss. You had South Africa in trouble at half of the side out for about 85. So how did you lose the grip of the game from there?
Actually, first 25 overs we done really good, but last 25 overs we struggled a little bit in the bowling as a bowling unit, and we dropped few catches. So these catches is effective for this result.
Yeah, and also we did see that you tested your bench strength. And was there any thought of wanting to bat first just to get out of the comfort zone and just try something different today?
Yeah, definitely. We will. Actually, I'm pretty confident about my bowling unit. That's why we decide bowl first. But last two games, our batting really good, and I hope they will continue this performance in last game as well. Yeah, we can't predict the toss, but last 10 games, if we look in last 10 games, we won more games because we chased really good. But yeah, we have to adjust these conditions, and we can't predict toss.
We'll have to be winning the tosses much more. But going into the final, with the expectations high, is there additional pressure for you?
No. Actually, we have to play our best game. We have to play play our free game. So we don't have any pressure because we know India is a really good team. They have good experienced players. So I want to play our best game in the finals. That's it.
Bad luck today, but all the best.
Thank you very much.
That's the Sri Lankan captain Chamari Athapathu. Time for the player of the match. She will receive a prize money of US 500, which will be given away by Mr. Pradeep De Silva. A trophy to be awarded by Mr. Nalina Ponso for her outstanding all-round performance. 74 of 51 and 5 for 31. It's Chloe Tryon. Magnificent effort on the part of Chloe Tryon, our player of the match. Batted brilliantly coming down the order, and with the ball in hand, she had those 5 wickets. You can collect the trophy, unless you don't want it. And also grabbed a very, very good hat-trick. Congratulations, Chloe. It was a great effort. Just talk us through your mindset when you came out to bat.
Yeah, we were a little bit of trouble at that stage. We had lost, I think, 4 for 9. I just walked in there with Anari, and we just spoke about just taking it as deep as possible. And I think we did that really well. I think her maiden 100 was good to see on the other end, but I knew I had to stay till the end. And then when Nadine de Klerk came in, we just said we're going to just take it deep and try and get over 300, and we did that.
Yeah, I like the way you set the pace, the way you planned your innings. Initially, we did see that you were trying to play more the second fiddle. Was that part of the plan?
Yeah, I just thought I was going to just take my time. I knew I had plenty of time. And she was hitting the ball sweetly at that stage, and I just wanted to rotate the strike as much as possible and see get my eye in. I think they bowled really well. They had really good plans, and I just thought about soaking that up a little bit. And at the end, they just a little bit of fireworks.
I can tell you something. When you batted and bowled, you seem to be doing it on 2 different surfaces.
I don't know what was this. I don't know how I did it, honestly.
Which one, bowling or batting?
I don't know. Actually, I wasn't that great this morning. I woke up under the weather, so I honestly don't know how I got through today. But they looked after me today, so I'm just happy that I contributed as much as I could for the team.
It's a brilliant effort to get 5 wickets, a hat-trick, and 74. Unforgettable?
Unforgettable. This will be probably one of my best memories.
All right, all the best. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Right, that's our player of the match, Chloe Tryon. And let me now talk to the winning captain, Laura Wolfhard. Laura, it must be very pleasing for you to finally get one over the line.
Yeah, very nice. I think a great way to end our tour over here. Nice to get that last win, and what a game as well. I think everyone played absolutely amazing, so awesome.
Yeah, you had 2 great games. You very nearly chased down an Indian score, and here you got another 300. Now, let's not focus even on this tournament, but let's look at what you learned out of this Tri-Nation series.
Yeah, like you said, I think it doesn't happen too often that we score 300 twice in a row. So I think we're definitely doing something right with the bat. I think Dirksen has been absolutely incredible all season, sort of a breakthrough season for her, or series for her with the bat. I don't think she failed once. She was absolutely amazing, and it was nice to see some youngsters get a go as well. I think we've learned a lot to see what sort of combinations and depth we have in the squad. And yeah, I'm sure we'll take those learnings into our next series.
You don't mind if I ask you what those key learnings are, because you'll be playing in India, similar conditions?
Yeah, I think we obviously played a lot of new spinners. I think going to the subcontinent with spin in mind, we've tried a couple of different youngsters, especially making a debut, Mia Nay getting a ball today, because we think that'll be pretty useful. We tried Sunay in the power play as well, bowling some off spin early on, because usually where we go quite high seam, or a good seam attack, and now we're trying to bring those spinners in, and vice versa as well, playing against spin. Obviously, both these games we played like 40 overs of spin, so it's amazing to see players like Dirksen and Chloe really taking that on.
Let's put cricket aside. What are your fond memories of Sri Lanka?
Oh, it's been awesome. It's been great. Well, our hotel's really nice, so we've probably been at the pool quite a lot, gone to the beach a bit. I think we have a few days now, obviously not making the final, to explore a little bit. Still hanging around here, so yeah, looking forward to that.
A lot of bad luck this time during the Tri-Series, but thank you for coming and all the best for the future and the World Cup.
Thank you.
Right, that is the South African captain. Well, she wins a game for her country. Unfortunately, she's out of the final, and that concludes our post-match presentation.
So after the presentation ceremony, now we all know what's coming next. The big final of the Server Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series 2025. Sri Lanka, the home team, taking on India this Sunday here at the R. Premadasa Stadium. And we have to remind all of you once again, it's a free entry to the ground. So make sure you come and watch some high quality action here at the R. Premadasa Stadium. The home team Sri Lanka, they are in the finals, and India, the neighbours, basically sort of a rematch in a different format from the Asia Cup testing.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that both teams will carry forward. As you said, different format, probably higher stakes at the Asia Cup as well. But both teams will be out there to put on a good performance and win. India, of course, in the past have had the upper hand against Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka beating them only 3 times in ODI cricket so far, but that last chase that Sri Lanka had against them, 270 plus, will definitely give them a lot of confidence going into that final.
So you can watch the live action on the 11th of May from 9:45 AM onwards. This has been a great tri-series, 6 games where we had a lot of great action from all these 3 teams, Sri Lanka, India and South Africa. So it's only the final left in this Server Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. So thank you very much everyone for joining with us from all around the globe. Make sure to tune in to that final on Sunday the 11th of May. Have a very good night.